KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Gerald Leadfoot retired at the end of the season last season because of his career-ending crash. Ricky Carvin was originally going to race in the 2005 season, but he couldn't find a team, so he retired. But Floyd Mulvihill will be racing full-time in 2005, and he'll be a rookie this year. Same with Sage Vanderspin, but except he'll be racing for Team Gaskets. And Carl Edwards will also be racing full-time this season as a rookie in 2005. And Kyle Busch-Tire will also be a rookie this season, replacing Terry Carboni in the number 5. And this rookie is Lightning McQueen, who will be replacing Gerald Leadfoot as the racer for Team Rusty's. Nobody even knew who Lightning McQueen was until a couple days before qualifying. Martin Carrix Jr. will race a part-time schedule this season. Same with Denny Carlin. They'll both be racing part-time this season and full-time in 2006. Travis Draftville has a new look with the number 77. And Dave Laney also has a new look with the number 07. Bill Gears also has a new look to commemorate the release of the Xbox 360 later this year. And Terry Carboni has a new look with the number 44. He'll be racing a part-time schedule. Same with Brendan Cargan, who will now be the number 62. But the King will be retiring at the end of the season. He is by far the greatest racer in Piston Cup history, winning 7 Piston Cups and 190 races so far. How many more wins can he get this season? And could he win his 8th Piston Cup? Another notable car that'll be retiring at the end of the season is Rusty Wheelhouse. Now let's look at his team, which still has 8 cars! But Brendan Cargan's left and Sage Vanderspin's joined. Rush Racing has the same 6 cars as the last race of 2004, and Joe Gears Racing has Denny Carlin replacing Ricky Carvin as the second number 11 car that races part-time. Chevrolet Motorsports has Kyle Busch-Tire replacing Terry Carboni, and Richard Chilpaints Racing has 4 cars, with Dave Laney becoming the 4th car. Reverham Motorsports, the Anti-Chick Hicks team, the Pit Stops Revolting Crew, Blaster Charger Racing, Alloy Wilson Racing, Chip Konassi Racing, ECS2 Motorsports, and Eli Motors Racing are all the same as last season. DEI has the same 2 cars and Martin Carrix Jr., who will be racing part-time. The Wood Brothers Racing and Crazy 8's team have the same 2 cars as last season, and there's a new team called Furniture Row Racing, where Kenny Wheelhouse is the only car. Bill Drivers Racing only has Scott Windows left on their team. Hopefully he doesn't crash. And Dynaco Motorsports still only has the King. Seems like the King won't have a teammate in his final season. Sage Vanderspin got very sick, which makes him miss the first 2 races of the season. And James Clean Air flips in practice. During qualifying, Ruby Easy Oaks has a hard crash, which makes him miss the Florida 500. Dale Carr will start at pole position for the Florida 500. Here is the last car to win the Florida 500 from the pole. Dale Carr, a 2-time winner of the Florida 500. And on his outside is Lightning McQueen, the rookie. And in row 2 are the 2 dual winners, Michael Karchip and Tony Gasworth. Row 3 has the King in his final Florida 500 and Chuck Hicks! Hopefully he doesn't wreck any cars. The Rocket, Ryan Newcar, will be starting in row 4 with Martin Carrix Jr. to his outside, and Ricky Slood will start on the inside of row 5 with Jeff Burrington to his outside. Kurt Busch-Tire will be starting in row 6 alongside his teammate and champion from 2 seasons ago, Matt Karzif. Row 7 has Jeff Gorvette looking for his 3rd Florida 500 and Scott Windows. Row 8 has teammates Jamie McCarry and Sterling Carlin. In row 9, the rookie Kyle Busch-Tire and Bobby Carboni on his outside. In row 10, there's Kyle Traxon and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Row 11 has Greg Beeple and Jeremy Carfield. They're just there. Travis Draftville, who's the champion of the 3rd division, and Hall Ingus, a past Piston Cup champion, row 12. Carl Edwards, and the champion of the 2nd division from 2 seasons ago, Brian Vickars in row 13. Row 14 has Casey Gears and Kevin Carvick. And In 15, Ken Schrader, who got the pole 3 times in a row, and Mark Carton. Row 16 has Eugene Komareski and Joe Brakecheck. In row 17, there's Ernie Gearson and Rusty Wheelhouse, who will also be racing in his final Florida 500. In row 18, there's Casey Corner, who came second 5 times last season, and Dave Laney. Elliot Draftler, who had engine troubles, is forced to the rear alongside Krusty Rotor in row 19. Row 20 has Murray Clutchburn and Billy Oilchange. Somehow they're back there. In row 21, some other good racers, Chuck Armstrong, a past Piston Cup champion, and Kevin Shiftright, the son, grandson, and great-grandson of Piston Cup champions. And starting at the very end of the field is Slider Petrolski in 43rd. And since Misty Motocross did not qualify, Claude Scruggs had this to say. You also failed to qualify, Claude. Dale Carr would lead the first lap of the 2005 Florida 500 before Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him. Lightning McQueen would lead for 2 laps before Tony Gassworth would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 16 where Bobby Carboni is out because of an engine failure. But Scott Windows would take the lead after the restart, but then Chuck Hicks is second as of lap 17 where he wrecks Scott Windows. Why? But Lightning McQueen would take the lead on lap 18 and lead to lap 37, where he'd lose the lead to Tony Gassworth, who would lead all the way to lap 61. But while pitting, Jeff Burnton goes down 1 lap because his pit stop took too long. And then Jeff Gorvette would take the lead, leading until lap 86, where Kyle Traxon is 13th as of that lap, where he wrecks Matt Karzif. Why? But Tony Gassworth would take the lead after the restart, leading to lap 128, where Chuck Hicks is 14th as of that lap, where he wrecks Ricky Slud. Why? But then the King would take the lead on lap 129, but quickly lose the lead the very next lap to Tony Gassworth, who would lead 7 laps, where the Mean Green Car Chick Hicks, who would be 6th as of that lap, where he wrecks Kyle Bushtire, Ken Schrader, and Hollingus, who flips in the crash. Chuck Armstrong would take the lead after the restart and lead to lap 140, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him. Lightning McQueen would lead for 12 laps. In the meantime, Casey Corner and Krusty Rotor would go down 1 lap due to long pit stops. Tony Gassworth would take the lead on lap 152 and lead to lap 173, where the King has this to say. But Dale Earnhardt Jr. would take the lead for just 2 laps, where his teammate Michael Karchip would take the lead for 50 laps. But then, somewhere in the middle, Jeff Burnton would get back onto the lead lap. Chuck Hicks is 5th as of lap 225, where he wrecks Michael Kartrip, the race leader at the time. And Jeff Gorvette would take the lead for 10 laps afterwards, but then he'd lose the lead to Joe Brakecheck, who would lead for 3 laps before he'd lose the lead to Jeremy Carfield. He would only lead for 2 laps before Chick Hicks takes the lead without wrecking another car for 12 laps. But luckily the King would take the lead from him, but for just 2 laps, because the Rocket Ryan Newcar would take the lead from him for another 2 laps. But then the King retakes the lead for 9 laps. But then Dale Earnhardt Jr. would lead all the way to lap 275, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him for only 1 lap before Jeff Burnton passes him, leads for 6 laps, but then Lightning McQueen retakes the lead until lap 299. Chuck Hicks is 7th as of lap 284, where he wrecks Greg Beeple, Casey Gears, Eugene Karbareski, Kevin Carvick, Jeff Burnton, Chuck Armstrong, Jamie McCarry, Krusty Rotor, Martin Carrix Jr., and Ernie Gearson, are wrecked by the mean green car, Chickix! Jeff Gorvette would take the lead on lap 300, but then he'd lose the lead to Murray Clutchburn, who would lead for 4 laps before the King would take the lead from him, leading for 8 laps before Tony Gasworth would go on to lead for just 3 laps. But then, Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading until lap 343, where Mark Carton would take the lead for 2 laps before Chick Hicks would lead until lap 372, where luckily Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him for 7 laps. But then Casey Corner goes down a 2nd lap and Jeremy Carfield goes down a lap because they got so far behind. Someone who's not behind is Tony Gaswood, and he'd take the lead for 24 laps before Dale Carrett would retake the lead, leading until lap 417, where Kyle Traxon would be 19th as of that lap, where he wrecks his rival, Chick Hicks! But what's even worse is what Kyle Traxon has to say. And since this was very mean, he'll be suspended for 10 races. Kevin Shiftwright would take the lead on lap 418 and lead to lap 423, where Tony Gasworth would lead all the way to lap 451, where Dale Earnhardt Jr. would take the lead from him, but he'd only lead for 11 laps before Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him. He'd lead 6 laps before the King would take the lead himself, leading until lap 474, where Tony Gasworth would once again retake the lead, but only for 3 laps. But then Joe Brickcheck would lead for 2 laps, but then Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him, leading until lap 46, and Casey Corner is out because he hit the wall really hard. Dale Earnhardt Jr. would lead for just 1 lap before Tony Gasworth would once again take the lead, leading until lap 494, where Kurt Busch would lead just 1 lap, but Tony Gasworth would retake the lead for 2 laps before Jeff Gorvette would pass him, and he'd lead for the final 2 laps of the race, holding off Tony Gasworth to win the 2005 Florida 500. Jeff Gorvette has won his 3rd Florida 500. And here is the top 20 of the 2005 Florida 500. Lightning McQueen came 4th in his very first race. The King came 17th in his final Florida 500.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
I will be making each individual race of the 2005 Piston Cup season, which means you won't be seeing the 2005 Piston Cup races 2 to 35 parts 1 and 2. Instead, the next video will be the 2nd race of the 2005 Piston Cup season.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
The Rocket, Ryan Newcar, will start at pole position with Elliot Draftler to his outside. Greg Beeple will start on the inside of row 2 with Scott Rims to his outside. Kurt Busch and Travis Draftville will start in row 3. The 2 cars that finished 1-2 in the 2nd race of last season, Matt Karzith and Casey Corner, starting in row 4. Lightning McQueen and Kyle Busch 2 rookies in row 5. Jeff Gorvette looking for his next win, and Joe Brakecheck in row 6. Row 7 has Dale Carrett and Ken Schrader, hoping he doesn't get wrecked by Eugene Karbareski. Casey Gear starts on the inside of row 8. Hopefully, Chuck X doesn't wreck him. Chuck Armstrong will start on the inside of row 9, and Ruby Easy Oaks is back, starting on the outside of row 9. Row 10 has teammates Mark Carton and Carl Edwards. In row 11, it's Rusty Wheelhouse and Jamie McCarry. In row 12, there are 2 orange cars, Tony Gasworth and Jeff Burnton. Here's row 13 with Sterling Carlin and Jeremy Carfield. They're just here. The King looking for his 198th win, and Kevin Shiftwright just looking for his 2nd win. Row 15 has Dave Laney, who's been around for a really long time, and Ernie Gearson, who's also been around for a long time. And also, Bobby Carboni and Brian Vickers will start in row 16. Both came 43rd exactly once. Ricky Slood will start on the inside of row 17, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. starts on his outside. All the way back in row 18 is Morik Hutchburn and Michael Cartrip, multiple-time winners in the Piston Cup. Hall Lingus will start all the way back in row 19, with Dirksen de Agostino on his outside. Mark Burnsley will start on the inside of row 20 with Eugene Karbareski to his outside. Two good racers in row 21 with Billy Oilchanger and Kevin Karvik. And Krusty Rotor will be starting in 43rd. Wait, something happened. He had a hard crash! Why? And John Hicks is the one that did it, and he'll be suspended for 20 races for what he did. And the car that qualified 44th, Misty Motocross, will start in 43rd for this race. Ryan Newcar would lead the first 11 laps of the race, but then Chuck Hicks is 20th as of lap 11, where he wrecks Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Brian Vickers. Why? But then Greg Beeple would take the lead until lap 19, where Bobby Carboni is out because of an engine failure. But Kyle Bushtire would take the lead, leading until lap 32, where Sterling Carlin would take the lead from him. He would lead until lap 38, where the King would take the lead from him. He would lead for 7 laps before Misty Motocross would take the lead from him. But after lap 47, she's out because she hit the wall. And Claude Scruggs had something to say. Of course he does. And Kurt Bushtire would take the lead for 10 laps after that, but then Chuck Hicks is 16th as of lap 58, where he wrecks Kevin Shiftwright. Why? But Lightning McQueen would take the lead, leading all the way to lap 92, where he'd lose the lead to Greg Beeple. And he would lead for 12 laps before Ryan Newcar would once again take the lead, leading until lap 122, where Casey Corner would take the lead from him for 1 lap, before Travis Draftville would lead for 10 laps, but then Sterling Carlin would lead for 2 more laps before Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him, leading all the way to lap 158, where Chuck Hicks is 20th as of 1 lap earlier, where he wrecks Casey Corner and puts Ricky Slood down 2 laps. Kurt Bushtire would take the lead for 20 laps before he'd lose the lead to Ryan Newcar, who leads for 20 laps. But Dirksen de Agostino's out on lap 182 because of an engine failure. But Lightning McQueen would take the lead from Ryan Newcar and lead for 20 laps. Billy Oilchanger would be 12th as of lap 219. Wait, what? Where he wrecks Sterling Carlin. Why? But Greg Beeple would take the lead after that. Oh, he doesn't lead 20 laps. But on lap 232, he loses the lead to Dave Laney, who leads for 8 laps before Billy Oilchanger would be out because of Eugene Karbareski, who would take the lead for 3 laps before he's in the lead and he wrecks another car. Oh, it's Ken Schrader. Well, of course this happens, but Ernie Gearson would take the lead for 9 laps, but where he loses the lead to Greg Beeple, who would lead for 7 laps before Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him, leading until lap 293, where why is he down a lap? This is because of Chuck Hicks, who would lead until lap 326, but Lightning McQueen would get back on lead lap on lap 321, and now he retakes the lead, leading until lap 374, and he has to thank someone, and that car is Jeff Gorvette. And here's what Jeff Gorvette had to say about Lightning McQueen thanking him for putting him in the lead. But Hall Ingus would take the lead on lap 374. He'd lead for 11 laps before he he's out because of a hard crash. Lightning McQueen would take the lead on lap 386 and lead right until the end of the race, where he wins the 2005 Las Vegas 400, the second race of the Piston Cup season. This is also Lightning McQueen's first win in the Piston Cup. Glen Allen is a second division race. Lightning McQueen's true first win was there. But here is the top 20 in points after the first two races.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
The third race of the 2005 Piston Cup season will be coming out soon enough.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Krusty Roeder is out in first practice because he crashed into Dave Laney, who is also out. Kajimo Mikino gets flipped in second practice by Ward Burnton. Why? But now onto the race. Ryan Newcar, the Rocket, will start at pole position again with Jeremy Carfield to his outside. Casey Corner will start in the inside of row 2 with Ricky Slood to his outside. In row 3, two very good racers, Rusty Wheelhouse and the points leader as of now, Jeff Gorvette. Greg People will start on the inside of row 4 with Elliot Draftler to his outside. In row 5 is Joe Brakecheck and to his outside, Tony Gasworth, the 2002 champion. Row 6 has Dale Earnhardt Jr., but Chuck Hicks starts on his outside. Sterling Carlin starting on the inside of row 7, and Sage Vanderspin to his outside. Bill Racelaw will be making a one-off start here today with Mark Carton to his outside. Row 9 has Kevin Carvick, and to his outside, rookie sensation Lightning McQueen, last week's winner. Teammates Kurt Busch Tire and Carl Edwards will start in row 10. And here's row 11 with Michael Karchip and Bobby Carboni, two cars that didn't win last year. Row 12 has the King still looking for his 198th win, and Brian Vickars looking for his first. Oh, these two in the same row, Misty Motocross and Claude Scruggs. In row 14 is Dale Carrett, two-time Florida 500 winner, and Kevin Shiftrite, a car that won once. Oh no! These two in the same row? Why? Eugene Carbareski and Ken Schrader. Lee Revkin surprisingly qualifies on the inside of row 16 with Casey Gears to his outside. Row 17 is Hall Wingus and Ernie Gearson, two cars that have been racing in the Piston Cup for a long time. Kyle Busch Tire, the rookie, starting on the inside of Murray Clutchburn. Row 19 has Billy Oilchanger and Chuck Armstrong. Row 20 has Matt Korzith, how to qualify that far back, and Ruby Easy Oaks. Row 21 has Jeff Burnton, who also qualified quite far back, and Rusty Cornfield. Starting in 43rd is Terry Cabani, who is racing in his home state of Texas. Ryan Newcar would lead the first lap before losing the lead to Jeremy Carfield, who would lead until lap 10, where he'd lose the lead to Greg Beeple. Greg Beeple would lead all the way to lap 30, where Ruby Easy Oaks is 32nd as of lap 30, where he wrecks himself and Murray Clutchburn. Tony Gasworth would take the lead after the restart and lead all the way to lap 70, where Rusty Cornfield would T-bone Claude Scruggs. And now he's out! Why? But Casey Corner would take the lead on lap 70 and lead for 15 laps before Greg Beeple would take the lead from him. Greg Beeple would lead for 78 laps? How does any car lead for that long? But the car he loses the lead to is Chuck Hicks! But he loses the lead to Elliot Draftler on lap 208. But he only leads for one lap because Chuck Hicks is second as of lap 209, where he wrecks Elliot Draftler, the leader, Chuck Armstrong, Misty Motocross, Tony Gasworth, Sage Vanderspin, Bill Racelot, Brian Vickers, Casey Corner, Kevin Shiftwright, B. Revkins, who gets flipped, by the way, Bobby Carboni, Rusty Cornfuel, and Terry Carboni. Claude Scruggs had this to say because Misty Motocross was one of the cars that got wrecked. The King would take the lead for 4 laps before he'd lose the lead to Michael Cartrip, and he'd lead for 7 laps before Sterling Carlin would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 4 laps before losing the lead to Jeremy Carfield. Jeremy Carfield would only lead for 4 laps before he'd lose the lead to Matt Karzith, who would lead for a total of 1 lap. And he'd lose the lead to Jeff Corvette, who also leads for exactly 1 lap. And Greg Beeple would retake the lead, leading until lap 264, where he'd lose the lead to Lightning McQueen. And Lightning McQueen would lead to lap 287, where he'd lose the lead to Ken Schrader, who'd lead for 3 laps before Eugene Komareski is second as of that lap, where he wrecks Ken Schrader. Well, of course he does that. But Greg Beeple would retake the lead, leading until lap 319, where he'd lose the lead to his teammate, Kurt Buschtire. He'd only lead for 2 laps before Greg Beeple retakes the lead, leading for 12 laps. But then Hall Ingus would take the lead, leading until lap 340, where Greg Beeple is back in the lead yet again. But Chuck Hicks is second as of that lap, where he wrecks Greg Beeple, the leader, and Eugene Karbareski. Well, Eugene Karbareski wrecked Ken Schrader, but Chuck Hicks would lead the final lap, and he wins the 2005 Texas 350. And here is the new top 20. Dave Laney's gone for not qualifying.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Alright! Does Chick Hicks get to win any race? And also, Chick Hicks! Why?
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Ryan Newcar starts at pole position again with the King to his outside. Carl Edwards and Lightning McQueen will start in the second row, positions 3rd and 4th. In row 3 is Casey Corner and Greg Beeple. These two, I don't know how they're going to do today. Row 4 has Joe Brakecheck and Brian Vickers, who have 1 victory between them. Row 5 has Tony Gasworth, who told Sammy Spelter to take a car wash, and Chick Hicks! Row 6 has Elliot Draftler and Mark Carton. Both these cars have won at least a few times. Row 7 has Jamie McCarry, who DNQ'd last race, and Jeremy Carfield. Row 8 has Casey Gears, who has no wins, and Kevin Shiftwright, who has just 1. Row 9 has Scott Rims, who didn't qualify last race, and Krusty Rotor, who crashed. Row 10 has Bobby Carboni, who has had 2 engine failures this season, and Travis Draftville, who's done well this season. Hall Ingus on the inside of row 11, to his outside, Jimmy Speedcar, a car with 2 wins. In row 12 are teammates Matt Karzith and Kurt Buschtire. And then we get to row 13, where there's 2-time champion Jeff Corvette, with 1-time champion Murray Clutchburn to his outside. Dave Laney starts on the inside of row 14, missing last race, and Ken Schrader to his outside. Ken Schrader's enemy, Eugene Karbareski, will start on the inside of row 15 with Sage Vanderspin to his outside. Ricky Slood, who has 2 wins, will be starting on the inside of Rusty Wheelhouse, who has 22. Row 17 has Billy Oilchanger and Dale Carrett. Both of them have almost won the Piston Cup. Row 18 has Kevin Carvick and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Row 19 has Jeff Burnton and Michael Cartrip. Michael Cartrip's won 4 times. Sterling Carlin starting on the inside of row 20, and Ernie Gearson to his outside. Row 21 has 2000 Piston Cup champion Chuck Armstrong and Kyle Bushtire making his 5th start. And in last place is Brick Hicks, Chick Hicks's youngest brother. These 7 cars somehow failed to qualify. And since one of them was Misty Motocross, Claude Scruggs, of course, has something to say. Ryan Newcar would lead for the first 5 laps before he loses the lead to... But Travis Draftville and Krusty Rotor wreck each other. Why? But Lightning McQueen would take the lead on lap 5 and lead all the way to lap 26, where he'd lose the lead to Chuck Hicks. But 2 laps later, he'd luckily lose the lead to the King, who only leads on lap 30. But Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading for 10 laps before he'd lose the lead to Kevin Shiftright. Kevin Shiftright would lead until lap 44, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He would lead until lap 59, where Dave Laney somehow takes the lead from him. He will only lead for 1 lap because it's green flag pit stops. And also, Dale Carrett will also lead for only 1 lap. Greg Beeple would take the lead on lap 62 and lead all the way to lap 85, where his teammate Carl Edwards would take the lead from him. On lap 85, the King would take the lead once more, actually it's lap 86, but he leads for the next 4 laps before Lightning McQueen will retake the lead, leading for 27 laps. But Chick Hicks is 21st as of lap 113, where he wrecks Chuck Armstrong and Billy Oil Changer. Why? But Carl Edwards would take the lead on lap 118, where he'd lose the lead to his teammate Greg Beeple, who would lead for 4 laps. But then Lightning McQueen would retake the lead from him, leading for 10 laps before the King would take the lead from him. The King would lead for 22 laps before Greg Beeple would take the lead once more. But then his teammate Carl Edwards would take the lead from him on lap 160. But Greg Beeple retakes the lead, leading for yet another 10 laps. But then Chuck Hicks would lead for 3 laps before Sage Vanderspin would take the lead from him. This is the first lap he's led. But Lightning McQueen would lead for 2 more laps before he'd lose the lead to Greg Beeple, who leads more laps until lap 202, where his other teammate Mark Carton would lead for just 1 lap before Greg Beeple retakes the lead for 1 lap. But then Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him, leading for 2 laps before Chuck Hicks, who is 7th on lap 206, where he wrecks Jimmy Speedcar, Joe Brakecheck, Kevin Shiftright, Bobby Carboni, Jeff Gorvette, Ernie Gearson, and Lightning McQueen, Kurt Bushtire, and Ricky Slood are all 1 lap down. The others are out! And Chick Hicks would take the lead! Why? But luckily, Carl Edwards was there to take it away from him, but he only led 1 lap because Greg Beeple would lead the next 40. But Lightning McQueen and Kurt Bushtire managed to get back on the lead lap. The King would take the lead on lap 274 and lead for 6 laps before Mark Carton would lead 1 lap. But Chick Hicks would also lead just 1 lap. But luckily, Lightning McQueen was there to take the lead away from him yet again, where he'd lead for 12 laps before Murray Clutchburn would take the lead from him, leading on lap 296, where he'd lose the lead to the King. And the King would lead for 3 laps before Carl Edwards would lead for 14 laps. But then Ken Schrader is 22nd as of lap 314, where he wrecks Eugene Karbareski. Well, of course he does. And Murray Clutchburn would take the lead until lap 332, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him, leading until lap 365, where Hall Ingus would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 4 laps before Greg Beeple yet again takes the lead until lap 375, where Chick Hicks would lead for 8 laps. But luckily, yet again, Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him, leading until 1 to go, where Carl Edwards would pass him on the last lap to lead the final lap. The King would only lose by 6 feet to Carl Edwards, and Carl Edwards would get his very first win with the 2005 Olympus 400. And here's the top 20 in points now. Why is Chex the points leader?
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
The 5th race of the 2005 Piston Cup season will be coming out soon enough.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Ryan Newcar will start at pole position. Again! How does any car start at pole position 4 races in a row? And Maury Clutchman's on his outside. Tony Gassler will start on the inside of row 2, and Lightning McQueen will start on his outside. Row 3 has Sage Vanderspin, the rookie, and Kevin Shiftwright to his outside. Row 4 has the King looking for his 198th win, and Greg Beeple looking for, I think, his second. Carl Edwards will start on the inside of row 5 with, oh no! Chickens! To his outside. Kurt Busch-Tire will start on the inside of row 6 with Dale Earnhardt Jr. to his outside. Casey Corner, who got 5 second places in 2004, will start on the inside of Hall Ingus in row 7. Mark Carton will start on the inside of row 8 with Ernie Gearson to his outside. Row 9, the 2003 Piston Cup champion Matt Karzith and the 2000 Piston Cup champion Chuck Armstrong. Elliott Drafter, who won 2 races last season, and Kevin Karvik to his outside. Row 11 has Jeff Burnton and Eugene Komareski, who's probably going to wreck Ken Schrader. Row 12 is Joe Brakecheck and Krusty Rotor. Hopefully they don't crash. Row 13 has the 2-time Florida 500 winner Michael Cartrip and Billy Oilchanger, who had a good season in 2002. Row 14 has Jeff Gorvette all the way back here with Casey Gears to his outside. Ruby Easy Oaks qualifies again with Ken Schrader to his outside. But in row 16 are 2 good racers, Dale Carrett and Rusty Wheelhouse. Row 17 has Ricky Slood. Oh! Johnny Blamer qualifies this week. But in row 18 is Travis Draftville and Misty Motocross. Claude Scruggs won't be complaining. Row 19 has Sterling Carlin and Bobby Carboni, who's had a terrible start to the season. In row 20 is Jamie McCarry and Kyle Busch-Tire, the rookie. In row 21, it's Dave Laney and Brian Vickers. And starting in 43rd is Jeremy Carfield. How are you back here? But these 4 cars, Floyd Mulvihill, Winfred Bradford Rutherford, Scott Windows, and Ponchi Wipeout failed to qualify. Sterling Carlin's out on the first lap because of Sammy Smelter. That's gross! Take a car wash! And Ryan Newcar would lead the first 22 laps before he'd lose the lead to Maury Clutchburn. And he'd lead only for 2 laps before Chuck Hicks would lead into lap 30, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him, but only for 2 laps, because he retakes the lead! Why is the mean green car leading laps? But Greg Beeple would take the lead from him by bumping him out of the way. Hooray! And Paul Ingus would take the lead from him, leading to lap 64, where Chuck Hicks is third as of that lap, where he wrecks Ryan Newcar, Lightning McQueen, Greg Beeple, the car that bumped him out of the way earlier in the race, Elliott Draftler, Carl Edwards, Bobby Carboni, Johnny Blamer, Rusty Wheelhouse, Kyle Busch-Tire, and Brian Vickers. Why? And Chex says this, saying that he got the rookies, but he's wrong. Maury Clutchburn would say this to Chex after he wrecked Johnny Blamer. And the King would take the lead all the way to lap 94, where Murray Clutchburn would retake the lead for just 8 laps before Chick Hicks would lead more laps. But Eugene Komareski is 30th as of lap 128, where he wrecks Ken Schrader. Well, of course he does. But he went airborne this time! And Casey Gears would lead for just 1 lap off of pit cycles. Chick Hicks would say this to Casey Gears, and now he's second, and Casey Gears is out because of the mean green car. Murray Clutchburn would take the lead, leading until lap 137, where the King would retake the lead from him and lead to lap 148, where he'd lose the lead to Dale Earnhardt Jr., who would lead until lap 159, where Chuck Armstrong would take... He's out! Why? And Kevin Shiftwright would be the car that takes the lead, leading until lap 180, where Casey Corner would take the lead from him right over the start-finish line, leading to lap 184, where he'd lose the lead to Tony Gasworth. Tony Gasworth would lead to lap 190, where Murray Clutchburn would lead for 9 laps before Chick Hicks would take the lead until lap 202. But then Dale Earnhardt Jr. is having a flashback. And in his flashback, Dale Earnhardt, his father, is saying something to him that Chick Hicks is a bad car in 1999. And Dale Earnhardt Jr. alongside Murray Clutchburn wrecked Chick Hicks! Hooray! And the Piston Cup fans seem to be happy about it too, congratulating Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Murray Clutchburn. After all of this, Kurt Busch would take the lead for 5 laps before he'd lose the lead to Ernie Gearson. Ernie Gearson would lead for 3 laps before the King would retake the lead, leading for 12 laps before Hollingus would take the lead for 2 laps. But then, Kevin Harvick would take the lead from him, leading all the way to lap 270. But on lap 253, Ruby Easy Oaks is out because of an engine failure. Kevin Shiftwright would take the lead from Kevin Harvick and lead to lap 274, where he'd lose the lead to Matt Kenseth, who leads for 1 lap. But then Dale Earnhardt Jr. takes the lead and leads for 1 lap. But then Sage Vanderspin would take the lead, also leading for 1 lap. But Murray Clutchburn would lead for more than 1 lap, leading for 9 laps before the King would take the lead from him, leading for 10 laps. But then Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him, leading until lap 304, where Murray Clutchburn retakes the lead, leading until lap 345, where Sage Vanderspin would take the lead for the final 5 laps to win the 2005 Benz Hot Sauce 350. This is Sage Vanderspin's very first win. And also, here is the top 20 in points. The King is taking the points lead, and Chick Hicks is out of the lead.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Hopefully, Chick Hicks will not regain the points lead, but you'll see if he does in the 6th race of the 2005 Piston Cup season. That video should be coming out soon enough.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Krusty Rotor's bad luck continues because he's sick! Why? And finally, a car other than Ryan Newcar will start at pole position. That car's Lightning McQueen. Ryan Newcar starts on his outside. The King and Mark Carton will start in row 2. Both have quite a few wins. In row 3, we have Kurt Busch and Tony Gasworth. But the next row, row 4, there's Casey Corner and Chuck Armstrong. Both of them finished second quite a lot. Row 5 is teammates Kevin Shiftwright and Rusty Wheelhouse. But in the next row, row 6, there's Billy Oilchanger, hoping not to be wrecked by Chick Hicks! And in row 7, there's the 2003 champion Matt Kenseth and Dale Earnhardt Jr. In row 8, there's Carl Edwards and Greg Beeple, teammates, starting in the same row again. Row 9 is Jeff Gorvette, the Florida 500 winner, and Sage Vanderspin, last week's winner. But in row 10, there's Floyd Bouvelhill, who's somehow here, and Hall Ingus, the 1992 champion. And in row 11, Kurt's younger brother Kyle Buschtire and Kevin Karvik. But row 12 has Eugene Karbareski and Ernie Gearson, who almost won the 1994 Piston Cup. Row 13 has Todd Marcus, he's back, and Maury Clutchburn, the 1989 champion. Row 14 has teammates Elliot Draftler and Dale Carrett. But row 15 has Jeremy Carfield and Joe Brakecheck. Joe Brakecheck's doing well this season. But Jeff Burnton and Michael Cartrip will start in row 16. And the next row, row 17, there's Bobby Carboni, who's had an awful start to the season, and Ricky Flood. And in row 18, there's Casey Gears and Misty Motocross. Claude Scruggs will not be complaining this race. And row 19 has teammates Sterling Carlin and Jamie McCarry. But in row 20, there's Brian Vickers and Ken Schrader. But the next row, row 21, has Dave Laney and Winford Bradford Rutherford. I didn't know he qualified, but in 43rd is Johnny Blamer, hoping not to get wrecked this race. And these 6 cars failed to qualify. But onto the race. Lightning McQueen, the lead for the first 82 laps. How does any car lead for 82 laps? But then Chuck Hicks is 15th as of that lap, where he wrecks Chuck Armstrong, Michael Cartrip, Joe Brakecheck, Johnny Blamer, and Bobby Carboni. And somehow, Jamie McCarry jumps over the wreck. How? But Tony Gassworth would take the lead, leading all the way to lap 109, where he'd lose the lead to Lightning McQueen. And Lightning McQueen leads to lap 122 before Greg Beeple leads more laps, leading to lap 135, where Ryan Newcar, the Rocket, would take the lead from him, but only for 9 laps because Todd Marcus is 3rd as of that lap! Why? And he wrecks Ryan Newcar, the leader, Billy Oil Changer, and Sage Vanderspin. Chuck Hicks would lead for 2 laps before the King would luckily take the lead away from him, leading all the way to lap 189. But Ken Schrader is 21st as of lap 172, where he wrecks Eugene Karbareski. Well, of course he does. And Greg Beeple would take the lead after the restart, leading until lap 195, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him. He would only lead for 3 laps before Chuck Hicks is 2nd as of that lap, where he wrecks Lightning McQueen. Oh, but he's only put down 1 lap. And the King takes the lead away from Chick Hicks. Hooray! But the mean green car, Chick Hicks, has something to say. And he's 2nd as of lap 199. But he's out! Hooray! He wrecked himself. But Jeff Burnton somehow jumped over all of it and led 1 lap. Winford Bradford Rutherford would go on to lead 7 laps. But then Todd Marcus would be 5th as of lap 205, where he wrecks Maury Clutchburn. Why? But Elliot Draftler would take the lead for 2 laps before the King would lead for 8 laps. But on lap 216, Lightning McQueen is back on lead lap. Hooray! And Casey Corner would take the lead until lap 230, where Kevin Shiftwright would take the lead from him, leading all the way to lap 248, where Kyle Buschtire would lead for just 2 laps before another rookie, Lightning McQueen, would lead for 11 laps before Kevin Shiftwright would take the lead until lap 268, where he'd lose the lead to Tony Gassworth. Tony Gassworth leading to lap 280, where Kevin Shiftwright retakes the lead, leading for 7 laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead from him, leading until lap 298, where Kevin Shiftwright would go on to lead the last 2 laps. Now, onto the commentary. Lightning McQueen and Kevin Shiftwright both looking for their second win, and Kevin Shiftwright will beat Lightning McQueen by 8 feet to get his second win at the 2005 Palm Mile 300. That means that Lightning McQueen only lost by 8 feet. And Kevin Shiftwright wins the 2005 Palm Mile 300. And here's the top 20 in points after the 6th race of 2005.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
No end quote other than the 7th race of the 2005 Piston Cup season will be coming out soon enough, because Chuck Hicks will get excited to wreck other cars.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Ryan Newcar will start at pole position again, and the King will start on his outside. Row 2 has Morik Clutchburn and Carl Edwards. Carl Edwards will be starting on the outside of row 2, but in row 3, there's Jamie McCarry starting 5th. Hopefully he doesn't get wrecked by Chuck Hicks! But row 4 has Greg Beeple and Ernie Gearson, teammates from Rush Racing. And row 5 has Lightning McQueen and Tony Gasworth, both of them hoping to get a win. Row 6 is Casey Corner and somehow Bobby Carboni, who qualifies 12th today. The car that qualifies 13th is Kevin Shiftwright, last week's winner, and Jeff Gorvette, the Florida 500 winner this year. And row 8, the car that won 2 weeks ago, Sage Vanderspin and Kurt Bushtire. In row 9 is Kevin Carvick and Mark Carton. Mark Carton will be starting 18th. In row 10, there's Jeremy Carfield and Misty Motocross. That means Claude Scruggs will not complain for the second week in a row. Row 11 has the 2000 Piston Cup champion Chuck Armstrong and the 2003 champion Matt Karzeth. Somehow, Winford Bradford Rutherford qualifies again with Krusty Rotor on his outside. Row 13 has Dale Earnhardt Jr., who came really close to winning the 2004 Piston Cup, and Hall Wingus to his outside. Row 14 has Rusty Wheelhouse and Ruby Easy Oaks. Both have won races before. Row 15 has Dale Carr and Jeff Burnton. Jeff Burnton's probably gonna jump over another car. Row 16 is Joe Brakecheck and Johnny Blamer, hoping not to wreck again. Row 17 has Kyle Bushtire, the rookie, and Casey Gears, who was a rookie 2 seasons ago. Row 18 has, oh no! Eugene Karbareski and Ken Schrader are starting in the same row again! Row 19, Brian Vickars and Michael Cartrip. Why are they all the way back here? But in row 20, there's Sterling Carlin and Ricky Flood, who've both raced for at least 10 years. Row 21 has Elliot Draftler and Todd Marcus. And starting in 43rd is Billy Oilchanger, who just barely beat Travis Draftel, who did not qualify alongside 7 other cars who did good in practice. Ryan Newcar would lead the first 5 laps of the race, but then the King would take the lead from him. The King would lead all the way to lap 23, where he'd lose the lead to Tony Gasworth. Tony Gasworth would lead until lap 54, where the King would go down 3 laps on lap 30. And Casey Gears would be out because of an engine failure. But Lightning McQueen would take the lead from Tony Gasworth, leading until lap 99, where he'd lose the lead to Hall Wingus, who would lead for 12 laps until Kevin Shiftwright would take the lead from him. He would lead until lap 143, where Eugene Karbareski would be 8th as of that lap, where he wrecks Ken Schrader. Well, of course he does. But he also wrecked Ryan Newcar, who goes airborne. Why? And Joe Brakecheck would take the lead on lap 144 and lead for 4 laps before Chuck Hicks is second as of that lap, where he wrecks Joe Brakecheck, the leader, Jamie McCarry, Krusty Rotor, Jeremy Carfield, Billy Oilchanger, and Johnny Blamer. And the King goes down another lap, Why? And Greg Beeple would once again take the lead, leading until lap 187, where his teammate Carl Edwards would take the lead from him off of pit cycles. But after Greg Beeple is done taking his pit stop, he takes the lead once again, and Lightning McQueen would take it from him on lap 206, leading for 10 laps before, Chuck Armstrong goes down 2 laps on lap 214, but Chuck Hicks is the car that takes the lead. But he's down a lap on lap 227. Hooray! Because he wrecked into Chuck Armstrong, who is out! But Chuck Hicks has this to say: why didn't he leave the track? And Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading until lap 254, where he'd lose the lead to the King. Actually, he doesn't lose the lead, but the King's back on the lead lap! Hooray! But Todd Marcus has to take the lead! Why? And he's first as of that lap. Well, he is, and he wrecks Michael Cartrip, Ruby Easy Oaks, and Ricky Slood. But luckily, Hollingus was there to take the lead away from Todd Marcus, leading to lap 297, where he's first as of lap 290, where he wrecks Todd Marcus! Good job, Hollingus. You wrecked Todd Marcus. And Chick Hicks is back on lead lap. Why? And Lightning McQueen would take the lead from Hollingus, leading to lap 344, where Greg Beeple would take the lead from him, leading for the next 44 laps after that, where Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him, leading to lap 410, where his rival, Matt Karzith, would take the lead for just 5 laps, but Ernie Gearson would somehow get flipped on lap 415. Lightning McQueen would take the lead after the restart, leading to lap 453, where Kurt Busch-Tire would take the lead from him for just 1 lap. But then, the King retakes the lead after being 4 laps down, leading to lap 461, where Jeff Gorvette would lead for just 7 laps before the King would lead the final 31 laps of the race. But before he wins, Mark Carton, Kurt Busch-Tire, Jeff Burnton, Elliot Draftler, Murray Clutchburn, Dale Cart, Sage Van Der Spin, and Brian Vickers would all go down 1 lap on lap 496. And as I said earlier, the King wins the 2005 by and large 500. And here is the top 20 in points, with the King maintaining his points lead, 110 points ahead of Tony Gasworth.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
The 8th race of the 2005 Piston Cup season will be coming out soon enough. And the King got his 198th win. But will he be able to get his 199th win? Vote in the comments. Will the King win another race?
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Sadly, Chuck Armstrong will not be participating in this race because 3 days ago, the CEO of Mood Springs died. Brian Vickers and Krusty Rotor are both out this race because of who? Todd Marcus! Why? And he'll be suspended for the race. Ryan Newcar would get his 6th pole this year, and Casey Corner would start on his outside. And in row 2, there's Tony Gasworth and Kurt Busch-Tire, both hoping to get another win. Row 3 has Elliot Draftler and the King. The King is hoping to get his 199th win. Row 4 has Kevin Carvick and Rusty Wheelhouse, hoping to get a win in his final season. Row 5 is Greg Beeple, who leads way too many laps, and Lightning McQueen, a rookie that's won a race this season. Row 6 is Carl Edwards, the winner of the 4th race of the year, and Hollingus, the 1992 champion. And we have Chick Hicks in row 7 alongside Mark Carton. Why are these two together? And row 8 has Jeremy Carfield and Sage Van Der Spin, the winner of the 5th race. And row 9 has Jamie McCarriad. Oh no! John Hicks! But row 10 has Dave Laney and Jeff Gorvette hoping to get another win. But row 11 has Travis Draftfield, who qualifies once again, and Sterling Carlin, who doesn't start in the back this race. Row 12 has Michael Cartrip starting further up the pack, and rookie Kyle Bushtire. Row 13 has Joe Breakcheck, who's won a total of once, and Matt Karzit, the 2003 champion. Row 14 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Casey Gears. Casey Gears hoping to get his first win. Row 15 has two cars that have won quite a few races, Ernie Gearson and Billy Oilchanger. Row 16 has Ricky Slood and 1989 champion Maury Clutchburn. Row 17 has Johnny Blamer qualifying once again, and also Winford Bradford Rutherford, who's surprisingly qualifying. Row 18 has Kevin Shiftwright and Eugene Karbareski, who isn't starting in the same row as his rival. Row 19 has Dale Carr, the car that started at pole position for the Florida 500, and Jeff Burnton. Row 20 has Bobby Cabani and Ken Schrader, who's starting further back. Or does he normally start this far back? Row 21 has two surprises, Aiken Axler and Ryan Shields. And starting in 43rd is Ward Burnton. The last race he qualified for was the 2004 Dynaco 400. And these 10 cars, including Misty Motocross, Banks, and Ruby Easy Oaks, who starts 52nd, failed to qualify. Claude Scruggs, of course, has something to say about Misty Motocross failing to qualify. James Clean Air also has something to say, but except it's about his own failure to qualify. Anyways, Ryan Newcar would lead the first lap, but then he'd lose the lead to Tony Gassworth, who would lead for 50 full laps, and Aiken Axler would be out on lap 23 because of an engine failure. But on pit cycles, Kevin Karvik would lead one lap, but Chickix would be 17th as of that lap, where he wrecks Jeff Gorvette, Hollingus, Ryan Shields, and Ward Burnton. Lightning McQueen would stay out of pit row and lead one lap. And the King would lead all the way to lap 91 after he takes the lead from Lightning McQueen. Casey Corner would take the lead from the King and lead all the way to lap 143, where John Hicks is 26th as of that lap, where he wrecks Dave Laney and Travis Draftville. Both are out for the season. Why? But John Hicks will be suspended for the rest of the season for causing two season-ending crashes. Kurt Bushtire would take the lead for 2 laps after the wreck, but then John's older brother, Chickix, has to be 6th as of that lap, where he wrecks Lightning McQueen, and he gets flipped. Why? But then Tony Gassworth would take the lead for 59 laps? How does any car lead for 59 laps? But then Casey Corner would take the lead from him, leading all the way to lap 220, where Tony Gassworth retakes the lead until lap 234, where his rival Matt Karzith would take the lead from him, but only for 2 laps, because Casey Corner would take the lead for 100 laps. How does any car lead for 100 laps? But Michael Cartrip would take the lead for just 1 lap before the mean green car, Chickix, is 2nd as of that lap, where he wrecks Michael Cartrip. Why is he out? But then Casey Corner would retake the lead once again, leading until lap 348, where the King would take the lead from him, leading for the final 2 laps. Casey Corner would only lose by 10 feet to the King, and the King would win the 2005 Vitalin 350. And here is the top 20 in points. The King increased his lead to 130 points.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
The 9th race of the 2005 Piston Cup season will be coming out soon enough. And with John Hicks suspended, that means he won't be wrecking other cars for the rest of the season. And have you noticed, Winford Bradford Rutherford regularly qualifying for races. Comment down below if you think he will finish in the top 40 this season. And also comment if you think that the King will get his 200th win.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Krusty Rotor's bad luck continues because his hauler crashed. And now he'll be out for 5 more races! James Clean Air has also announced his retirement. Lightning McQueen has also made a catchphrase for himself. And also, now into the starting grid. Ryan Newcar will start at pole position again with Tony Gasworth to his outside. Row 2 has Lightning McQueen and Chickens! Why? But in Row 3 are the two Bush Tire brothers, with the older brother Kurt starting on the inside and Kyle on the outside. Row 4 is Greg People and Maury Clutchburn, the 1989 champion. Now, Row 5 has the King and Mark Carton, two very nice cars. And Row 6, Chuck Armstrong is back with Kevin Carvick to his outside. I wonder what Kevin Carvick's going to do today. Row 7 has a rookie, Carl Edwards, and Rusty Wheelhouse, a car that will be retiring at the end of the season. Row 8 has Kevin Shiftwright and Dale Earnhardt Jr. I wonder if any of them are going to do anything. Row 9 has the 1992 champion, Hall Lingus, and Jeff Burnton, a car that jumps way too many times. Row 10 has Billy Oilchanger and Jeff Gorvette, the winner of the Florida 500 this year. Row 11 is Elliot Draftler, who's won 3 races, and James Clean Air, who qualifies and has won 5 races in the past. Row 12 has Winfred Bradford Rutherford qualifying once again, and Michael Cartrip. Sage Vanderspin will start on the inside of Row 13 with Ernie Gearson to his outside. Row 14 is teammates Casey Corner and Jeremy Carfield. I wonder if any of them are going to do anything. Row 15 has Matt Karzith and Brian Vickers, who is back because he's not injured. Eugene Kobareski will start on the inside of Row 17 with Bobby Cabani to his outside. Row 18 has teammates Casey Gears and Jamie McCarry. I wonder what Jamie McCarry is going to do. Row 19 has Ricky Sludd and 2-time Florida 500 winner Dale Carrett. Row 20 has Ken Schrader and Daryl Draggard? How's he here? Sterling Carlin will start on the inside of Row 21 with Ruby Easy Oaks to his outside. And starting in 43rd is Johnny Blamer. And here are 3 cars that failed to qualify: Misty Motocross, Scott Windows, and Floyd Movilhill. And since Misty Motocross was one of the cars that DNQ'd, Claude Scruggs, of course, had to say something. Now, onto the race. Ryan Newcar would lead for the first 10 laps before he'd lose the lead to Lightning McQueen. And Lightning McQueen lead for 7 laps before he'd lose the lead to the King. The King would lead all the way to lap 28 for a total of 11 laps before Chickens is 5th as of that lap, where he wrecks Kurt Busch Tire, Maury Clutchburn, Sage Vanderspin, Billy Oilchanger, and now they're out! Greg Beeple would take the lead after the restart, but he only lead for 2 laps before Chickens would take the lead from him, leading for 35 laps before Jeff Gorvette would take the lead from him, leading all the way to lap 93, where he'd lose the lead to Tony Gasworth. Tony Gasworth would lead for 5 laps before Joe Brakecheck would be out because of an engine failure. This results in Rusty Wheelhouse taking the lead for just 1 lap because Eugene Kobareski is 24th as of that lap, where he wrecks Todd Marcus, who won't be wrecking any other cars, Ken Schrader, well, of course he does, Michael Cartrip, and Johnny Blamer, who goes into the catch fence. Why? Lightning McQueen would take the lead after the restart, leading all the way to lap 144. We'd lose the lead to Ryan Newcar, who would only lead for just 1 lap before Hall Lingus would take the lead from him, leading for 3 laps before Chickens is 2nd as of that lap, and he does a pit maneuver on Hall Lingus, which means he's out! Kevin Shiftwright would take the lead after the restart, leading until lap 165, where he'd lose the lead to the King. The King would lead all the way to lap 180, where he'd lose the lead to Lightning McQueen, who would lead for 21 laps before he'd lose the lead to Matt Karzith. but he'd only lead 2 laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading for 30 laps before Carl Edwards, Matt Kenseth's teammate, would take the lead for 5 laps before Tony Gass would retake the lead until lap 43. But unfortunately, his teammate Bobby Carboni is out because of an engine failure. But Chuck Armstrong, who sat out last race, would take the lead for 1 lap before Greg Beeple would lead more laps, leading all the way to lap 287, where Casey Corner would take the lead from him. But he'd only lead for just half a lap before Chickx would lead for 9 laps. But then Jeff Gorvette would take the lead from him, leading all the way to lap 310, where the King would take the lead from him, leading for 7 laps. But Kyle Busch Tire would go down a lap, and so would Elliott Draftler, while the King was in the lead. But they'd go down a lap on different laps. Mark Carton would take the lead from the King, leading for 12 laps before Lightning McQueen would lead for 20 laps. But then Kevin Harvick would take the lead for 1 lap. But then Tony Gasswood would take the lead from him, leading all the way to lap 358. But then Ernie Gearson would make a 3-wide pass on Tony Gasswood and lead for the next 10 laps before Lightning McQueen would take the lead and lead all the way to the end of the race. And here's what Bob Cutlass had to say on commentary. Darrell, the rookie Lightning McQueen, is going to win his 2nd race by 1 whole mile over Tony Gasswort. This means that Lightning McQueen is the winner of the 2005 New York 400. And also, here's what Lightning McQueen had to say in Victory Lane. Now, here's the top 20 in points as of the 9th race of 2005. Because the King came 11th and Tony Gasswort came 2nd, the King's lead is cut to 90 points.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Yes, this race is where Lightning McQueen's iconic catchphrase, "Ka-chow," started. But anyways, the 10th race of the 2005 Piston Cup season will be coming out soon enough.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Todd Marcus skipped qualifying. Why? Now, onto the starting grid. Carl Edwards will start at pole position with Ryan Newcar finally not on the pole to his outside. Casey Corner will start on the inside of row 2 with Kyle Busch Tire to his outside. Row 3 is teammates Mark Carton and Ernie Gearson. I wonder if he'll do anything. But in row 4 is Greg Beeple, a car that leads too many laps, and Lightning McQueen, by far the best rookie this season. And row 5 has Dale Carr and the King, 2 cars that have won the Florida 500 many times. And row 6 has got Joe Brakecheck and Jeff Gorvette, now a 3-time Florida 500 winner. Row 7 has Jeremy Carfield and Kevin Harvick. Neither have won the Florida 500. But then we have row 8. Hopefully Jeff Burnton could jump over him. Row 9 has Matt Kenseth and Brian Vickers, who is back once more. Row 10 has 2 Piston Cup champions, Chuck Armstrong and Tony Gasswort. Row 11 has Bobby Carboni and Hall Ingus, the 1992 Piston Cup champion. But row 12 has Kevin Shiftwright, who is the son, grandson, and great-grandson of Piston Cup champions and Elliott Draftler. Row 13 is Ricky Slood and Johnny Blamer, hoping not to get wrecked. Now in row 14, there's Scott Windows and Sterling Carlin to his outside. Row 15 has Misty Motocross, guess Claude Scruggs won't be complaining, and Maury Clutchburn. Row 16 has Billy Oilchanger and Paunchy Wipeout, a car that's won a total of once. Row 17 has Casey Gears, who's won no races, and Ken Schrader that's just won 1. Row 18 has Kurt Busch Tire and Eugene Kobareski. Why is Kurt Busch Tire back here anyways? Row 19 has Sage Vanderspin and Winfred Bradford Rutherford, who qualifies yet again. Row 20 has Rusty Wheelhouse and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Row 21 has 2-time Florida 500 winner Michael Cartrip, and Denny Carlin, who makes his very first start. And in 43rd position is Jamie McCarry. These 5 cars failed to qualify. How come Jimmy Speed Car failed to qualify? Carl Edwards would lead for the first lap, but then he'd lose the lead to Ryan Newcar, who would lead all the way until lap 16, where Chuck Hicks would be 10th as of that lap, where he wrecks Kyle Bushtire, Hollingus, and Brian Vickers, who comes last yet again. Jeff Gorvette, his teammate, would take the lead on lap 17, leading to lap 20, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead on lap 21, leading for 10 laps before Ryan Newcar would take the lead from him, leading for only 2 laps before Jeff Gorvette would retake the lead once more. He'd lead for 10 laps before the rookie Denny Carlin, in his first race, would lead 1 lap, but sadly, his teammate Bobby Carboni's out on the same lap because of an engine failure. And Carl Edwards, the car that started at pole position, would lead for a full 50 laps before Jeff Gorvette would take the lead for 30 laps, but then Carl Edwards would retake the lead from him, leading until lap 132, where Lightning McQueen, another rookie, would take the lead from him, leading until lap 227. How does any car lead for 105 laps? But then Chicax is second as of that lap, where he wrecks Lightning McQueen. Why? But the King would take the lead on lap 228, lead for 2 laps, but then Greg Beeple would take the lead, leading for 40 laps before Billy Oilchanger would be out on lap 240 because of an engine failure. Casey Gears would take the lead from Greg Beeple, leading until lap 275, where his teammate Sterling Carlin would take the lead from him, leading for just 1 lap. But then Kevin Carvick would take the lead from him, leading for another 1 lap. But then Mark Carton would lead for more than 1 lap, leading until lap 289, where his teammate Greg Beeple would retake the lead, leading for 9 laps before Ernie Gearson, one of his other teammates, would take the lead for 6 laps, but then he'd lose the lead to Rusty Wheelhouse, who would take the lead all the way to lap 316, where Chicax would lead for 3 laps, but luckily, Rusty Wheelhouse would be second as of that lap, where he wrecks Chicax. Hooray! He's down a lap, but Johnny Blamer's down the lap. Why? But Rusty Wheelhouse tells Johnny Blamer this. Rusty actually cares about Johnny Blamer. But Matt Karzith would take the lead for 3 laps before Chicax is 37th as of lap 322, where he wrecks Moy Clutchburn. Why? And Johnny Blamer has this to say to the mean green car. Chicax gets back on lead lap, but Johnny Blamer also gets back on lead lap. Greg Beeple would take the lead on lap 324, leading all the way to lap 341, where Johnny Blamer passes him and leads for the last 9 laps. Now onto the commentary. Am I seeing this right, Daryl? Johnny Blamer wins the 2005 Homestead 350. This means that Johnny Blamer wins the 2005 Homestead 350. This is also only the 3rd race that Johnny Blamer successfully finished. Upon hearing this win, Carl Edwards, Mark Carton, Matt Karzith, Rusty Wheelhouse, Ernie Gearson, all of which helped Johnny Blamer win. Other racers like The King, Jeff Gorvette, Greg Beeple, Kevin Shiftwright, Tony Gasworth, Casey Corner, Ryan Newcar, Joe Brakecheck, Dale Carrett, Jeff Burnton, Chuck Armstrong, Kevin Carvick, Hollingus, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Lightning McQueen from the garage. Other racers that didn't even qualify like Brick Hicks, James Cleanair, and Krusty Rotor from the hospital. And also Bill Racelot from Casey Corner's pit stall. And some other retired racers like Craig Shiftwright, Clint Shiftwright, Larry Smith, Andrew Axler, WJ Lights, and even Slide Powers congratulated Johnny Blamer on his win. But most importantly, his friend Moray clutch burn. But Johnny Blamer was so overcome with emotion that he has no quote for me to put here. But not everyone was happy. Todd Marcus had something mean to say to Johnny Blamer. And for what he said, he'll be suspended for the next 2 races. And Chick X isn't happy about Johnny Blamer winning, but when is he happy when another car wins a race? Now here's the top 20 in points. Since Tony Gasworth only beat the King by 1 position, the King's lead is only cut to 87 points. And Holland gets out of the top 20 because he crashes too much.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
The 11th race of the 2005 Piston Cup season will be coming out soon enough, but not as soon as you think.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Elliott Draftler will start at pole position with Lightning McQueen to his outside. Rusty Wheelhouse will start on the inside of row 2 with Jeff Gorvette to his outside. Row 3 has the King in his last ever Bristol race and Moray Clutchburn to his outside. Row 4 has Ryan Newcar, who is not starting at pole position, and Jeremy Carfield to his outside. Row 5 has Casey Corner, the car that almost won the 8th race of 2005, and Greg Beeple. Row 6 has Tony Gasworth, the car that's second place in points right now, and Brian Vickars. Row 7 has Kevin Harvick and Chuck Armstrong, the 2002 Florida 500 champion. Row 8 has Sterling Carlin, who's somehow up here, and Terry Carboni, who qualifies somehow. Row 9 has Jamie McCarry and Ruby Easy Oaks, who qualifies once more. Row 10 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Ricky Sludd. Hopefully Ricky Sludd does something. Row 11 has Dale Carr and Mike Wheelhouse, who successfully qualifies. Row 12 is Kevin Shiftwright, a car that's won twice, and Jeff Burnton, a car that jumps a lot. Row 13 has teammates Matt Karzith and Kurt Buschtire. Row 14 has 2-time Florida 500 champion Michael Cartrip and the 1992 champion Hall Ingus. Row 15 has Ernie Gearson, a car that almost won the 1994 Piston Cup, and Ken Schrader, who's gotten the pole position for 3 Florida 500s. Row 16 is Casey Gears and Floyd Movelhill. Row 17 has Billy Oilchanger and Mark Carton, 2 cars that almost won the 2002 Piston Cup season. Row 18 has last week's winner, Johnny Blamer, and Winford Bradford Rutherford, who qualifies once more. Row 19 has Sage Vanderspin and Bobby Carboni, who is at the moment having a bad season. Row 20 has younger brother Kurt Buschtire, Kyle Buschtire, and Joe Brakecheck. Row 21 has Eugene Komareski and Carl Edwards, the winner of the Atlanta race this year. And Chick X starts in 43rd. These 4 cars failed to qualify. And since Missy Motocross is over here, guess what Claude Scruggs has to say? And Claude Scruggs attempts to wreck the mean green car Chick X. And since it was Chick X, he will not be suspended. Now on to the race. Elliott Draftler will lead for the first 35 laps of the race, but Casey Gears is out on lap 20 because he hit the wall. Rusty Wheelhouse would lead for the next 36 laps after that, but then Ken Schrader would be 35th as of lap 37, where he wrecks Eugene Komareski. Well, of course he does that. Michael Cartrip would surprisingly take the lead, leading until lap 90, where Chuck Hicks is 16th as of that lap, where he wrecks Moray Clutchburn. Why? And then Kevin Harvick would take the lead on lap 90 and lead for the next 10 laps, where Rusty Wheelhouse would take the lead from him. But Rusty Wheelhouse will only lead 2 laps because Lightning McQueen would take the lead off of pit cycles. And after Rusty Wheelhouse is done his pit stop, he'll retake the lead, leading until lap 144, where he'd lose the lead to the King. the King would lead until lap 150, where Kevin Harvick would retake the lead from him, leading for 26 laps before Greg Beeple would only lead 1 lap. But then, the King would retake the lead, leading for 3 laps. But then, Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him, leading all the way to lap 197, where Rusty Wheelhouse would take the lead for 75 laps! How does any car lead for that long? But Matt Kenseth would take the lead on lap 272, leading to lap 300, where his teammate Greg Beeple would take the lead from him, leading all the way to lap 314, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead from him, but he only lead 1 lap because of pit cycles. Greg Beeple, after his pit stop, would retake the lead for exactly 50 laps, but then Jeff Gorvette would take the lead from him, leading until lap 397, but Chicax has to interrupt the green flag run that's been going for 300 laps plus, and he wrecks Johnny Blamer, Joe Brakecheck, Mike Wheelhouse, Kurt Bushtire, Jeff Burnton, Sage Vanderspin, Winford Bradford Rutherford, Ruby Easy Oaks, and Billy Oil Changer. Why? And then the King would take the lead on lap 398, also taking the checkered flag. Now into the commentary. On the high side, the King will take the lead from Chick-Hicks and win his 200th race. And here's what Daryl Kartrup has to say. After 35 years, the King Strip Weathers wins his 200th race. I've had to race him hard to stop him from winning 100. But he's doubled that in under 25 years. All of this means the King wins his 200th race, the 2005 Clutchy Cosin 400. And here is the top 10 of the race. And here is the top 20 in points. With the King winning, he strengthens his lead to 107 points. And I provided some extra information too.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
History was made in the 2005 Clutchy Cosin 400, with the King winning his 200th race. And also, second place in the all-time wins list is the Hudson Hornet, with 88 wins. And the 12th race of the 2005 Piston Cup season will be coming out soon enough. And hopefully, Manny Flywheel can qualify to wreck Chick-Hicks!
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Ryan Newcar starts at pole position again! And Jeff Gorvette will start on his outside. Matt Kenseth will start on the inside of row 2 with Casey Corner to his outside. Row 3 has the rookies, Lightning McQueen and Kyle Bushtire. But in row 4 are 2 cars that are very good at winning the Florida 500, Dale Carrett and the King Strip Weathers. Row 5 has Tony Gasworth and Elliott Draftler, who started at pole position last race. Row 6 has Chuck Armstrong, the 2000 Piston Cup champion, and Carl Edwards. Row 7 has Mark Carton and Brian Vickers. I wonder what he's gonna do. Row 8 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Jamie McCarry, who has won DNQ this season. Row 9 has Billy Oil Changer and oh no! Chick-Hicks! Row 10 has the 1989 champion, Morey Clutchburn, and Rusty Wheelhouse to his outside. Ken Schrader will start on the inside of row 11, hoping to wreck Eugene Carbareski, and Ricky Slood to his outside. Row 12 has Michael Kartrup and Casey Gears, who's trying to get his first win. Row 13 has Robbie Gorvette, who qualifies today, and Ernie Gearson to his outside. Row 14 has Hall Ingus, the 1992 champion, and Misty Motocross. Claude Scruggs won't be complaining. Row 15 has Greg Beeple and Martin Carrix Jr., who makes his second start this race. Row 16 has Johnny Blamer, hoping not to get wrecked, and Sage Vanderspin, who's outside. Row 17 has Kevin Carvick and Bobby Carboni. Trying to start it out from the back. And also, row 18 has Kurt Busch-Tire and Jeremy Carfield, hoping not to get wrecked. Row 19 has Kevin Shiftwright and Joe Brakecheck. I wonder what they're going to do. Row 20 has Eugene Komareski, hoping to wreck Ken Schrader, and Jeff Burnton, hoping to jump from the outside. Row 21 has Sterling Carlin and Manny Flywheel, hopefully he wrecks Chick Hicks. And row 22, in 43rd, is Winford Bradford Rutherford. And these 9 cars failed to qualify. I don't see why they didn't qualify, but Winford did. And since Donald Morphy failed to qualify, Bobby Carboni will be sponsored by FedEx for this race. Ryan Newcar would lead for the first 9 laps of the race, leading until Jeff Gorvette would take the lead from him on lap 9, leading to lap 16, where his teammate Kyle Busch-Tire would take the lead from him, leading until lap 59, but Robbie Gorvette has to be 16th as of lap 26, where he wrecks Kurt Busch-Tire. Why? And also, don't say that word! And also, Lightning McQueen would take the lead for only 2 laps, and then Michael Cartrip would take the lead from him, only leading for 2.5 laps. And then Casey Gears would only lead for 1 lap. The King would lead for a longer period of time, leading for 3 laps. And Martin Carrix Jr. would take the lead for 2 laps before Jeff Gorvette would take the lead from him, leading into lap 94, where Casey Corner would take the lead from him, leading for just 2 laps before Kyle Busch-Tire would retake the lead, leading all the way to lap 107, where Chick Hicks would be 9th on that lap, where he wrecks Billy Oil Changer and Johnny Blamer. Why? And Lightning McQueen would take the lead on lap 108, leading to lap 115, where Brian Vickers would take the lead from him, leading for just 1 lap before Ken Schrader would lead all the way to lap 122. But Eugene Komareski is 2nd as of that lap, where he wrecks Ken Schrader. Well, of course he does. And Eugene Komareski would take the lead for himself, leading until lap 140, where Hollingus would take the lead from him, leading for 12 laps before Brian Vickers would retake the lead, leading until lap 193, where Ryan Newcar would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 227, where Jeff Gorvette would once again take the lead, leading until lap 234, where Rusty Wheelhouse would take the lead from him, leading until lap 249, but Chick Hicks is 11th as of lap 245, where he wrecks Michael Cartrip, Matt Karzith, Eugene Komareski, and Sterling Carlin. But Murray Clutchburn would take the lead until lap 261, where Elliot Draftler would take the lead from him, leading for 5 laps before Jeff Gorvette would retake the lead, leading for 11 laps before Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him, leading until lap 290, where Casey Corner would take the lead for 10 laps. But luckily, Manny Flywheel is 16th as of lap 300, where he wrecks Chick Hicks! But he's only down 2 laps and not out. Lightning McQueen would take the lead for 54 laps? How does any car lead for 54 laps? But Ricky Slood would be out on lap 305 because of an engine failure. Carl Edwards would take the lead away from Lightning McQueen, but he'd only lead for 2 laps. But Bobby Carboni would take the lead for 2 laps. But Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading for 10 laps. But oh no! The Mean Green car is back on the lead lap! Joe Brakecheck would take the lead on lap 377, leading into lap 391, where Chick Hicks would be 12th as of that lap, where he wrecks Robbie Gorvette, Mark Carton, Sage Vanderspin, Jeff Gorvette, Brian Vickers, Ernie Gearson, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Casey Gears. Why? But Bobby Carboni would take the lead on lap 392 and lead to turn 3 of lap 400 where he took the checkered flag. Lightning McQueen would pass him on turn 4, but Chickx bumps him into the wall. Why? And that means that Chickx would lead for the rest of the race. Bobby Carboni would only lose by 4 feet to Chickx, who wins the 2005 Mood Springs 400. Despite being bumped into the wall, Lightning McQueen still came 3rd, and Jeremy Carfield finished 5th. And here is the top 20 in points, with Tony Gaswood having a bad finish and Chickx winning. The Kings' lead is cut to 81 points.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Manny Flywheel did not do enough with wrecking Chickx. Hopefully, Chickx does not win the 13th race of 2005, and that video will be coming out soon enough.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Michael Cartrip will start at pole position with Kurt Bushtire to his outside. Row 2 has Brian Vickers and Jamie McCarry. How are they starting all the way up in row 2? Row 3 has the King and Jeremy Carfield to his outside. But in row 4 is Bobby Carboni, last week's runner-up, and Kevin Carvick. Row 5 has Kevin Shiftwright hoping to lead some laps, and Matt Karseth, the 2003 champion, to his outside. Scott Windows will somehow start in the inside of row 6, with Rusty Wheelhouse to his outside. Row 7 has Mark Carton and Sterling Carlin. 2 cars that could have won the 2002 Piston Cup if things went differently. Row 8 has Casey Corner and 2-time Florida 500 champion Dale Carrick. Row 9 has Ryan Newcar, who is not starting at pole position, and Joe Breaktook to his outside. Row 10 has Ken Schrader and Casey Gears, both hoping not to get wrecked. Starting all the way back at row 11 is rookie sensation Lightning McQueen and Jeff Burnton to his outside. Row 12 is Greg Beeple and Murray Clutchburn, both hoping to win this race. Row 13 has Elliot Draftler and Tony Gasworth, 2 cars that have won before. Row 14 has Billy Oilchanger and Chuck Armstrong, the 2002 Florida 500 champion. Row 15 has Carl Edwards and Ruby Easy Oaks, who qualifies once more. Row 16 is Jeff Gorvette, 3-time Florida 500 champion, and Misty Motocross. Claude Scruggs won't complain. Row 17 has Ricky Slood and Dale Earnhardt Jr., the 2004 Florida 500 champion. The 1992 champion, Hall Ingus and Eugene Karbareski will start in row 18. Row 19 has Winford Bradford Rutherford and Sage Vanderspen. Why are they always starting at the back? Row 20 has Kyle Bushtire and oh no! Chickx! Row 21 has Johnny Blamer and Ernie Gearson starting from 42nd. The car starting in 43rd is Todd Marcus. Why? But instead, James Clean Air has to DNQ alongside these other 5 cars. Michael Cartrip will somehow lead the first 29 laps of the race, but Chickx! Last week's winner is 40th as of lap 20, where he wrecks Sage Vanderspin and Johnny Blamer. Why? Lightning McQueen would take the lead on lap 29, leading to lap 70, where the mean green car Chickx would be 17th as of lap 43, where he wrecks Ernie Gearson and Ruby Easy Oaks. Why? Brian Vickers would take the lead until lap 105, where he'd lose the lead to Carl Edwards. He'd lead for 11 laps before Brian Vickers retakes the lead for 1 lap before Ken Schrader would take the lead from him, leading on lap 118. But Eugene Kovareski has to be second as of that lap, where he wrecks Ken Schrader. Well, of course he does. Eugene Komareski would take the lead on lap 119, leading to lap 140, where Carl Edwards would take the lead from him, leading all the way to lap 147, where Brian Vickers would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 171, but Todd Marcus has to be 12th as of lap 160, where he wrecks Ryan Newcar, who goes airborne, Billy Oil Changer, and Casey Gears. On lap 170, Scott Windows would be suspended for taking illegal fuel. Carl Edwards would retake the lead on lap 171, keeping the lead until lap 184, where his teammate Kurt Busch-Tire would take the lead from him for 2 laps. But Carl Edwards would retake the lead from Kurt Busch-Tire and lead to lap 204, where Winford Bradford Rutherford would take the lead from him, leading for 3 laps before Greg Beeple would take the lead from him, leading until lap 213, where the King would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 3 laps before the rookie sensation Lightning McQueen would retake the lead from him, leading until lap 233, where Winford Bradford Rutherford would take the lead from him, leading until lap 249, but Greg Beeple would retake the lead, leading until lap 258, where Hall Ingus would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 269 for a total of 11 laps before Kevin Shiftwright would take the lead from him, leading until lap 298. But Todd Marcus has to be second as of lap 298, where he wrecks the leader, Kevin Shiftwright. Why? But Hall Ingus would luckily take the lead, leading until lap 303. But he gets bumped into the wall by Chex, who would take the lead until lap 321. Luckily, Carl Edwards would take the lead on lap 321, taking it from the mean green car. But oh no! He's 4th as of that lap, where he wrecks Bobby Carboni, Casey Corner, Ricky Slood, Tony Gasworth, Greg Beeple, Todd Marcus, Matt Korziff, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Why? But Hall Ingus would take the lead until lap 365, where he'd lose it to the rookie Kyle Busch-Tire, who would lead for just 2 laps, but Joe Brakecheck would take the lead from him, leading until lap 375, where Lightning McQueen, another rookie, would take the lead from him, leading until lap 381, where Hall Ingus would take the lead from him, leading for 3 laps, before Winford Bradford Rutherford would take the lead for 10 laps, but unluckily, the mean green car Chex would lead every other lap in the race, which means that he wins the 2005 Pocono 400. Why? And here is the top 10 of the race, with Winford Bradford Rutherford getting a top 5 finish. And here is the top 20 in points, with the King's lead being cut to 31 points.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
The reason that the King's lead was cut to 31 points is because he finished 11th and Chex won the race, since Chex got 50 more points than the King did. But anyways, the 14th race of the 2005 Piston Cup season will be out soon enough.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Starting at pole position is Kevin Carvick with Jeff Gorvette to his outside. Row 2 has Elliot Draftler and oh no! Chex! Row 3 has Ryan Newcar, who is not starting at pole position, and Lightning McQueen to his outside. Row 4 has Ricky Slood and the King, going for win number 201. Row 5 is Kevin Shiftwright and Kurt Busch-Tire, both hoping to get their next win this race. Row 6 has Tony Gasworth and Eugene Komareski, who somehow starts this far up. Row 7 has Jamie McCarry, who did some jumping in practice, and Dale Carrett, a 2-time Florida 500 champion. Row 8 has Bobby Carboni, a 12-time winner, and Mark Carton to his outside. Row 9 has Ernie Gearson and Hall Ingus, the 1992 Piston Cup champion. Row 10 has Casey Corner and Rusty Wheelhouse, hoping to get his 23rd win. Row 11 has Carl Edwards hoping to get his 2nd win, and Jeremy Carfield hoping to get his 4th win. Row 12 has Matt Karzeth on the inside, and Joe Brakecheck hoping to get his 2nd win to his outside. Row 13 has teammates Sterling Carlin and Casey Gears. I wonder if any of them can get a win. Row 14 is Greg Beeple and Krusty Roeder! He's back! Row 15 has 2 one-time champions, Murray Clutchburn and Chuck Armstrong. Row 16 has Jeff Burnton and Martin Carrix Jr., making his 3rd start this season. Row 17 has Winford Bradford Rutherford and Todd Marcus. Todd Marcus is hoping to get his 1st win. Row 18 has Kyle Busch-Tire the rookie and Dale Earnhardt Jr., a car that did well last season. Row 19 has Brian Vickers and Michael Cartrip, a 4-time winner in the Piston Cup. Row 20 is Johnny Blamer, hoping not to crash, and Sage Vanderspin, hoping to get his 2nd win. Paunchy Wipeout makes his 2nd start this season with Ken Schrader to his outside. And starting in 43rd is Kajimo Mikino, who somehow qualifies ahead of James Cleanair. These 10 cars came close to qualifying, but failed. Since you saw Misty Motocross, Claude Scruggs has something to say as usual. Kevin Carvick would fail to keep the lead for a single lap, so Jeff Gorvette leads the first 20 laps. Winford Bradford Rutherford would take the lead from him, leading for only 2 laps before Jeff Gorvette would retake the lead, leading until lap 36, where he'd lose the lead to Tony Gaswood. Tony Gaswood would only lead for 2 laps before Greg Beeple would lead some more laps, leading for 2 laps. But then, Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him, leading all the way to lap 68, where Kevin Carvick, the car that started on the pole, would take the lead, leading until lap 71, where the King would take the lead from him. He'd lead for only 3 laps before Kevin Carvick would retake the lead, leading for 4 laps before Ryan Newcar, the Rocket, would take the lead, leading until lap 83, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 2 laps before Kevin Carvick would retake the lead, leading for another 4 laps. But Dale Earnhardt Jr., coming from the back of the field, would go on to lead 3 laps before Jeff Gorvette would retake the lead, leading until lap 102 for a total of 11 laps before Joe Brakecheck would take the lead from him, leading for only 1 lap before Winford Bradford Rutherford would take the lead for 3 laps. But, oh no! Todd Marcus is 21st as of lap 106, where he wrecks Paunchy Wipeout and Sage Vanderspin. Wait, what? Chickax is 6th as of the same lap, where he wrecks Lightning McQueen, Ryan Newcar, who goes airborne, Johnny Blamer, Krusty Roeder, Brian Vickers, Ernie Gearson, and Kyle Busch-Tire. Why? But the King would take the lead for 1 lap after the cautions, but then Kevin Carvick would retake the lead, leading for another 1 lap. But then Jeff Gorvette would take the lead, leading for 1 lap! And then Elliott Drafter will take the lead, leading for another 1 lap! And then Hall Ingus would take the lead, leading for another singular lap! And then Elliott Drafter retakes the lead for 1 lap! How are the cars only leading for 1 lap? And Murray Clutchburn would take the lead, leading for another singular lap! And then Elliott Drafter retakes the lead, leading for another 1 lap! But then Hall Ingus would lead another singular lap! How are these cars only leading 1 lap? And Elliott Drafter does the same thing, leading on lap 116. Greg Beeple only leads for 1 lap! How is this happening? But luckily, Mark Carton would lead for more than 1 lap! Hooray! But on lap 120, he'd lose the lead to Jeff Gorvette, who leads for 3 laps. But then Elliott Drafter would retake the lead for more than 1 lap! But then Eugene Karbareski would take the lead on lap 125, leading to lap 142, where Ken Schrader is 2nd as of that lap, where he wrecks Eugene Karbareski! Well, of course he does. Jeff Gorvette would retake the lead again, leading to lap 166, where Bobby Cabani would take the lead for 1 lap. And Jeff Gorvette retakes the lead and leads for more than 1 lap. Hooray! Chuck Armstrong would be out on lap 170 because of an engine failure. And Bobby Carboni would be out 4 laps later because of another engine failure. And Michael Cartrip would take the lead for 3 laps. Jeff Gorvette would retake the lead, leading for a full 15 laps before he'd lose the lead to Winford Bradford Rutherford, who'd lead for 18 laps. And Murray Clutchburn would lead for 10 laps, where Winford Bradford Rutherford would go down 1 lap. And hooray! Rusty Wheelhouse bumped Chick-X into the wall on lap 226. On lap 229, Jeff Gorvette would take the lead. Meanwhile, while Jeff Gorvette was in the lead, Sterling Carlin and Mark Carton would both go down 1 lap on lap 231. And 1 lap later, Carl Edwards would also go down a lap. Oh no! Chick-X takes the lead for 1 lap. But Hollingus would bump him into the wall and he'd go on to lead 30 laps before Kevin Shiftwright would take the lead from him, leading until lap 286, where Greg Beeple would take the lead from him, leading all the way to lap 332, where he'd lose the lead to Jeff Gorvette. Jeff Gorvette would lead for 7 laps before the King would take the lead from him, leading until lap 361, where Todd Marcus and Martin Carx Jr. both wreck each other out. I don't get it. After the restart, Greg Beeple would take the lead, leading until lap 380, where Murray Clutchburn would take the lead from him, leading for the next 14 laps, before Hollingus would take the lead for the next 5. But Murray Clutchburn will take the checkered flag, leading for the first 4 turns of lap 400. But Hollingus would take the lead on the front stretch, and he'd beat Murray Clutchburn by 5 feet, which means that Hollingus is the winner of the 2005 N2O Cola 400. And this is the top 10 of the race. How did Kajimo Mikino finish in the top 10? And here is the top 20 in points. The King boosts his lead to 42 points.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
It's amazing that Kajimo Mikino got his first top 10, and for a full 10 laps, cars were only leading 1 lap. This race was a pretty interesting one in my opinion. And stay tuned for the 15th race of 2005, which will be coming out soon enough.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Starting at pole position is Ryan Newcar, as usual, with the King to his outside. Row 2 has Tony Gasworth and Casey Corner, still looking for his first Piston Cup win. Row 3 has Jeremy Carfield, Casey Corner's teammate, and Bobby Carboni, hoping to break his winless streak. Row 4 has teammates Brian Vickers and Jeff Gorvette, 3-time Florida 500 champion. Row 5 has Casey Gears and oh no! Chick-X! Row 6 has Joe Brakecheck and Rusty Wheelhouse, who used to wreck cars, but not anymore. Row 7 has Kurt Bushtire and Dale Carrett, 2-time Florida 500 winner. Row 8 has Mark Carton and Lightning McQueen, a rookie looking for yet another win. Row 9 has Kyle Bushtire and Elliot Draftler, who is looking for his 4th win. Row 10 has Billy Oilchanger and Kevin Shiftwright. Kevin Shiftwright looking for another win as well. Row 11 has Matt Karzith, the 2003 Piston Cup champion, and Murray Clutchburn, the 1989 champion. Row 12 has Carl Edwards, who's won 1 race, and Jamie McCarry, who's won none. Row 13 has Greg Beeple, who leads a lot of laps, and Hollingus, who's also been leading a lot of laps. Row 14 has Ernie Gearson and Kevin Carvick, the car that started at pole position last race. Row 15 has Michael Cartrip and Chuck Armstrong, the 2002 Florida 500 champion. Row 6 has, Scott Rims and Sage Vanderspin, looking for his 2nd win. Row 17 has Jeff Burnton and Ricky Slood, both looking for their next win. Row 18 has Johnny Blamer hoping not to crash, and Misty Motocross, which means that Claude Scruggs won't be complaining. But Todd Marcus will start on the inside of row 19 with Ken Schrader to his outside. Row 20 has Winford Bradford Rutherford and Sterling Carlin. I don't know what to say here. Row 21 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. starting all the way back at 41st, and Eugene Karbareski. And starting in 43rd is Krusty Roeder, who just narrowly beat Ruby Easy Oaks to qualify for this race. And these other 6 cars also failed to qualify. Ryan Newcar would lead the first lap, but then he'd lose the lead to the King, who would lead all the way to lap 7. But Tony Gaswood would take the lead from him, leading all the way to lap 39, where Greg Beeple would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 1.5 laps before Ryan Newcar would take the lead from him. He'd lead a whole 3 laps before Kurt Busch would take the lead from him, leading to lap 49, where his teammate Mark Carton would take the lead from him for 10 laps. Ken Schrader is 30th as of lap 50, where he wrecks Eugene Karbareski! Well, of course he does that. Kurt Busch will take the lead on lap 59, leading until lap 65, where Tony Gaswood would once again take the lead, leading up to lap 87, where Greg Beeple, Kurt's teammate, would take the lead until lap 91, where Todd Marcus would be 25th, where he wrecks Krusty Roeder, and he gets flipped! Why? But Lightning McQueen would take the lead after the restart, where he'd only lead 1 lap. Same with Michael Cartrip, who leads the next lap, lap 93. Joe Brakecheck would lead another singular lap, but Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading for 2 laps. Sage Vanderspin would take the lead from him, leading for a full 5 laps before Tony Gaswood would retake the lead, leading for 28 laps before Greg Beeple would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 137, where the King would take the lead from him. He'd lead for a full 20 laps before, hooray! Chickix hit the wall, which gave the perfect opportunity for Jamie McCarry to take the lead. He'd lead his very first lap before Tony Gaswood would take the lead from him, leading all the way to lap 170, where why does the mean green car have to be 19th as of that lap, where he wrecks Sterling Carlin and Brian Vickers? Why? But Greg Beeple would take the lead after the restart, where he'd lead for 144 laps? How does any car lead for that long? Luckily, Lightning McQueen would take the lead for only 5 laps, and then Michael Cartrip would take the lead for 4 laps. But then, Kevin Shiftwright would do a bump and run on Michael Cartrip, taking the lead in the process. And Michael Cartrip has something to say about that, a complaint. And Craig Shiftwright, Kevin's grandfather, had something to say about that. But on lap 331, Tony Gaswood would take the lead. And Sammy Smelter! That's super gross! Why did you do that? And also, Daryl Draggard, Kenny Wheelhouse, Jimmy Speedcar, and Johnny Spinner are now out for 4 races due to the stench. And Sammy Smelter will be suspended for 16 races because of what he did. Hollingus would take the lead on lap 338. 1 lap later, Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him, leading until lap 358, where Greg Beeple would retake the lead, leading for 11 laps before Johnny Blamer would luckily lead 1 lap. But, oh no! The mean green car Chickix has to wreck him! And now Johnny Blamer is out! Jeremy Carfield would take the lead after the restart, leading for 4 laps before Greg Beeple would lead the last 25 laps of the race to win the 2005 Michigan 400. And here is the top 10 of the race, with the King getting yet another top 10, and Sage Vanderspin getting his first since his win. And I forgot to mention, this is Greg Beeple's 2nd career win. And here is the top 20 in points, with the Kings' lead being cut to 22 points.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
The 16th race of 2005 will be coming out soon enough, and I hope X doesn't win the race.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Sterling Carlin is now out for the season because of a crash with Todd Marcus, who is also out this race because, well, he also crashed. Now onto the race. Lightning McQueen will start at pole position with Ryan Newcar to his outside. Row 2 has Casey Gears and Matt Karzith to his outside. These two cars don't usually qualify well. Brian Vickars will start on the inside of row 3 with Greg People, last week's winner, to his outside. Row 4 has 7-time champion The King Strip Weathers and Dale Carrett to his outside. Row 5 has Kevin Carvick and oh no! Chickx! Row 6 has Kevin Shiftwright and Hollingus, the winner of the 14th race this season. Row 7 has Tony Gasworth and Jeff Corvette to his outside, looking for yet another win. Row 8 has Joe Brickchick and oh no! Kyle Traxon! Row 9 has Chuck Armstrong, the 2000 Piston Cup champion, and Casey Corner to his outside. Row 10 has Kurt Bushtire and his teammate Mark Carton, who finishes second place quite a lot. One of their other teammates, Carl Edwards, will start on the inside of row 11 with Jeremy Carfield to his outside. Row 12 has Elliot Draftler and Kyle Bushtire to his outside, both looking for a win. Row 13 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Bobby Carboni, two cars that have numerous wins. Row 14 has 4-time winner Michael Cartrip and 2-time winner Ricky Slood. Row 15 has Ernie Gearson, who almost won the 1994 Piston Cup, and Moray Clutchburn to his outside. Row 16 has Eugene Kobareski and Krusty Roeder, who successfully qualified again. Row 17 has Jeff Burnton and Rusty Wheelhouse to his outside. Row 18 has Johnny Blamer, hoping not to crash, and Jamie McCarry, hoping to do something. Row 19 has Billy Oilchanger and Sage Vanderspin, hoping to get another win. Row 20 has Winford Bradford Rutherford and oh, it's James Cleanair! He successfully qualifies. Row 21 has Ken Schrader and Brush Kerber, hoping to do something. And starting in 43rd is Davey Apex, who has once won from this position. And all of these cars failed to qualify. Since you saw Misty Motocross, Claude Scruggs has something to say to Davey Apex. But Davey Apex refuses to sit out the race. Lightning McQueen will lead the first lap, but Ryan Newcar would take the lead from him, leading until lap 9, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading for 20 laps before Greg People would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 2 laps before, oh no! Chickx is 18th as of lap 31, where he wrecks Johnny Blamer, Casey Corner, Krusty Roeder, and most importantly, his rival Kyle Traxon, who's out for the season! Matt Karzith would take the lead after the restart, but then lose the lead to his teammate, Greg People, who would lead for 30 laps before the King would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 3 laps before Matt Karzith would take the lead from him, leading until lap 82, where Ken Schrader would take the lead from him. He'd lead for only 1 lap before Eugene Kobareski would be second place as of that lap, where he wrecks Ken Schrader. Well, of course he does that. Jeff Corvette goes down 1 lap on lap 82. Matt Karzith, who's in the lead, he'd lead until lap 119, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 1 lap before Chuck Armstrong would take the lead from him. leading for 2 laps, and Jeff Corvette's now 2 laps down! And Matt Kenseth would lead all the way on lap 165, where Murray Clutchburn would take the lead from him, leading until lap 166, where Jeff Corvette goes down another lap. Now he's 3 laps down. Matt Kenseth would lead for 80 laps! How does any car lead for 80 laps in a row? His teammate Carl Edwards would be out because he hit the wall. Oh no! The mean green car kicks is 12th as of lap 201, where he wrecks Hollingus, Casey Gears, Chuck Armstrong, Michael Cartrip, Elliot Draftler, Ernie Gearson, and Jeff Corvette, who is 5 laps down at the time. Kevin Shiftwright would take the lead from Matt Kenseth, and he'd lead for 10 laps before Billy Oilchanger would take the lead from him. He'd only lead 1 lap before James Clean Air would take the lead with applause from the fans. But on lap 273, Rusty Wheelhouse would be 7th as of that lap, where he wrecks Chick Hicks. Hooray! Rusty Wheelhouse wrecked the mean green car. And Rusty Wheelhouse told Corey Turbowitz of RSN this: Jeff Burton would jump over the wreck? How? The King would take the lead after the restart with even more applause from the fans. Rusty Wheelhouse would take the lead with even more applause for wrecking the mean green car. And Jeff Burton would take the lead for 2 laps, but on lap 285, he'd lose the lead to Lightning McQueen, who would lead all the way to lap 299, where Eugene Karbareski would take the lead from him. Right! But on lap 303, Tony Gasworth would be 2nd, where he wrecks Eugene Karbareski! Neither good job or boo to Tony Gasworth. Anyways, Tony Gasworth would tell RSN this. And then questions were raised when Davey Apex took the lead. But on lap 309, he lost it to Matt Kenseth, who would lead for 30 laps. But then Dale Earnhardt Jr. would take the lead from him, leading until lap 348, where the King would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 2 laps before James Clean Air would retake the lead, leading until lap 357, where Kevin Shiftwright would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 12 laps before Matt Kenseth would retake the lead for 1 lap. But unfortunately, Brush Kerber has an engine failure on lap 370, which means he's ouch! But Lightning McQueen would take the lead after the restart, leading until lap 378, where Dale Earnhardt Jr. would take the lead from him, leading until lap 384, where Murray Clutchburn would take the lead. He'd lead until lap 390, where Dale Earnhardt Jr. would pass him and lead for the last 10 laps of the race, which means that he wins the 2005 Mario Andretti 400. And here is the top 10 of the race, with Murray Clutchburn finishing 5th and James Clean Air finishing 9th. And here is the top 20 in points.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
This race was just bad for Jeff Corvette. What got even worse was that he got into a tire fight with Kevin Shiftwright after the race. And Davey Apex finished 16th in the 2005 Mario Andretti 400. Next race, the 17th race of 2005, will be coming out soon enough.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Jeremy Carfield will start at pole position with Sage Vanderspin to his outside. Row 2 has Hall Ingus with the King Strip Weathers to his outside, the 7-time Piston Cup champion. Row 3 has Maury Clutchburn and Tony Gasworth, both one-time champions of the Piston Cup. Row 4 has Jeff Corvette and Kevin Shiftwright, who had a tire fight after last race. Row 5 has Lightning McQueen and Greg Beeple. But in row 6 are both Bush Tire brothers, Kurt and Kyle, with Kurt on the inside and Kyle on the outside. Row 7 has Ricky Sludd and Carl Edwards to his outside, looking for a second win. Row 8 has, oh no! The Mean Green Car Chickx! And Casey Corner, looking for his first win. Row 9 has Billy Oil Changer and Rusty Wheelhouse to his outside. But in row 10 is Ernie Gearson and Dale Earnhardt Jr., last week's winner. Row 11 has Floyd Movilhill, who qualifies for the third time this season, and Mark Carton, looking for another win. Row 12 has Johnny Blamer and Elliot Draftler, both hoping not to get wrecked. Row 13 has Kevin Carvick and Michael Cartrip, looking for his 5th career win. Row 14 has Joe Brakecheck, looking for his 2nd win, and Dale Carrett, a car that already has numerous wins. Row 15 has Jeff Burnton, who might jump over someone, and Winford Bradford Rutherford. Row 16 has Bobby Carboni, who once again starts near the back, and Misty Motocross, meaning Claude Scruggs won't complain. Row 17 has Krusty Rotor and Casey Gears, but in row 18 is Eugene Komareski, who wrecks Ken Schrader a lot, and Brian Vickers, a car that gets wrecked a lot. Row 19 has Jamie McCurry and why? Todd Marcus! Row 20 has Ruby Easy Oaks, who finally qualifies for a race, and Ken Schrader to his outside. Row 21 has Ryan Newcar, who was sleeping during his qualifying race, and Slider Petrosky. And starting in 43rd is Buck Schooner, who is only here because Terry Carboni got very tired. So Buck Schooner subs in. And these 9 cars, which includes Bill Racelot, all failed to qualify for this race. Now into the race. Jeremy Carfield would lead the first 11 laps of the race before the King would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 18, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 10 laps before Kevin Shiftwright would be 6th as of lap 38, where he wrecks Jeff Corvette, which means that he's out and finishes dead last. Greg Beeple would take the lead after the restart, leading until lap 51, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading until lap 93, where Ken Schrader would be 25th as of lap 55, where he wrecks Eugene Komareski. Well, of course he does that. And Tony Gassworth would take the lead on lap 93, but on lap 104, Todd Marcus would take the lead from him, but he'd quickly lose the lead to Kevin Shiftwright, who would lead all the way until lap 111, where he'd lose the lead to Kurt Bushtire. Kurt Bushtire would lead for 3 laps before he'd lose the lead to Casey Corner. And he'd only lead for 2 laps before Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him, leading until lap 139, where he'd lose the lead to Matt Karzith, who would lead all the way to lap 142, where, oh no! The Mean Green Car Chickx is 3rd as of that lap, where he wrecks Kurt Bushtire, Johnny Blamer, Ernie Gearson, Lightning McQueen, well, he's only in the crash because he was loose, which made it difficult to avoid the crash, Misty Motocross, Ricky Sludd, Ruby Easy Oaks, Jeff Burnton, Michael Cartrip, Elliot Draftler, Winford Bradford Rutherford, and Sage Vanderspin all out! Claude Scruggs, of course, has something to say because Misty Motocross was one of the cars that was crashed. And Lightning McQueen fires his crew chief following the crash. The King would take the lead after the restart, leading until lap 180, where Tony Gassworth would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 209, but Krusty Rotor would be down a lap on lap 192. Floyd Movilhill would take the lead on lap 209, leading for 5 laps before Bobby Carboni would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 1 lap before the Rocket, Ryan Newcar, would take the lead for 33 laps before the Mean Green Car Chickx takes the lead for himself. But on lap 253, Kyle Bushtire would take the lead from him, leading until lap 257, where the Mean Green Car Chickx retakes the lead after bumping Kyle Bushtire to the wall. But Kyle Bushtire makes it back to the lead, leading until lap 304, where Todd Marcus would be 15th as of that lap, where he wrecks Dale Carrett, who is now out! Jeremy Carfield would take the lead after the restart, leading for only one lap before Tony Gasworth would lead for 10 laps before the King would take the lead from him, leading until lap 321, where Kyle Busch would retake the lead, leading for 2 laps, and now he's rivals with the mean green car Chisix, who takes the lead on lap 323, leading for 3 laps before the King would pass him, leading until lap 333, where he'd lose the lead to Billy Oilchanger. Billy Oilchanger will only lead for 2 laps before Kyle Busch would bump him into the wall and retake the lead, leading for 3 laps before Chisix would lead until lap 340, where Kyle Busch would retake the lead. He'd lead for 6 laps before Chisix would retake the lead, leading for only about 2 turns before Kyle Busch would retake the lead, leading for only 1 lap before Chisix retakes the lead. He'd lead the final 3 laps of the race, taking the checkered flag, which means that he wins the 2005 Rev & Go 350. Kyle Busch lost his first win by 22 feet. And here is the top 20 in points. Will anyone ever take the lead from the King?
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Despite winning the Florida 500, Jeff Gorvette seems to be having a bad season. Can he turn it around though? And the 18th race of 2005 will be coming out soon enough.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Lightning McQueen's new crew chief is Bill Racelot. Best of luck to him. Now to starting grid. Tony Gasworth will start at pole position with Billy Oilchanger to his outside. Row 2 has Lightning McQueen, who just got his new crew chief, and Chuck Hicks! Row 3 has Joe Brakecheck and Elliot Draftler, hoping not to crash, to his outside. Row 4 has the King and Rusty Wheelhouse. Both are retiring at the end of the season. Row 5 has Kevin Carvick and Sage Vanderspin. Both have been inconsistent across the careers. Row 6 has Maury Clutchburn, who's won 1 Piston Cup, and Kevin Shiftright, whose father won 3. Row 7 has Dale Carrett, the 2-time Florida 500 champion, and the King, 5-time Florida 500 champion. Row 8 has Jeff Gorvette, hoping not to crash again, and Brian Vickers to his outside. Row 9 has Michael Kartrip and Greg Beeple, both looking for their next win at the Florida International Speedway. Row 10 has Casey Corner and Ernie Gearson. Row 11 has Winford Bradford Rutherford, looking for win number 2, and Bobby Carboni to his outside. Row 12 has Mark Carton, a very nice car, and Eugene Kobareski, a very mean car. Row 13 has Johnny Blamer, hoping not to crash, and Misty Motocross. Kawad Scruggs won't complain. Row 14 has Ryan Newcar and Kurt Busch to his outside. Row 15 has Casey Gears and Hall Ingetz, the 1992 Piston Cup champion, to his outside. Row 16 is Jeremy Carfield, the car that started on the pole last race, and Kyle Busch the runner-up of that race. Row 17 is Jamie McCarry and Carl Edwards to his outside, looking for a second win. Row 18 has Ricky Slood looking for his third win, and Todd Marcus looking for his first win. Row 19 has 2 one-time champions, Chuck Armstrong and Matt Karzith. Dale Earnhardt Jr. starts all the way back in row 20 with Ken Schrader to his outside. Row 21 has Ruby Easy Oaks and Jeff Burnton. Both have won races before. And starting in 43rd is Darren Ledfoot, who qualifies infrequently. And these 9 cars failed to qualify. Sadly, they did. Now, onto the race. Tony Gasworth would lead for the first 103 laps? How does any car lead for that long? and then Chuck Hacks is 13th as of lap 103, where he wrecks Kurt Buschtire, Kevin Shiftright, Mark Carton, Michael Cartrip, Billy Oilchanger, Sage Vanderspin, Casey Gears, who's out for the season. The King would take the lead after the restart, leading for only one lap before he'd lose the lead to Elliott Draftler, who'd lead for 3 laps before his teammate Dale Cartt would take the lead for 2 laps, and then Tony Gasworth retakes the lead, leading all the way until lap 141, where he'd lose the lead to Casey Corner. He'd lead for 4 laps before Tony Gasworth would retake the lead, leading for 102 laps. How does any car lead for over 100 laps twice? And then the Mean Green Car Kicks would be 21st as of lap 246, where he wrecks his rival Kyle Buschtire, Johnny Blamer, Carl Edwards, Ruby Easy Oaks, Bobby Carboni, Greg Beeple. Why? And then Lightning McQueen would take the lead for 2 laps before Tony Gasworth would lead for 252 laps. How does any car lead for the whole second half of the race? How does any car lead for 252 laps? And then he, of course, wins the 2005 Gasprin 400. Corey Turbowitz wonders how Tony Gasworth could have such a dominant race. And here was Tony Gasworth's response. And here is the top 10 of the 2005 Gasprin 400. And here is the top 20 in points. All the King needs to do to keep his points lead is finish ahead of Tony Gasworth next race.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
I don't get how Tony Gasworth could lead every lap except for 9 laps. And the 19th race of 2005 will be coming out soon enough.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Sad news before the race. Ricky Sludd had a practice crash and now he's out for the season and next season. Now onto the starting grid. Elliott Draftler will start at pole position with Jeremy Carfield to his outside. Michael Cartrip will start in the inside of row 2 with Casey Corner looking for his first win to his outside. In row 3, there's Brian Vickars and Ryan Newcar, the Rocket, starting on his outside. Row 4 has Lightning McQueen and his newfound friend, Jeff Corvette, 3-time Florida 500 winner. Row 5 has Rusty Wheelhouse and Mark Carton, both looking for their next win. Row 6 has Ken Schrader and Eugene Komareski. Hopefully they don't wreck each other out. Row 7 has 7-time champion The King and Kevin Carvick, who replaced Dale Earnhardt in 2001. Row 8 has Kevin Shiftright and Kyle Buschtire. Both have relatives who race. Row 9 has Martin Carx Jr. making another start, with Maury Clutchburn to his outside. Joe Brakecheck will start on the inside of row 10, and to his outside, Matt Karzith, the 2003 Piston Cup champion. Row 11 has Hall Linkus and Tony Gasworth, 2 one-time champions in 1992 and 2002. Row 12 has Jamie McCarry looking for his first win, and Dale Cartt looking for his next win at this track. Row 13 has Chuck Hacks! Hopefully Krusty Roto doesn't get wrecked. Row 14 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Ernie Gearson to his outside. Row 15 has 2 orange cars, Jeff Burnton and Billy Oilchanger. Both had a chance of winning the Piston Cup but failed. Row 16 has Greg Beeple looking for his 3rd win and Missy Motocross to his outside. Row 17 has Chuck Armstrong and Todd Marcus to his outside. Hopefully he doesn't wreck anyone. Row 18 has Winford Bradford Rutherford and Bobby Carboni, hoping not to wreck again. Row 19 has Rush Racing teammates Kurt Buschtire and Carl Edwards, both have won before. Row 20 has Johnny Blamer and Sage Vanderspin. Both got their first win this season. Row 21 has Ruby Easy Oaks and Kenny Shiftright, who qualifies for the first time this season. And starting in 43rd is Mark Burnsley, who beats Floyd Movilhill and 7 other cars for this position. Now onto the race. Elliot Draftler will lead the first 22 laps before he'd lose the lead to Lightning McQueen, who would lead all the way to lap 24, but then Elliot Draftler would retake the lead after his pit stop is done. He'd lead into lap 39, where Brian Vickers would pass him. He'd lead into lap 50, where he'd lose the lead to Matt Karseth. Matt Karseth would lead for 9 laps before Todd Marcus would take the lead from him, leading for 10 laps before Casey Corner would take the lead from him. He'd lead to lap 92, where Elliot Draftler would take the lead from him, leading into lap 93, where the King would take the lead from him. And he'd only lead for 1 lap before Kevin Shiftright would take the lead from him. He'd lead into lap 94, where Brian Vickers would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 5 laps before Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him. He'd lead all the way to lap 133, where Casey Corner would once again take the lead, leading all the way to lap 169, where, oh no, Chickens is 17th as of lap 162, where Mark Burnsley, Johnny Blamer, Uri Gearson, Misty Motocross, Bobby Carboni, Murray Clutchburn, Martin Carx Jr., and Dale Earnhardt Jr. are all out! I do not need to explain this. This always happens. Tony Gasworth would retake the lead from Casey Corner, leading all the way to lap 204, where Jeff Gorvette would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 225, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 2 laps before Hall Ingus would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 243, where the Mean Green Car Chickens takes the lead by bumping him into the wall. But on lap 248, the King would retake the lead, leading until lap 289, where Eugene Komareski is 31st as of lap 251, where he wrecks Ken Schrader. Well, of course he does that. Todd Marcus would make a clean pass for the lead, leading until lap 307, where Kenny Shiftright would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 2 laps before he'd allow his nephew, Kevin Shiftright, to take the lead from him, leading for a whole 10 laps, and this whole time his uncle, Kenny Shiftright, is in 2nd place. But Tony Gasworth had to retake the lead and lead for 10 laps before Jeff Burnton would jump over him, leading until lap 333, where he wrecks himself while trying to turn in turn 1. Lightning McQueen would take the lead after the restart, leading until lap 375, where Jamie McCarry would take the lead from him. He'd lead all the way to lap 387, where Casey Corner would pass him and lead for half a lap before Tony Gasworth would retake the lead. He'd lead all the way until the end of the race, taking the checkered flag. Tony Gasworth, a native Hoosier, his dream comes true. Tony Gasworth wins the Brickyard 400. And that means that Tony Gasworth is the winner of the 2005 Brickyard 400. And here is the top 10 of the race, with the King finishing 3rd. And that means that Tony Gasworth takes the points lead from the King.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Tony Gasworth won 2 races in a row. Do you think he has a chance of keeping his points lead, or will he lose it later in the season? Write down what you think in the comments section. And the 20th race of 2005 will be coming out soon enough.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Ryan Newcar starts at pole position again with Kevin Shiftright, who's outside. The King and Tony Gasworth will both start in row 2. hoping to get their next win. Row 3 has Kurt Busch-Tire and his teammate Greg Beeple, who leads too many laps. Row 4 has Lightning McQueen, the rookie, and the 2000 Piston Cup champion, Chuck Armstrong. Row 5 has Maury Clutchburn and Jeff Corvette to his outside, hoping to turn around his bad season. Row 6 has Michael Cartrip and Hollingus, the 1992 Piston Cup champion. Row 7 has Ernie Gearson and Carl Edwards, another rookie who's won once. Row 8 has, oh no, the Mean Green Car Kicks and Billy Oilchanger to his outside. Row 9 has Rusty Wheelhouse and Todd Marcus, who actually qualifies well for once. Row 10 has Mark Carton and Krusty Rotor, hoping to end his bad luck. Row 11 has Elliot Draftler and Jeremy Carfield, the two cars that started in the front last race. Row 12 has Dale Carr and Joe Brakecheck to his outside, both looking for the next win. Row 13 has Jeff Burnton and Dale Earnhardt Jr., also both looking for the next win. Row 14 is teammates Brian Vickers and Kurt Busch-Tire, both looking for their first win. Row 15 has Kevin Carvick and Casey Corner, who still hasn't won a race. Row 16 has Darren Leadfoot and Bobby Carboni, two green cars that are not very mean. Row 17 is Eugene Kobriski and Matt Karzith, who usually does not qualify well. Row 18 has Winford Bradford Rutherford and Rusty Cornfuel. Luckily, he qualified again. Row 19 has Misty Motocross, that means that Claude Scruggs won't complain, and Sage Vanderspin to her outside. Row 20 has Johnny Blamer, hoping not to crash, and Ken Schrader also hoping not to crash. Row 21 has Ruby Easy Oaks and James Cleanair to his outside, and starting in 43rd is Jamie McCorry! Good thing he qualified, because Paunchy Wipeout would've if he didn't. These cars failed to qualify. Now onto the race. Ryan Newcar would lead for the first 27 laps before the King would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 39, where Johnny Blamer has an engine failure. Why? Because of Chick Hicks! Why? For rigging the engine. Kevin Carvick would take the lead after the restart, but then he'd lose the lead to Kyle Busch-Tire. And he'd lead until lap 47, where Chick Hicks is second as of that lap. Willie Ricks! Kyle Busch-Tire, his rival. Well, of course he does that. Mark Carton, a very nice car, would take the lead on lap 48, leading to lap 51, where Jeff Burnton would jump over him. He'd only lead for one lap. Bill Racelot, Lightning McQueen's crew chief, tells Lightning McQueen this. Lightning McQueen takes his advice, and look at that! He took the lead. He'd keep it until lap 83, where Matt Karzith would take the lead off of pit cycles. And then Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead after his pit stop is done, leading for 20 laps before Ken Schrader is 34th as of lap 87, where he wrecks Eugene Kobriski. Well, of course he does that. Lightning McQueen loses the lead on lap 104, losing it to Misty Motocross. She'd lead until lap 108, where Todd Marcus would take the lead from her. And Claude Scruggs, of course, has to complain because Misty Motocross lost the lead. Lightning McQueen would retake the lead on lap 113, leading until lap 119, where he laps Winford Bradford Rutherford, but the King passes him while Winford is being lapped. But on lap 120, Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He'd lead for 23 laps before Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 146, where Elliot Draftler would also go down one lap. And then Kurt Busch-Tire would take the lead from Tony Gasworth. And hooray! He pushed the Mean Green car into the wall. Chuck Armstrong would take the lead from Kurt Busch-Tire, leading until lap 149, where Joe Brakecheck would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 2 laps before the Mean Green car Kicks is 5th as of lap 151, where he wrecks the leader Joe Brakecheck, who's out next race, Dale Carrett, and Ruby Easy Oaks. Why? But Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him, leading until lap 190, where Todd Marcus would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 15 laps before Mark Carton would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 3 laps before Todd Marcus would retake the lead, leading for 9 laps before Dale Earnhardt Jr. would take the lead from him off of pit cycles. After pit cycles, Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading to lap 249 where Greg Beeple would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 254 where his teammate Matt Karzith would pass him for the lead. He'd lead until lap 270 where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading for 29 laps before Michael Cartrip would take the lead off of pit cycles. But since Lightning McQueen's pitties are very fast, Lightning McQueen retakes the lead, leading to lap 314, where Todd Marcus would take the lead from him, leading to lap 331. But Lightning McQueen will retake the lead, leading all the way to the end of the race, taking the checkered flag. Todd Marcus would only lose by 12 feet to Lightning McQueen, who wins the 2005 No Stall 350. And here's the top 10 of the race. And here is the top 20 in points. Lightning McQueen is the first rookie ever to lead in the points, but he's done it again!
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
The 21st race of 2005 will be coming out soon enough.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Ryan Newcar will start at pole position again with his teammate Rusty Wheelhouse to his outside. Row 2 has Hall Ingus and the rookie Lightning McQueen looking for another win. Row 3 has the King and Mark Carton, two very nice cars, both looking for their next win. Row 4 has Casey Corner, who's looking for his very first win, and Tony Gasworth, his third win of 2005. Row 5 has, oh no! The Mean Green Car Chickx and Greg Beeple. Row 6 has teammates Kurt Buschtire and Carl Edwards, who's looking for a second win of 2005. Row 7 has Kevin Shiftright and Elliot Draftler, both looking for their next win. Row 8 has Todd Marcus looking for his very first win, and Chuck Armstrong looking to get his 13th win. Row 9 has Murray Clutchburn, the 1989 champion, and Kevin Carvick to his outside. Row 10 has Jeff Corvette, two-time champion, and Billy Oilchanger to his outside. Row 11 has two cars that almost won the Piston Cup, Ernie Gearson and Dale Carrett. Row 12 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Kyle Buschtire looking for his first win to his outside. Row 13 has Michael Cartrip and Jeremy Carfield, both looking for their next win. Row 14 has Brian Vickars, who hasn't won yet, and Krusty Rotor, hoping to end his bad luck to his outside. Row 15 is Jeff Burnton, who does a lot of jumping, and Winfred Bradford Rutherford to his outside. Row 16 is Jamie McCarry and Robbie Gorvet, who qualifies today, to his outside. Row 17 is Johnny Blamer, hoping not to get wrecked, and Sage Vanderspin to his outside. Row 18 has Misty Motocross, Claude Scruggs will not be complaining, and Matt Karzith to her outside. Row 19 has Eugene Klebereski and Bobby Cabani, who has not won since 2003. Row 20 has Ken Schrader and James Cleanair, who qualifies yet again. Row 21 has Daryl Draggard and Ryan Thunderbolt Jr. No one expected them to qualify. And starting in 43rd is Floyd Mulvihill, which means that Ruby Easy Oaks fails to qualify alongside these 8 other cars, among others. Now onto the race. Ryan Newcar would only lead for a bit of the first lap before Hall Ingus would pass him for the lead, leading into the second lap, but Greg Beeple would take the lead from him. He'd lead all the way until the fourth lap, where Chuck Armstrong would take the lead from him, leading until lap 5, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead. He'd lead for 3 laps before Kevin Shiftright would take the lead from him, only leading for 2 laps before Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him. He'd only lead less than a lap before Kevin Carvick would take the lead from him, leading to lap 14, where the King would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 3 laps before Eugene Komareski would be 29th as of lap 17, where he wrecks Ken Schrader. Well, of course he does that. And Bobby Carboni, right! Bobby Carboni's teammate, Tony Gasworth, would take the lead, leading until lap 54, where Lightning McQueen would use the wall to pass him. He'd lead until lap 61, where Chuck Armstrong would take the lead off of pit cycles. But Lightning McQueen would finish his pit stop and retake the lead, leading until lap 87, where Robbie Gorvette would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 89, where Casey Corner would take the lead from him. He'd lead less than a lap before Todd Marcus would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 92, where Kevin Shiftwright would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 8 laps before, oh no! Eugene Komareski's hood falls off! And unluckily, Horingus ran over it, and now he's out! Eugene Komareski is now down 1 lap because he had to get the repairs. The Mean Green Car Chicks would take the lead and lead to lap 119, where Johnny Blamer would be 18th as of lap 119, where he wrecks himself in James Clean Air by accident. Kyle Bushtire would take the lead after the restart, but then his rival Chicks would be second as of lap 128, where he wrecks his rival Kyle Bushtire, the leader. The King would take the lead after the restart, leading to lap 168, where Kurt Bushtire would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 2 laps, but on lap 169, hooray! Kurt Bushtire bumps the Mean Green Car into the wall, but he takes the lead! Why? And he'd lose on lap 175. And he'd be first on that lap, where he wrecks Kurt Bushtire and Kevin Shiftwright. Why? Matt Karzeth would take the lead after the restart, but he'd quickly lose the lead to Lightning McQueen. And he'd lead for a full 20 laps before he'd lose the lead to Tony Gasworth, who'd lead all the way to lap 199 for a total of 2 laps. But then Elliot Draftler would take the lead from him, leading for 7 laps before Lightning McQueen, the rookie, retake the lead, leading until lap 223, where the King would retake the lead, leading until lap 259, where Todd Marcus would be out because he tried wrecking Ryan Newcar but failed. Anyways, Ryan Newcar would take the lead on lap 259, leading to lap 270, where the King would retake the lead, leading for 20 laps, but then the Mean Green Car Chicks is 9th as of lap 290, where he wrecks Ryan Newcar, Dale Carrett, and Jeremy Carfield. Why? Lightning McQueen would take the lead after the restart, leading to lap 327, where Matt Karzeth would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 1 lap before his teammate, Greg People, would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 12 laps before the Mean Green Car Chicks would be 5th as of lap 330, where he wrecks Ernie Gearson. Why? Carl Edwards, his teammate, would take the lead, leading to lap 334, where the King would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 356, where his old rival, Rusty Wheelhouse, would take the lead from him, leading to lap 357, where the Mean Green Car Chicks would be 11th as of lap 356, where Misty Motocross would get flipped by him. And of course, Claude Scruggs has something to say. Claude Scruggs, don't say that word. And Misty Motocross actually has something to say to Claude Scruggs for once. The King would take the lead on lap 358, leading to lap 371, where Jeff Burnton would somehow jump over him. He'd lead for 2 laps before the Mean Green Car Chicks would be 3rd on that lap, where he wrecks Jeff Burnton. Why? But Floyd Mulvihill, who started 43rd, will lead the next 9 laps. And then the King would retake the lead, leading for only 1.5 laps before Michael Cartrip would be 6th as of lap 384, where he wrecks Robbie Gorvette. But Lightning McQueen would take the lead, leading the final 16 laps to take the checkered flag. But the Mean Green Car Chicks is 4th as of the last lap, where he wrecks Tony Gasworth, Greg Beeple, and Matt Karzeth. Why? But Lightning McQueen would win the 2005 Copper Canyon 400. This is Lightning McQueen's second win in a row, and that's the top 10. Ryan Thunderbolt Jr. snuck his way into the 6th position, and here is the top 20 in points, with Lightning McQueen having a lead of over 100 points.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
It's difficult to lead by 100 points in any season. How is a rookie doing it? But anyways, the 22nd race of 2005 will be coming out soon enough.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
The two RTR cars, Elliot Draftler and Dale Carrett, will start in the front row. Row 2 has Ryan Newcar, the Rocket, with Tony Gasworth to his outside. Row 3 has Joe Brakecheck, who's back, starting in 5th, with Bobby Carboni to his outside. Row 4 has The King, who will be making his very last Talladega start, and Greg People to his outside. Two rookies in row 5, Lightning McQueen and Carl Edwards, both looking for the next win. Lightning trying to make it 3 in a row. Row 6 has Matt Karzith and Jeff Gorvette, both not starting badly. Row 7 has another rookie, Kyle Bushtire, with Kevin Shiftwright to his outside. Kevin Shiftwright hoping to get another win as well. Row 8 has Martin Clarks Jr., making his last start of the season with Jeff Burnton to his outside. Row 9 has Chuck Armstrong and Dale Earnhardt Jr., who's going to try to get his 5th win at this track. Row 10 has, oh no! The Mean Green Car, Chex and Jamie McCarry to his outside. Row 11 has Kurt Bushtire and Billy Oilchanger to his outside. He hasn't won in a while. Row 12 has Sage Vanderspin and Mark Carton, who has yet to win this season. Row 13 has Michael Cartrip and Eugene Komareski. Hopefully he doesn't wreck Ken Schrader. Row 14 is Brian Vickers and Casey Corner, both looking for their first win. Row 15 has Ernie Gearson, looking for his first win in many years, and Maury Clutchburn, just hoping to have a good finish. Row 16 has Krusty Roeder, showing that he actually qualified, and Jeremy Carfield was outside. Row 17 has Johnny Blamer, hoping not to wreck, and Hall Ingus, the winner of the other Talladega race this season. Row 18 has Todd Marcus and Misty Motocross. Claude Scruggs will not be complaining. Row 19 has Winford Bradford Rutherford and Lee Revkins, who makes another start this season. Row 20 has Ken Schrader and James Cleanair, who are both just happy to qualify today. Row 21 has Rusty Wheelhouse and Kevin Carvick. How are they starting back there? And starting in 43rd is Nick Charger, who qualifies. And these 4 cars. How did you lose to Nick Charger? Now onto the race. Elliot Draftler would lead the first lap before he'd lose the lead to Tony Gasworth. And he'd lead into the second lap where Elliot Draftler's teammate Dale Carrett would take the lead from Tony Gasworth, leading to lap 3 where Elliot Draftler would retake the lead. He'd lead into lap 9 where Matt Karzith would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 1 lap before Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 5 laps before Elliot Draftler would retake the lead, leading for 2 laps before Hall Ingus, the winner of the previous Talladega race, would take the lead for 3 laps. But then, oh no! The Mean Green Car, Chex, is 12th as of lap 19, where he wrecks Dale Earnhardt Jr., Mark Carton, Michael Cartrip, and Johnny Blamer. Why? Chuck Armstrong would take the lead on lap 21, leading for 2 laps before he'd lose the lead to Matt Karzith. He'd lead until lap 29, where Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him. But on lap 30, just a lap later, Matt Karzith would retake the lead. He'd only lead for 2 laps before Tony Gasworth would be back in the lead. He'd lead for the remainder of lap 32, where Kevin Carvick would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 2 laps before Chuck Armstrong would take the lead for the rest of lap 34. Kurt Bushtire would take the lead on lap 35, leading into lap 41, where the King would take the lead from him. He'd lead for a whole 6 laps before Jamie McCarry would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 51, where Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 2 laps before Jamie McCarry retakes the lead, leading for another 2 laps before Tony Gasworth once again takes the lead, leading for only 1 lap before Jamie McCarry again retakes the lead. But on lap 55, Tony Gasworth would retake the lead, leading until lap 57, where a different car, Joe Brakecheck, would take the lead. He'd lead until lap 58, where Brian Vickers would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 59, where the mean green car, Chickix, would only lead for 2 turns. But on lap 60, Brian Vickers would be back in the lead. But on lap 63, Hollingus would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 3 laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading for 3 laps before Jamie McCarry would retake the lead, leading for a whole 8 laps before the mean green car, Chickix, would be 7th as of lap 77, where he wrecks Jeff Burnton, Nick Charger, who flips Jeff Corvette, Winford Bradford Rutherford, and Krusty Rotor. Why? Jeremy Carfield would take the lead after the restart, leading for only 1 lap, before Kevin Karvik would retake the lead, leading until lap 82, where Matt Karzith would retake the lead, leading until lap 88, where his teammate Kurt Buschtire would take the lead from him, leading for the rest of the lap. But then Jamie McCarry would take the lead on lap 89, leading to lap 90, where Ken Schrader would take the lead on lap 91, without being wrecked. Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading all the way to lap 96, where Brian Vickers would once again retake the lead, leading until lap 97, where the Rocket, Ryan Newcar, would take the lead from him, leading to lap 109. Kevin Shiftwright would take the lead for the rest of lap 109, where Jamie McCarry would pass him right before the start-finish line, leading to lap 114, where Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him, leading for 5 laps before Jamie McCarry retakes the lead. He wouldn't lead for that long, leading to lap 120, where Tony Gasworth retakes the lead. And he leads for 9 laps before the rookie, Lightning McQueen, would take the lead from him. But then, 2 laps later, Matt Karzith would retake the lead from Lightning McQueen, but on lap 132, Tony Gasworth would be back in the lead, leading for over 30 laps. And while that was happening, Kyle Buschtire and Sage Vanderspin are both out because of engine failures. Carl Edwards would take the lead from Tony Gasworth, leading for 2 laps before Tony Gasworth himself would retake the lead, leading for 5 laps before the King would retake the lead, leading until lap 170, would lose the lead to Kevin Shiftwright. Kevin Shiftwright would lead for 5 laps before Jamie McCarry would retake the lead, leading for a whole 8 laps before Todd Marcus would be 25th as of lap 183, where he wrecks Martin Carrix Jr. Why? Jamie McCarry would take the lead after the restart, leading to lap 189, where Dale Carrett would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 194, where Billy Oilchanger would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 3 laps before Hollingus would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 204, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading to lap 209, where he'd lose the lead to Kurt Buschtire. Kurt Buschtire would lead for a whole 9 laps before Hollingus would retake the lead. He'd lead for only 2 laps before Tony Gasworth would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 226, where Matt Karzith would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 2 laps before Casey Corner would lead his first lap this race. And he'd lead until lap 232, where Chuck Armstrong would take the lead from him. He'd lead for the rest of the lap, but then Greg Beeple would take the lead, leading for a whole 4 laps before Hollingus would once again take the lead. He'd lead for 2 laps before the King would take the lead once more, leading until lap 243, where Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 5 laps before Carl Edwards would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 255, where Hollingus would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 263, where Dale Carrett would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 2 laps before Hollingus retakes the lead after his pit stop. He leads for 8 laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He lead for 4 laps before the Mean Green Car Chitex would take the lead for 1 lap, but luckily the King passes him and takes the lead. He leads for 2 laps before Lightning McQueen, the rookie, retakes the lead. He'd lead until lap 284, where Kevin Carvett would retake the lead. He'd lead for 3 laps before Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 294, where Chuck Armstrong would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 2 laps before Ryan Newcar, the Rocket, would retake the lead. He'd lead for 3 laps before the Mean Green Car Chitex would take the lead until lap 303, where Greg People would luckily take the lead away from him. He'd lead for 3 laps before Jamie McCarry would once again take the lead, leading until lap 310, where Kurt Buschtire would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 2 laps before Kevin Shiftwright would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 2 laps before Chitex would take the lead once more. But luckily on lap 316, the King would retake the lead. He'd only lead for 2 laps before Hollingus would retake the lead, leading for 3 laps before the rookie Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He'd lead another 3 laps. Tony Gasworth would retake the lead, leading for 4 laps before Greg People would take the lead from him, leading for 2 laps before Kevin Shiftwright would inevitably take the lead, leading to lap 332, where Eugene Globoreski would be 23rd. As of lap 332, Woody Rex Ken Schrader. Well, of course he does that. Todd Marcus would take the lead after the restart, leading for 5 laps before he'd lose the lead to Matt Karzith. He'd lead until lap 341, where of course Tony Gasworth takes the lead from him. He'd lead for 3 laps before Matt Karzith retakes the lead again. He'd lead for 3 laps before Dale Cart would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 350, where Hollingus would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 3 laps before Kurt Buschtire would take the lead for 3 laps before the King would take the lead for not 3 laps, 2 laps. And Tony Gasworth would take the lead on lap 358, leading to lap 364, where the King would retake the lead, leading to lap 367, where Chuck Hicks would take the lead for 8 laps before Dale Cart would take the lead from him, leading for 4 laps. But then the Rocket, Ryan Newcar, would have to rocket up the field and take the lead. But 1 lap later, he'd lose the lead to Hollingus. Hollingus would lead for 8 laps before the King would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 393, where Jamie McCarry would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 3 laps before Tony Gasworth would bump the Mean Green Car into the wall. Hooray! The King would be the car that takes the lead, and he'd lead until lap 402, where Tony Gasworth would take the lead once more, leading for 4 laps before the King would retake the lead, leading for 5 laps, but then Tony Gasworth would retake the lead, leading for another 5 laps, but then the King would be the car that retakes the lead. He'd lead until lap 421, where Tony Gasworth would retake the lead, leading to lap 424, where the King, yet again, retakes the lead, leading for 3 laps before Tony Gasworth again takes the lead, leading to lap 434, where the King again would retake the lead, leading for 4 laps before Tony Gasworth yet again retakes the lead, leading to lap 443, where the King yet again retakes the lead. But he only leads for 2 laps because Tony Gasworth again retakes the lead, leading for 8 laps before the King yet again retakes the lead. But again, Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 460, where the King, after so many times, would retake the lead yet again, leading to lap 468, where Tony Gasworth would retake the lead again. And the King would take the lead on lap 476, leading to lap 480. How long are these 2 cars going to trade the lead? And of course, Tony Gasworth takes the lead on lap 480, leading for 4 laps until the King would lead until lap 487. But then Tony Gasworth would take the lead on lap 487, leading until lap 493, where Finally, a different car! Dale Earnhardt would take the lead, leading to lap 498, where Hollingus would take the lead for just one lap. But to take the white flag, it's Lightning McQueen who leads the final lap to win the 2005 Talladega 500. Lightning McQueen has chained 3 wins in a row. Brian Vickar sneaks into the top 10. And here is the top 20 in points, with Lightning McQueen building up a large points lead. Ryan Newcar's back in the top 22.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Ryan Newcar will start at pole position, as usual, with the king to his outside. Row 2 has Lightning McQueen and Mark Carton, who's very good at this track. Row 3 has, oh no! The Mean Green Car Kickaxe! And Jeff Corvette to his outside. Row 4 has Kevin Shiftright looking for his second win of the season, and Tony Gasworth to his outside. Row 5 has Kurt Buschtire and Ernie Gearson. Now, on to the next row. Row 6, Michael Cartrip, hoping to get his 5th win this season, and Hollingus to his outside. Row 7 has Rusty Wheelhouse, a car that's retiring, and Carl Edwards, a rookie, to his outside. Row 8 has Billy Oilchanger and Greg People, who leads too many laps, to his outside. Row 9 has Maury Clutchburn and Casey Corner, who has still yet to win a race. Row 10 has Chuck Armstrong, the 2000 Piston Cup champion, with Brian Vickars to his outside. Row 11 is Elliot Draftler and Kyle Buschtire, who has yet to win at all, to his outside. Row 12 has Todd Marcus, who has never won before, and Kevin Carvick, who won his 3rd start. Row 13 has Jamie McCarry and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Row 14 has Dale Earnhardt and Jeff Burnton, both not as good as they were 5 years ago. Row 15 has Jeremy Carfield and Krusty Roeder to his outside. Row 16 has Winford Bradford Rutherford and Darren Ledfoot, who almost won at this track. Row 17 has Bobby Cabani and Matt Karzith starting all the way back in 34th position. Row 18 has Joe Brakecheck and Misty Motocross. Claude Scruggs will not complain. Row 19 has James Cleaner and Ruby Easy Oaks, who actually qualified. Row 20 has Johnny Blamer, hoping not to crash, and Eugene Karbareski, hoping not to be wrecked by Ken Schrader, who starts on the inside of row 21 with Brush Kerber to his outside, and starting in 43rd is Sage Vander Spin. But he had to beat all of these cars who failed to qualify. Why is Manny Flywheel one of them? Ryan Newcar would lead the first 22 laps of the race before he'd lose the lead to the King. The King would take the lead for 22 laps, but on lap 44, Hollingus would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 5 laps, but on lap 45, Bobby Carboni would be out because of an engine failure. Greg People would take the lead from Hollingus, leading until lap 51 before Darren Ledfoot would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 79, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him, leading until lap 83, where, oh no! The Mean Green Car Kickaxe has to be second place, where he wrecks Lightning McQueen, who's out! Winford Bradford Rutherford would take the lead after the restart for 5 laps before the King would take the lead from him, leading until lap 128, where Ernie Gearson would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 6 turns before, oh no, Kickaxe is 9th as of lap 128, when he wrecks Kyle Buschtire's rival, Jeff Corvette, Ryan Newcar, who goes airborne, Jeremy Carfield, Krusty Roeder, and Johnny Blamer. Why? And then Darren Ledfoot would take the lead after the restart, leading for 152 laps! How does any car lead for that long? And Ken Schrader would be 31st as of lap 164, where he wrecks Eugene Karbareski. Well, of course he does that. And Misty Motocross would go down one lap on lap 185, where Claude Scruggs says this. Of course he does that. Todd Marcus will be 14th as of lap 201, where he wrecks Elliot Draftler. Why? Brian Vickers, James Clean Air, Brush Kerber, Ruby Easy Oaks, Jeff Burnton, Billy Oil Changer, Michael Cartrip, Sage Vanderspin, Joe Brakecheck, Kevin Carvick, and Moray Clutchburn all go down one lap. And Brush Kerber goes down a second lap. Jamie McCarty would be out because of an engine failure. But luckily, Kevin Carvick got back on the lead lap on lap 278. Finally! Someone took the lead from Darren Ledfoot, and it's the king. Greg Beeple would take the lead from him on lap 286, leading for 2 laps before Hollingus would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 2 laps before Matt Karzith would take the lead from him. He'd lead into lap 294, where, of course, Darren Ledfoot retakes the lead, leading into lap 308, where Tony Gasworth would do a bump and run on him, leading for 10 laps before the Mean Green Car Chicks is 4th as of lap 312, where he wrecks Ken Schrader and Rusty Wheelhouse. Why? Oh no! The Mean Green Car actually takes the lead! But luckily, Kevin Shiftright was right there to take it away from him. But then, the King would take the lead on lap 343, leading for 8 laps before Darren Ledfoot, of course, retakes the lead. Leading into lap 378, where Greg People would take the lead from him. He only lead for 1 lap before the King would take the lead from him. He'd lead into lap 386, where Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him. He'd lead into lap 398, where Darren Ledfoot would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 22 laps before Kurt Bushtire would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 6 laps before the King would once again take the lead, leading all the way until lap 444, where Darren Ledfoot would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 487, where Chuck Hicks would lead for 10 laps. And the King would take the lead with 3 to go, taking the checkered flag to win the 2005 Heartland 500. And here is the top 10 of the race. And here is the top 20 in points. Even with Lightning McQueen's 42nd place finish, he retains the points lead with a 5-point cushion.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Darren Ledfoot qualifies for under half of the races in any given season, yet he almost wins the majority of them. And how does Lightning McQueen retain the points lead despite the fact that he finished 42nd? And also, the 24th race of 2005 will be coming out soon enough.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Kevin Shiftright will get his first pole position this season with Lightning McQueen to his outside. Row 2 has the King and Tony Gasworth. Both are very good racers. Row 3 has Hollingus, the 1992 champion, and Greg People, who's won a total of twice. Row 4 has Ryan Newcar, the Rocket, and Kurt Bushtire to his outside. Row 5 has Chuck Hicks! Hopefully he doesn't wreck Casey Corner. Row 6 has Mark Carton and Dale Earnhardt Jr., who won 4 Talladega races in a row. Row 7 has Jeff Corvette and Moray Clutchburn, the 1989 Piston Cup champion. Row 8 has rookie Carl Edwards and Chuck Armstrong, the 2000 Piston Cup champion, to his outside. Row 9 has Rusty Wheelhouse and Brian Vickers to his outside. The next row, in row 10, has Matt Karzith, the 2003 Piston Cup champion, and Jeremy Carfield, who's outside. Row 11 has Ernie Gearson, who has not won since 1995, and Kevin Carvick, who is outside. Row 12 has Elliot Draftler and Billy Oilchanger, looking for his next win. Row 13 has the rookie Kyle Bushtire and Jeff Burnton, who's outside. He might jump over someone. Row 14 has Dale Carrett and Todd Marcus, who has yet to win a race. Row 15 has Michael Cartrip and Joe Brakecheck, to his outside. Row 16 has Krusty Rotor, who qualifies, and Misty Motocross. Claude Scruggs will not be complaining. Row 17 has James Cleanair and Eugene Komareski. Hopefully he doesn't get wrecked by Ken Schrader. Row 18 has Bobby Cabani, who's of course in the back, and Winford Bradford Rutherford. Row 19 has Johnny Blamer, hoping not to get wrecked, and Sage Vanderspin, to his outside. Row 20 has Ken Schrader, hoping not to get wrecked by Eugene Komareski, and Slider Petrolski, who qualifies once more. Row 21 has Mark Burnsley and Daryl Dragger, both happy to be in this race. And starting in 43rd is Claude Scruggs, who complains every time something bad happens to Misty Motocross. And these cars fail to qualify. Poor Jamie McCarry. Now onto the race. Kevin Shiftwright would lead the first 9 laps of the race before he'd lose the lead to the King. The King would take the lead on lap 9 and lead to lap 15, where Johnny Blamer would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 1 lap before Chuck Hicks is second as of that lap. Brian Vickers and Johnny Blamer. Why? Jeff Corvette would take the lead after the restart and lead for 10 laps before an angry fan tried pelting a can at Jeff Corvette, but it hit Elliot Draftler, which means he's out! But Lightning McQueen would take the lead from Jeff Corvette, leading into lap 71, where Greg People would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 2 laps before the King would take the lead from him. And he'd lead for 92 laps! How does any car lead for that long? Daryl Draggard would be out on lap 103 because of an engine failure. Winfred Bradford Rutherford would also go down 1 lap, but 5 laps later he'd be back on the lead lap. Todd Marcus would take the lead from the King, leading for 9 laps before Rusty Wheelhouse would be second as of lap 180, where he wrecks Todd Marcus, the mean red car, which means he's out! Rusty Wheelhouse has this to say, and Sage Vanderspin would take the lead. He'd lead until lap 194, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 209, where he'd lose the lead to Tony Gassworth. And he'd lead for the next 8 laps before the mean green car, Kickax, would take the lead for 10 laps before the King would luckily take the lead from him. And he'd lead for 104 laps? How does any car lead for that long? And then the mean green car, Kickax, would be 21st as of lap 257, where he wrecks Slider Petrolski. Why? Hollingus would take the lead from the King, taking it on lap 332, before Casey Corner would take the lead on lap 347, leading into lap 363, where he's out because he spun himself out. Why? Lightning McQueen would take the lead from Casey Corner, leading into lap 374, where Matt Karzith would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 5 laps before Winford Bradford Rutherford would somehow take the lead from him. But on lap 383, Misty Motocross would take the lead from him and lead for 3 laps. And of course, Claude Scruggs has something to say about this. And then, on lap 386, Lightning McQueen takes the lead. But Claude Scruggs is not happy about that. Well, of course he isn't. But the King would take the lead from Lightning McQueen, taking the checkered flag. Lightning McQueen would only lose by 18 feet to the King, who wins the 2005 TowCap 400. And here is the finish of the race. And of course, Claude Scruggs has to complain about the results. And here are the results. The top 10 of the race. And here is the top 20 in points, with the King now taking the points lead, leading by 5 points.
subscribe button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
The 25th race of 2005 will be coming out soon enough.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Jamie McCarty is now out for the season because of a hard crash. Bill Racelot is attempting to qualify for this race, so Chuck will replace him. And Chuck says this to Lightning McQueen. Now on to the starting lineup. Lightning McQueen will start at pole position with Jeff Gorvette to his outside. Row 2 has Mark Curtin and Eugene Komareski, who somehow starts in 4th. Row 3 has Robbie Gorvette and Kurt Bushtire to his outside, looking for his first win this season. Row 4 has Tony Gasworth and Terry Cabani making his 3rd start this season. Row 5 has the 7-time champion The King and Dale Earnhardt Jr., who came 2nd last season. Row 6 has Ryan Newcar, The Rocket, and Joe Brickcheck to his outside. Row 7 has Kyle Bushtire, The Rookie, and Rusty Wheelhouse to his outside. Row 8 has Jeff Burnton, who jumps over a lot of cars, and Kevin Shiftright to his outside. Row 9 has, oh no, the Mean Green Car Tickets, and Brian Vickers. Row 10 has Ken Schrader, somehow, and Billy Oil Changer to his outside. Row 11 has Kevin Carvick and Chuck Armstrong, the 2000 Piston Cup champion. Row 12 has teammates Carl Edwards and Matt Karzith. And the next row is row 13, who has Sage Vanderspin, a one-time winner, and Casey Corner to his outside. Row 14 is Johnny Blamer, hoping not to get wrecked, and Misty Motocross. Claude Scruggs won't be complaining. Row 15 is Morik Clutchburn and Dale Carrett, two-time Florida 500 winner. Row 16 is Ernie Gearson and Jeremy Carfield to his outside. Row 17 has Bobby Carboni and Michael Cartrip. Both were much better 2 seasons ago. Row 18 has Todd Marcus and Winford Bradford Rutherford, who finished 9th 2 races in a row. Row 19 has Paunchy Wipeout and James Cleanair to his outside. Row 20 has Krusty Rotor and Ruby Easy Oaks, who successfully qualifies. Row 21 has Greg Beeble and Elliot Draftler. What are they doing back here? And starting in 43rd is Oh Angus! How are you all the way back there? And these 4 cars, among many others, failed to qualify. Now, onto the race. Jeff Gorvette would lead the first 32 laps of the race before he'd lose the lead to Tony Gasworth. He'd only lead for 2 laps before Krusty Rotor would go into the catch fence on lap 33. Why? The King would take the lead after the restart, but he'd only lead for 1 lap because Greg Beeple would take it from him. Greg Beeple would lead for 8 laps before Tony Gasworth would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 69, where Rusty Wheelhouse would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 11 laps before Todd Marcus would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 2 laps, where on lap 83, the King would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 10 laps before Chuck Hicks would lead until lap 100, where Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 16 laps before Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 5 laps before Billy Oil Changer, who is the second orange car to lead a lap, would lead for 2 laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 163, but Chuck Hicks is 5th as of lap 133. Where he wrecks Kevin Carvick, Carl Edwards, Johnny Blamer, his rival Kyle Bushtire, Casey Corner, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Why? Tony Gasworth would take the lead from Lightning McQueen, and he'd lead until lap 196, where Greg Beeple would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 213, where Todd Marcus would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 6 laps before the King would take the lead from him. He'd lead for another 10 laps before he'd lose the lead to Tony Gasworth, who'd lead all the way until lap 264, where Chuck Hicks would lead until lap 271, where Eugene Komareski would take the lead off of pit cycles, but his rival Ken Schrader would be second as of that lap, where he wrecks! Who does he wreck? Eugene Kovareski! Well, of course he does that. The mean green car, Chickax, would retake the lead, leading into lap 295, where Tony Gasworth would pass him, and lead into lap 317, where Chickax! Why would you deflate Tony Gasworth's tire? And that's what he had to say about it. But Tony Gasworth is racing with 3 tires. How? And here is Tony Gasworth's response to the mean green car. And also, don't say that word. Rusty Wheelhouse would take the lead after the restart, leading for just 1 lap before... Oh no! The mean green car takes the lead again! But luckily, on lap 346, Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him. But he'd lose on lap 391 to Chickax, who leads for the last 8 laps of the race. And that means he wins the 2005 Leakless 400. And here is the top 10 of the race. And here is the top 20 in points, with the mean green car taking the points lead.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Why did the mean green car Chickax win the race? It would have been much better if Tony Gasworth won the race. Why is the mean green car winning any races or leading any laps? And what's worse is that he took the points lead. Anyways, the 26th race of 2005 will be coming out soon enough.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Bill Racelot is back to being Lightning McQueen's crew chief, now into the starting lineup. Starting at pole position is Chuck Hicks! Why? With Kurt Busch tied to his outside. His teammate Mark Carton will start on the inside of row 2 with the Rocket Ryan Newcar to his outside. Row 3 has the King and Tony Gasworth, both hoping to add a win to their long list of wins. Row 4 has Greg People and Brian Vickars, who has no wins. Row 5 has Lightning McQueen, the rookie that's won multiple races this season, and Kevin Carvick who's outside. Row 6 has Sage Vanderspin and Ken Schrader, 2 cars that would usually not start this well. Row 7 has Rusty Wheelhouse and Joe Brakecheck, who has 1 win to his outside. Row 8 has the Reverham Motorsports cars Casey Corner and Jeremy Carfield. Row 9 has Jeff Burnton, who jumps over a lot of cars, and Holland Gitz, the 1992 Piston Cup champion. Row 10 has Kevin Shiftright and Dale Carrett. Both had fathers who were really good. Row 11 has Jeff Gorvette and Morey Clutchburn to his outside. Both are Piston Cup champions. Row 12 has Bobby Carboni and Michael Cartrip, 2 cars that have won before, but not last season. Row 13 has Krusty Roeder and Bobby Hamilton Jr., making his first start this season. Row 14 has Todd Marcus and Billy Oilchanger to his outside. Row 15 has the rookie Kyle Bushtire and Matt Karseth, the 2003 Piston Cup champion. Row 16 has Ernie Gearson and Winford Bradford Rutherford. Next row is row 17, where there's Johnny Blamer, hoping not to get wrecked, and Ryan Thunderbolt Jr. Row 18 has Buck Schooner, who surprisingly qualifies, and Eugene Kovareski. Row 19 has Mac Icar making his first start this season, and Dale Earnhardt Jr., the car that came second last season, to his outside. Row 20 has Elliot Draftler and Daryl Dragger to his outside. Row 21 has Carl Edwards starting all the way in the back, and Floyd Mulvihill to his outside. And starting in 43rd is Chuck Armstrong, the 2000 Piston Cup champion. These 10 cars, among many others, failed to qualify, and since one of them was Misty Motocross, Claude Scruggs, of course, has something to say about it. Now, onto the race. The mean green car, Chickax, leads the first lap, but luckily, Kurt Bushtire would take the lead from him very quickly, taking the lead on turn 4. leading into lap 15, where Ryan Thunderbolt Jr. would be out because of an engine failure. The Mean Green car would retake the lead on lap 15, but Chuck Armstrong would be out because of another engine failure. And Kurt Busch would retake the lead, leading into lap 51, where Joe Brakecheck would take the lead from him. He'd lead into lap 59, where Kurt Busch would retake the lead. He'd lead all the way until lap 71, where Hollingus would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 2 laps before Kurt Busch, of course, would retake the lead. Leading until lap 109, where it was time to take pit stops, where Ryan Newcar would take the lead. 2 laps later, Kurt Busch is back in the lead! But he'd only lead until lap 120, where Lightning McQueen would use the wall to pass him. He'd lead until lap 122, where Greg Beeple would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 138, where his teammate, Mark Carton, would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 164, where Rusty Wheelhouse would take the lead. He'd lead all the way until lap 182, where Chuck Hicks would be 6th as of 2 laps earlier, when he wrecks Mac Icar, who flips Daryl Draggard and his rival Kyle Busch. His older brother Kurt would take the lead on lap 183, leading for 20 laps before Todd Marcus would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 6 laps before the King would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 8 laps before Hollingus would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 221, where the rookie Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 2 laps before Todd Marcus would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 254, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 269, where Todd Marcus would be back in the lead yet again. But on lap 318, Kurt Busch would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 2 laps before Hollingus would retake the lead, leading for another 2 laps before, of course, Todd Marcus has to retake the lead, leading into lap 348, where Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him. He'd lead into lap 354, where Todd Marcus would take the lead, and he'd take the checkered flag, making him the winner of the 2005 FAY 400. This is Todd Marcus's very first win. Hopefully he stops being a mean car. And he's not in the top 20 in points, but Lightning McQueen has just taken the points lead.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
The 27th race of 2005 will be coming out soon enough. And do you think Todd Marcus will stop being a mean car after his first win? Let me know what you think in the comments.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Brian Vickard is now out this race because of Nick Charger. Why? Now to the starting lineup. Greg Beeple will start at pole position with Hollingus, the 1992 champion, to his outside. Row 2 has Ryan Newcar, the Rocket, and Kurt Busch to his outside. Row 3 has the Mean Green car, Chitex, and Lightning McQueen to his outside. Row 4 has Jeff Gorvette, a 2-time champion, and the King, the only 7-time champion. Row 5 has Maury Clutchburn and Tony Gasworth, 2 cars that have won 1 Piston Cup each. Row 6 has Kevin Shiftright, the Clutch Aid car, like his father, and Chuck Armstrong to his outside. Row 7 has Rusty Wheelhouse and Casey Corner, both helped by Dodge. Row 8 has Jeff Burton, who jumps over a lot of cars, and Elliot Draftler to his outside. Row 9 has last week's winner, Todd Marcus, and Ernie Gearson, a car that has not won for a very long time. Row 10 has Joe Brakecheck, who's won once, and Misty Motocross to his outside. Row 11 has Matt Karzith and Dale Earnhardt Jr., who hopes to win this race. Row 12 has Carl Edwards, a 1-time winner, and Billy Oil Changer, who almost won the 2002 Piston Cup. Row 13 has Sage Vanderspin, who's won once, and Jeremy Carfield, who's won 3 times. Row 14 has Michael Cartrip and Kyle Busch-Tire, the rookie, to his outside. Row 15 has Krusty Rotor, who didn't wreck out, and Johnny Blamer, hoping he doesn't wreck out. Row 16 has Winford Bradford Rutherford and Greg Candyman, making his first start this season. Row 17 has Dale Carrett and Kevin Carvick to his outside. Row 18 has Lee Revkins, who qualifies yet again, and Denny Carlin, making his second start this season. Row 19 has Bobby Carboni and Eugene Kobareski. Hopefully he doesn't get wrecked by Ken Schrader. Row 20 has James Cleanair and Ken Schrader, hoping not to get wrecked by Eugene Kobareski. Row 21 has Bill Gears and Matthew Fuel Wheel, both making their first start this season. And starting in 43rd is Kenny Shiftright, Kevin's uncle. Now, these 8 cars, among many other cars, failed to qualify for this race. Now into the race. Greg People would lead for the first 40 laps of the race, but then he'd lose the lead to Lightning McQueen. And he'd lead until lap 48, where he'd lose the lead to Casey Corner. Casey Corner would lead all the way until lap 59, where his teammate Jeremy Carfield would take the lead from him. But he'd only lead for 1 lap because Chuck Hicks would take the lead. Luckily, Greg People would take the lead away from him, leading for the next 17 laps before Chuck Hicks is 14th as of that lap. With next, Johnny Blamer, Kurt Busch-Tire, Denny Carlin, Sage Vanderspin, and Matthew Phillip Wheel. Why? Lightning McQueen would take the lead after the restart, leading to lap 96, where Greg People would take the lead from him. He'd lead until exactly lap 100, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He'd lead for 12 laps before he'd lose the lead to Jeff Gorvette. Jeff Gorvette would only lead for 2 laps before Chuck Hicks would lead until lap 115, where Jeremy Carfield would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 3 laps before Jeff Gorvette would once again take the lead, leading until lap 126, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 154, where Carl Edwards would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 4 laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading until lap 161, but 1 lap after he took the lead, Todd Marcus would be 23rd as of lap 159. With next, Krusty Rotor. Why? Hollingus would take the lead on lap 162 for 1 lap before Greg People would take the lead from him. He'd lead all the way until lap 195, where Casey Corner would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 11 laps before Greg People, yet again, would take the lead. But on lap 231, the King would take the lead from Greg People, leading for only 1 lap before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading until lap 235, where Casey Corner would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 283, where Greg People would retake the lead again, leading until lap 322. Eugene Kobareski is 17th as of lap 294. With next, Ken Schrader. Well, of course he does that. Joe Brakecheck would take the lead on lap 322, but then he'd lose it to Ryan Newcar, who'd lead until lap 368, where he'd lose it to Winford Bradford Rutherford, who only leads for 2 laps, because Greg People would, of course, retake the lead. But then, Todd Marcus would retake the lead, leading for 2 laps before Kevin Carvick would be 2nd as of that lap, where he wrecks Todd Marcus. Jeff Burnton would jump over the incident and take the lead for himself, but on lap 394, Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading until lap 425, where Greg People would retake the lead, leading until lap 451, but then Chuck Hicks would be 9th on that lap. With next, Jeremy Carfield, Michael Cartrip, Bill Gears, Winford Bradford Rutherford, and Eugene Kobareski. Greg Candyman would take the lead for the first time in over 10 years, but he'd lose the lead to Hollingus. He'd lead until lap 359, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him, leading until lap 471, where Carl Edwards would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 2 laps before Greg People, his teammate, would retake the lead. Leading until lap 482, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. Leading until lap 489, where the King would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 493, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. Leading for the final 7 laps and taking the checkered flag to win the 2005 Southern 500. And here is the top 10 of the race, with Greg Candyman getting his first top 10 since 1996. And here's the top 20 in points, with Lightning McQueen adding 10 points to his lead.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
The 28th race of 2005 will be coming out soon enough.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
James Clean Air is sick, which means he's out this race. Ryan Newcar, as usual, will start at pole position with Casey Corner to his outside. Row 2 has Kyle Bushtire and Dale Earnhardt Jr., who combined have 1 win. Row 3 has the rookie Lightning McQueen, who's won 6 races this season, and Rusty Wheelhouse. Row 4 has Mark Carton and Kevin Shiftwright, both hoping to get another win. Row 5 has Joe Brakecheck looking for his 2nd win, and Kurt Bushtire looking for his 1st win this season. Row 6 has Matt Karsith and Jeremy Carfield, 2 cars that won last year but not this year. Row 7 has Chickens and Todd Marcus. Why? Row 8 has Dale Carrett and the King, who combined have 8 Florida 500s. Row 9 has Kevin Carvick and Greg People, who led way too many laps last week. Row 10 has Ernie Gearson and Hollingus, who's won everything except the Florida 500. Row 11 has Krusty Rotor, who didn't crash, and Elliot Draftler to his outside. Row 12 has Murray Clutchburn, the 1989 champion, and Sage Vanderspin. Row 13 has teammates Jeff Corvette and Brian Vickers, who's okay to race. Row 14 is Michael Cartrip and Bobby Carboni, who start in the same row too many times this season. Row 15 is Johnny Blamer, hoping not to get wrecked, and Winford Bradford Rutherford, a one-time winner. Row 16 has Tony Gasswort and Carl Edwards, both usually start further up the field. Row 17 has Chuck Armstrong and Kevin Racing Tire, making his first start this season. Row 18 is Billy Oilchanger and Jeff Burnton, 2 orange cars. Row 19 has Ruby Easy Oaks and Mike Wheelhouse, who are both back after DNQing. Row 20 has Misty Motocross, Claude Scruggs will not be complaining, and Donald Morphy, who finally qualifies. Row 21 has the rivals Eugene Kobareski and Ken Schrader, and starting in 43rd is Ryan Thunderbolt Jr., who's an aggressive racer. These 7 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Now onto the race itself. Ryan Newcar would lead for the first 30 laps of the race, but Ken Schrader on turn 1 would be 42nd. He wrecks Eugene Kobareski! Well, of course he does that, but Lightning McQueen would take the lead until lap 70, where Greg People would take it from him. He'd lead until lap 75, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 108, where Kurt Bushtire would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 2 laps before Michael Cartrip would take the lead from him, but he only led off of pit cycles. But the King would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 138, where Kurt Bushtire would retake the lead, leading until lap 177, where his teammate Greg People would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 186, where Kurt Bushtire once more would retake the lead, leading until lap 203, where Hollingus would take the lead from him. But he only lead for 1 lap because Elliot Draftler would take the lead from him. On lap 229, Kurt Bushtire would retake the lead, leading until lap 243, where Kevin Shiftwright would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 9 laps before Kurt Busch would retake the lead once again, leading until lap 284 where Chuck Hicks would be 19th. Woody Rex, Matt Kenseth, Johnny Blamer, Jeff Corvette, Kevin Racing Tire, Ryan Thunderbolt Jr., Krusty Rotor, and Donald Murphy. Why? Hollingus would take the lead after the restart, leading until lap 319. Todd Marcus would be out on lap 312 because he hit the wall. Mark Carton would take the lead from Hollingus, leading until lap 321, where Kurt Busch, his teammate, would take the lead from him. But on lap 337, Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading until lap 370, where Mark Carton would once again take the lead, leading for 6 laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He'd lead all the way until the final lap. Kyle Busch would attempt to wreck his mean green rival, but Lightning McQueen maintains the lead, which makes him the winner of the 2005 Sputter Stop 400. This is Lightning McQueen's 7th win this season, and with Elliott Draftler's top 10 finish, he gets back into the top 20. Lightning McQueen strengthens his lead to 17 points.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Lightning McQueen wins his 7th race in his rookie season. And now he leads the field by 17 points. The car in second is Chuck Hicks, the mean green car. Hopefully, he does not take the points lead next race. The 29th race of 2005 will be coming out soon enough.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Very oddly, Matt Kenseth will start at pole position with Elliott Draftler to his outside. Row 2 has Jeff Corvette, and hopefully he doesn't get wrecked by Chuck Hicks. Row 3 has Carl Edwards, the rookie, and the king, the 7-time champion. Row 4 has Kevin Shiftwright, who is a 4th generation Piston Cup racer, and Greg People to his outside. Row 5 has Tony Gasworth and Kurt Busch. Both are very skilled racers. Row 6 has The Rocket, Ryan Newcar, and Lightning McQueen. Row 7 has Moray Clutchburn and Jeremy Carfield. Jeremy Carfield got 1 win last season. Row 8 has Billy Oilchanger and Joe Brakecheck, who got his first win last season. Row 9 has Brian Vickers, who has no wins yet, and Ernie Gearson, who hasn't won in a very long time. Row 10 has Mark Carton and Kevin Carvick, who won 2 races in 2001. Row 11 has Kyle Busch and Eugene Kobreski, probably going to try to wreck Ken Schrader, who starts on the outside of row 12. Hollingus starts on the inside of row 12. Row 13 has Misty Motocross and Sage Vanderspin, who has 1 win. Row 14 has Krusty Rotor, who didn't crash, and Johnny Blamer, hoping not to crash again. Row 15 has Winford Bradford Rutherford and James Cleanair, who's won 5 times. Row 16 has Dale Carrett, who's won 2 Florida 500s, and Daryl Draggard. Row 17 has Rusty Wheelhouse and Chuck Armstrong, the 2000 Piston Cup champion. Row 18 has these two, Michael Hartrip and Bobby Carboni, starting in the same row yet again. Row 19 has Ruby Easy Oaks and Darren Ledfoot, who randomly win sometimes. Row 20 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Jeff Burnton, who will probably try jumping over someone. Row 21 has Todd Marcus, who won his first race 3 weeks ago, and Casey Corner. Starting in 43rd is Davey Apex, who has won from this position. These 9 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Now onto the race. Matt Kenseth would lead the first 16 laps of the race before Chuck Armstrong would take the lead from him. he'd only lead for one lap before Matt Karzith would retake the lead. He'd lead into lap 45, where Darren Leadfoot would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 30 laps before Greg Beeple, who's well known for leading too many laps. He'd lose the lead on lap 93 to Jeremy Carfield. Jeremy Carfield would lead for 2 laps before Greg Beeple would retake the lead. He'd lead into lap 120, where Jeremy Carfield would retake the lead. He'd only lead for a couple laps before Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 10 laps before Mark Carton would make a clean pass on him and lead until lap 179. But as lap 180 would start, Tony Gasworth would take the lead and only lead for that 1 lap, because Carl Edwards would take the lead from him, where he'd lead for 1 lap before Rusty Wheelhouse would take the lead from him, leading for 1 lap. And then Chuck Armstrong would take the lead from him, leading for another singular lap. Jeff Burnton would do exactly the same thing, leading for a singular lap, but Mark Carton would retake the lead, leading for more than 1 lap. But on lap 217, Chuck Hicks is 20th. Woody Ricks, Bobby Carboni, Michael Cartrip, Sage Vanderspin, Ruby Easy Oaks, and of course Johnny Blamer. Why? Lightning McQueen would take the lead after the restart, leading for 2 laps before Mark Carton would take the lead from him, leading for 50 laps before Chuck Armstrong would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 7 laps, but he'd run out of fuel! Oh no! That's bad. What's even worse is that he crashes into Brian Vickers on his way to pit road, and he hit him so hard that now he's out for the season! Hopefully, he'll be okay to race next season. Tony Gasworth would take the lead after the restart, leading until lap 284, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 310, where the King would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 40 laps before Hollingus would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 353, where Matt Karzith would retake the lead. He'd lead for 6 laps before Lightning McQueen, the rookie that's won 7 races, will retake the lead. But on lap 365, Mark Carton would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 371, where Tony Gasworth would retake the lead, leading until lap 385, where Chuck Hicks would take the lead and take the checker flag. Why? And that makes him the winner of the 2005 Sparrow Mint 400. Why did the Mean Green Car have to win? And here's the top 10, who are also the top 10 in points. Here's the top 20 in points, where the Mean Green Car takes the points lead. Why?
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Why did the Mean Green Car have to win again? The 30th race of 2005 will be coming out soon enough.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Oh no! Krusty Rotor's pit crew went missing, which means he has to miss the race. Tony Gasworth will start at pole position with the King to his outside. Row 2 has the Pancake Shift Right Racing teammates Rusty Wheelhouse and Ryan Newcar, the Rocket. Row 3 has Denny Carlin making his 3rd ever start, and Lightning McQueen, the rookie with the most wins. Row 4 has Jeremy Carfield and Joe Brakecheck. Neither have won this season. Row 5 has Elliot Draftler and Bobby Carboni, who were better last season. Row 6 has Billy Oilchanger and Hollingus, the 1992 Piston Cup champion. Row 7 has the rivals, the Mean Green Car Chick Hicks and Kyle Busch Tire, the rookie. Row 8 has 2 champions, Jeff Corvette and Chuck Armstrong, who won in 2000. Row 9 has U.T. Kobareski and Carl Edwards, who won the 4th race of this season. Row 10 has Ernie Gearson and Dale Earnhardt Jr. looking for his next win. Row 11 has Jeff Burton, who jumps a lot, and Greg People, who leads a lot of laps. Row 12 has Kurt Busch-Tire and Ken Schrader, hoping not to get wrecked by Eugene Kobareski. Row 13 has Matt Karzith and Maury Clutchburn, the 1989 Piston Cup champion. Row 14 has Winford Bradford Rutherford and Dale Carrett, two-time Florida 500 winner. Row 15 is two Kevins, Carvick and Shiftright. Now into the next row. Row 16 has Misty Motocross, who Claude Scruggs constantly talks about, and Todd Marcus. Row 17 has Casey Corner and Sage Vanderspin, a rookie that's won a race. Row 18 has Mark Carton and James Cleanair, who's won 5 times. Row 19 has Ryan Thunderbolt Jr. and Brick Hicks, making his second start this season. Row 20 has Michael Cartrip, who's won a total of 4 times, and Johnny Blamer, who's won once. Row 21 has Rusty Cornfield and Clint Speed, who has not qualified yet this season until now. And starting in 43rd is Buck Schooner. Now, these 6 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Now onto the race itself. Tony Gassworth would lead the first 46 laps of the race before he'd lose the lead to the King. The King would lead for only 2 laps before he'd lose the lead to Michael Cartrip. Michael Cartrip would lead until lap 53 before he'd lose the lead to Tony Gassworth, who retakes it. He leads until lap 86, where he'd lose the lead to Matt Karzith. Matt Karzith would lead all the way until lap 105, where Tony Gassworth would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 124, where Ken Schrader would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 2 laps because Eugene Kobareski is second as of lap 126, where he wrecks Ken Schrader. Well, of course he does that. The King would take the lead after the restart, leading until lap 140, where of course Tony Gassworth would take the lead, leading until lap 176, but Chuck Hicks is 15th as of lap 175, where he wrecks Billy Oil Changer, Ryan Thunderbolt Jr., Johnny Blamer, Buck Schooner, Sage Vanderspin, and Eugene Kobareski. Right! Michael Cartrip would take the lead on lap 177, leading until lap 182, where the Mean Green car would take the lead. Luckily, he'd lose on lap 191 to the King. The King would take the lead for 2 laps. And then Tony Gassworth would of course retake it, leading all the way until lap 240, where the King would once again take the lead. He'd lead for 10 laps before Maury Clutchburn would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 41 laps before Tony Gassworth would of course retake the lead, leading until lap 315, where Chuck Armstrong would take the lead from him, leading until lap 343, where Jeff Gorvette would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 10 laps before of course Greg People, who leads way too many laps, would take the lead. But on lap 359, Jeff Gorvette would retake the lead, leading until lap 365, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead. And he'd lead for 130 laps? How does any car lead for that long? Meanwhile, he would lap Misty Motocross on lap 371, which of course leads to Claude Scruggs saying something. Why do you always say something when something happens to Misty Motocross? James Cleanair, Mark Carton, Todd Marcus, Winford Bradford Rutherford, Ernie Gearson, Dale Carrett, Clint Speed, Elliot Draftler, Jeremy Carfield, Michael Cartrip, Rusty Cornfuel, Carl Edwards, Hollingus, Joe Brakecheck, and Kevin Shiftright would all go down 1 lap at some point. Mark Carton, Clint Speed, and Todd Marcus would go down 2 laps, and Mark Carton would go down a 3rd lap on lap 438. Now onto the commentary on lap 495. Lightning McQueen is a huge lead. Could he win off fuel, Daryl? I don't think so. He's running low, but he has a huge lead. Going to pit shouldn't take him out of the lead. Then, Lightning McQueen comes to the pits and, oh no! His pit crew took too long! Which allows Jeff Gorvette to take the lead. He'd lead for 2 laps, but then, why does the Mean Green car bump him out of the way to take the lead? which allows him to take the checkered flag. And that means he's the winner of the 2005 Cartonsville 500. Lightning McQueen fires Bill Racelot as his crew chief after the race. And here is the top 10 in points, with Lightning McQueen coming third and Denny Carlin getting his first top 10. And here is the top 20 in points, with the Mean Green car strengthening his lead.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Why is the Mean Green car leading by 23 points? And that race was his 38th win. Why does he have 38 wins? But anyways, the 31st race of 2005 will be coming out soon enough. And hopefully the Mean Green car doesn't win again.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Ryan Newcar, as usual, will start at pole position with Lightning McQueen to his outside. Row 2 has the King, and surprisingly, Darren Leadfoot will start on his outside. Row 3 has the rivals, the Mean Green car, Chitex, and the rookie Kyle Busch tire. Row 4 has two Piston Cup champions, Hollingus and Tony Gasworth, who won in 2002. Row 5 has Moray Clutchburn and Kurt Busch-Tire, looking to get his first win this season. Row 6 has his teammates, Greg Beeple and Carl Edwards, who have 3 more teammates. Row 7 has Kevin Shiftwright and Jeff Corvette, who don't seem to like each other. Row 8 has Casey Corner and Ernie Gearson, hoping to win today because they haven't won in a while, or ever. Row 9 has Mark Curtin and Todd Marcus, who won the Fay 400. Row 10 has Billy Oilchanger and Chuck Armstrong, 2 past winners that have yet to win this season. Row 11 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Kevin Carvick, who got his first win in his 3rd start. Row 12 has Matt Karseth, who has a track record of qualifying badly, and Dale Carrett. Row 13 is Sage Van Der Spain and Jeremy Carfield, both looking for their next win. Row 14 is Elliot Draftler and Joe Brickcheck, looking for his 2nd career win. Row 15 has Eugene Kobareski, who's probably planning on wrecking Ken Schrader, and Winfred Bradford Rutherford. Row 16 has Misty Motocross, Claude Scruggs will not be complaining, and Krusty Roeder, who will hopefully not crash. Row 17 has Manny Flywheel, hooray, and Johnny Blamer. Row 18 is Bobby Carboni and Michael Cartwright, who once again start in the same row. Row 19 has Ruby Easy Oaks and Ken Schrader, who's probably thinking of wrecking Eugene Kobareski. Row 20 has Rusty Wheelhouse and Jeff Burton. How are you starting back here? Row 21 has Rudy Washtire, who surprisingly qualifies, and James Cleanair to his outside. And starting in 43rd is Daryl Draggard, making his 6th start this season. And these 4 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Now onto the race itself. Ryan Newcar would lead the first 7 laps of the race before he'd lose the lead to Lightning McQueen. He'd lead all the way until lap 40, where he'd lose the lead to the King. The King would lead all the way until lap 45, where he'd lose the lead to Darren Leadfoot, who would lead a full 45 laps before Lightning McQueen retakes the lead, leading until lap 125. But then, Chuck Hicks will go on to lead for 4 laps. And he's first as of lap 129, where he wrecks Johnny Blamer. Why? Hollingus would take the lead from the Mean Green car, leading until lap 165, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 183, where the King would retake the lead from him. He'd lead for 4 laps before Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 191, where the King would of course retake the lead. He'd lead all the way until lap 204, but Ken Schrader is 36th as of lap 204, where he wrecks Eugene Kobareski. Well, of course this happens. Kyle Busch-Tire would take the lead after the restart, leading until lap 217, but oh no! The back of his car gets hit by the mean green car. Luckily, Manny Flywheel is third as of lap 217, where he wrecks the mean green car. Hooray! And the crowd has plenty of nice things to say to Manny Flywheel after he wrecked the mean green car. Another green car, Darren Leadfoot, would take the lead after the restart, but on lap 226, Kyle Bushtire would retake the lead, leading for 2 laps before his older brother Kurt would take the lead from him. He'd lead into lap 251, where the King would retake the lead. He'd lead for 7 laps before he'd lose the lead to Lightning McQueen. Lightning McQueen would lead into lap 262, where Darren Leadfoot would retake the lead. He'd lead all the way until lap 307, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead from him, leading for 4 laps before, of course, Darren Leadfoot has to retake the lead, leading for exactly 50 laps before the King would retake the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 382, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead yet again, leading until lap 388, where Matt Karzith would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 9 laps before Rudy Washtire would be out because of an engine failure. Tony Gasworth uses this as an opportunity to take the lead. He leads for only 2 laps before Darren Leadfoot would retake the lead, leading all the way until lap 431, where Greg People would take the lead, leading more laps. But on lap 447, Kyle Bushtire would retake the lead, leading until lap 458, where Hollingus would take the lead from him. He'd lead into lap 487, but Joe Brakecheck would hit the inside wall, and unfortunately, now he's out for the season. Darren Leadfoot would take the lead on lap 487, and he'd take the checkered flag, which makes him the winner of the 2005 Los Angeles 500. Darren Leadfoot pulled off another surprise win. The fans didn't get exactly what they wanted with Manny Flywheel winning, but he did get his first top 10 this season, and first top 5, because he finished 5th. Since he wrecked the mean green car, he no longer has the points lead. Now the King has the points lead, leading by 4 points over Lightning McQueen. The mean green car falls all the way to 3rd in points, only 20 points ahead of Tony Gasworth in 4th.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Hooray! The mean green car was wrecked, and he was stopped from having 3 wins in a row. Thank you, Manny Flywheel, for all the times that you have wrecked the mean green car Chetex. Somehow, Darren Leadfoot pulled off another surprise win. Can he do it again? And the 32nd race of 2005 will be coming out soon enough.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Ryan Newcar, as usual, will start at pole position, with Hollingus to his outside. Row 2 has the rookie, Lightning McQueen, and Rusty Wheelhouse to his outside. Row 3 has Billy Oilchanger looking for his first win this season, and Jeff Corvette trying to stop himself from having a bad season. Row 4 has Greg People, who leads way too many laps, and Casey Corner, who is yet to win a race. Row 5 is Tony Gasworth and Chuck Hicks, 2 aggressive racers. Row 6 has 2 Rush Racing teammates, Kurt Bushtire and Mark Carton, who have yet to win this season. Row 7 has Murray Clutchburn, the 1989 Piston Cup champion, and the King, the 7-time Piston Cup champion. Row 8 has Carl Edwards, the rookie, and Kevin Shiftright looking for a 2nd win this season. Row 9 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Chuck Armstrong, the 2000 Piston Cup champion. Row 10 has Kyle Bushtire, who does not like the mean green car, among others, and Ernie Gearson. Row 11 has the Richard Chill Paints Racing teammates, Jeff Burnton and Kevin Carvick. Row 12 has Krusty Rotor and Bobby Carboni. Both have been plagued by bad finishes this season. Row 13 has Jeremy Carfield and Elliot Draftler. I don't know what they're going to do today. Row 14 has Dale Carrett, two-time Florida 500 winner, and Eugene Karbareski, who's probably going to try to wreck Ken Schrader. Row 15 has Matt Karzith, who qualifies badly again, and Winfred Bradford Rutherford. Row 16 is Johnny Blamer, hoping not to crash, and Ken Schrader, hoping not to get wrecked by Eugene Karbareski. Row 17 has Michael Cuttrip and Sage Vanderspin. Both of them are looking for their next win. Row 18 has Misty Motocross, Claude Scruggs will not be complaining, and James Clean Air will be retiring at the end of the season. Row 19 has Todd Marcus and Lee Revkins to his outside. Row 20 is Brendan Cargan, making his first and maybe only start of the season, and Slider Petrolsky to his outside. Row 21 has Paunchy Wipeout and Aiken Axler, whose father, Andrew, won multiple races, and starting in 43rd is Brush Kerber, who's won once. These 6 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Now onto the race itself. Ryan Newcar would lead the first 3 laps of the race before he'd lose the lead to Hollingus. Hollingus would lead until lap 30, where he'd lose the lead to Lightning McQueen. Lightning McQueen would lead for 31 laps before Hollingus would retake the lead, leading until lap 75. But Chuck Hicks is 15th as of lap 71, where he wrecks Dale Carrett, his rival Kyle Bushtire, Slider Petrolsky, Johnny Blamer, and Brendan Cargan. Why? The King would take the lead on lap 75. He'd lead for 4 laps before, of course, Hollingus would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 86, where surprisingly, Krusty Roeder would take the lead. And he'd only lead for 2 laps because Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He'd lead for 9 laps before the King would retake the lead, leading for another 9 laps before Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 13 laps before Casey Corner would take the lead from him. He'd lead all the way until lap 153, where Hollingus would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 160, where Murray Clutchburn would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 5 laps, but Chuck Hicks would be 6th as of lap 162, where he wrecks Krusty Roeder. Why? The King would take the lead for 5 laps afterwards, but on lap 169, Matt Karzith would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 10 laps before his teammate, Greg People, would take the lead from him, leading all the way until lap 185, where Billy Oilchanger, using his better tires, would take the lead. He'd lead until lap 201, where the Mean Green car would be 8th. Why? And he makes Ryan Newcar go airborne. Why? Carl Edwards would take the lead after the restart, leading for 6 laps before Chickax would take the lead for himself. But luckily, on lap 247, Ernie Gearson would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 265, where of course, Hollingus would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 292, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 309, where Kurt Bushtire would take the lead. He'd lead for 8 laps before Hollingus would retake the lead yet again, leading for 8 laps before the Mean Green car Chickax would take the lead for himself for 20 laps, where luckily Hollingus would pass him on lap 345. But 3 laps later, the Mean Green car is back in the lead. Why? And he takes the checkered flag. And that makes him the winner of the 2005 Boston 350. Here is the top 10 of the race. I really wished Hollingus won this race. And here is the top 20 in points. Luckily, the Mean Green car didn't reclaim the points lead.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Why did the Mean Green car have to win again? Hollingus or Billy Oilchanger was more deserving of that win. And also, Lightning McQueen reclaimed the points lead because the King had a much worse finish. The 33rd race of 2005 will be coming out soon enough.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Hollingus will start at pole position with the Rocket Ryan Newcar to his outside. Row 2 has the King and Tony Gasworth, looking to add another win to their long list of wins. Row 3 has Lightning McQueen, the rookie that's won 7 races so far, and the Mean Green Car X. Row 4 has Chuck Armstrong and Greg Beeple, who's led way too many laps this season. Row 5 has Sage Vanderspin, who's won 1 race, and Kurt Buschtire to his outside. Row 6 has Kevin Shiftwright and Moray Clutchburn, the 1989 Piston Cup champion. Row 7 has Todd Marcus, who will hopefully not wreck any other cars this race, and Carl Edwards to his outside. Row 8 has Mark Carton and Jeremy Carfield, who last won last year. Row 9 has Casey Corner and Kyle Buschtire. Both are winless. Row 10 has Kevin Carvick, who won in his 3rd start, and Dale Earnhardt Jr., who's won a race this season. Row 11 has Elliot Draftler, who's won 2 races last year, and Misty Motocross, who's won some races. Row 12 has Ernie Gearson, hoping to get his top 20 points position back, and Dale Carr to his outside. Row 13 is Billy Oil Changer and Michael Cartrip, who's won 2 Florida 500s. Row 14 is Krusty Rotor, who will hopefully not crash, and Jeff Gorvette, trying to fix his bad season. Row 15 is Joel McQueen, Lightning McQueen's older brother, and Eugene Komareski. Row 16 is Matt Karzith, starting badly, as usual, and Bobby Cabani to his outside. Row 17 is 2 green cars, Johnny Blamer and Darren Ledfoot, who won 2 weeks ago. Row 18 is James Clean Air, who's won 5 times, and Winford Bradford Rutherford, who got his first win last year. Row 19 is Rusty Wheelhouse and his teammate Ryan Shields, getting his 2nd start this season. Row 20 has Ken Schrader, hoping not to get wrecked, and Floyd Movelhill to his outside. Row 21 has Jeff Burnton, starting all the way in the back, and Brian Brooks, making his 1st start this season. And starting in 43rd is Rusty Cornfuel, who beat Brush Kerber to qualify for this race. And these cars shown here, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Hollingus would lead the first 14 laps of the race before he'd lose the lead to the King. The King would lead until lap 25, where Hollingus would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 29, where he'd lose the lead to Lightning McQueen. Lightning McQueen would lead for 9 laps before Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 43, where Carl Edwards would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 6 laps before he'd lose the lead to Ryan Newcar, the Rocket, who'd lead for 2 laps before Tony Gasworth would retake the lead. He'd lead for 6 laps before Hollingus would retake the lead. He'd lead for 2 laps before he'd lose the lead to Jeremy Carfield. Jeremy Carfield would lead all the way until lap 65, where Tony Gasworth would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 71, where Jeremy Carfield would retake the lead. But he'd only lead for 3 laps this time, because Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him on lap 74, but on lap 83, Greg Beeple would take the lead for the first time this race, leading until lap 97, where the Mean Green Car bumps him out of the way to take the lead. But on lap 132, Todd Marcus would bump the Mean Green Car out of the way. Hooray! And that means he takes the lead from him. But he only lead for 2 laps because Chuck Hicks is 12th as of that lap, when he wrecks his rival Kyle Buschtire, Johnny Blamer, and Krusty Rotor. What? The King would take the lead after the restart on lap 135, but on lap 174, Floyd Movelhill would take the lead from the King, leading for 3 laps before Chuck Armstrong would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 183, but Jeremy Carfield would be 21st as of that lap, where he accidentally wrecks himself and Bobby Carboni. Now they're both out through the season because of Brian Brooks. Why did you have to make Jeremy Carfield and Bobby Carboni miss the final 3 races of the season? As punishment, Brian Brooks will be suspended for the rest of the season and the first 10 races of next season. Rusty Wheelhouse would take the lead after the restart, leading for 12 laps before his teammate Ryan Newcar would take the lead from him, leading for 11 laps, but then Chuck Hicks Rex would be second as of that lap. When he wrecks Ryan Newcar, who gets flipped and goes to the catch fence. Why, Mean Green Car? Why? Billy Oil Changer would not pit after the restart, which means he takes the lead. But on lap 234, he would run out of fuel and have his tires pop, which means he's out. The King would take the lead from him, taking the lead on lap 235, but only 2 laps later, Lightning McQueen would take the lead, leading all the way until lap 267, where Sage Vanderspin would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 273, but Trick Hacks would be second as of that lap, when he wrecks Sage Vanderspin, the leader. Why? Rusty Wheelhouse has something to say to the Mean Green Car and Piston Cup officials. Kevin Karvik would take the lead after the restart, leading to lap 286, where Hollingus would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 4 laps, but in the middle of those 4 laps, Missy Motocross would try to wreck the Mean Green Car, but she unfortunately failed. Claude Scruggs, as usual, is complaining that Misty Motocross didn't succeed. Lightning McQueen would take the lead on lap 290, leading for 11 laps before Greg People would take the lead from him. But on lap 323, Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading until lap 347, where Tony Gasworth would himself retake the lead. But he only lead for 1 lap because Lightning McQueen is back in the lead. He'd lead until lap 371, where his older brother Joel would take the lead from him. He'd lead the first 6 laps of his Piston Cup career. His younger brother Lightning would retake the lead on lap 378, and he'd lead all the way until the checkered flag, which he takes, and that makes him the winner of the 2005 Revolting 400. Here is the top 10 of the race, with brothers Lightning and Joel finishing 1-2. Joel gets his first top 10. And here is the top 20 in points, with Jeremy Carfield no longer being in it. And Lightning McQueen's points lead getting 20 points larger.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
The reason I wasn't as enthusiastic at the end of the race is because Lightning McQueen was leading by 11 seconds! Sure, Joel came second, but Lightning McQueen won this race by 11 seconds! Which is extremely long. And the 34th race of 2005 will be coming out soon enough.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Chuck Armstrong will start at pole position with Ryan Newcar, the Rocket, to his outside. Row 2 has Lightning McQueen, the rookie sensation that's won 8 races this season, and Greg People. Row 3 has the 1992 champion, Hollingus, and the champion 10 years later, Tony Gasworth. Row 4 has the 7-time champion, the King, and Chuck Hicks, who everyone hates. Row 5 has Todd Marcus, who got his very first win earlier this year, and Kevin Shiftwright. Row 6 has Kurt Bushtire and Casey Corner, who has not won a race before. In the next row, Row 7 has Kurt's teammates Carl Edwards and Mark Carton, both looking for their next win. Row 8 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Murray Clutchburn, the 1989 champion. Row 9 has Rusty Wheelhouse, who's retiring this season, and Kyle Bushtire, who is a rookie this season. Row 10 has Ernie Gearson, who almost won the 1994 Piston Cup, and Billy Oil Changer. Row 11 has 2 cars that won multiple Florida 500s, Jeff Corvette and Dale Carrett. Row 12 has Bill Racelot, who will be making his final start of this season, and Jeff Burnton. Row 13 is Matt Karseth, who usually starts badly, and Elliot Draftler to his outside. Row 14 is Michael Cartrip and Ruby Easy Oaks, who qualifies once more. Row 15 is Darren Ledfoot, who won at the LA 500, and Eugene Kobriski. Row 16 is Missy Motocross, Claude Scruggs won't be complaining, and James Cleanair to her outside. Row 17 is Ken Schrader, hoping not to be wrecked by Eugene Kobriski, and Sage Vanderspin. Row 18 is Kevin Carvick starting all the way in the back, and Winford Bradford Rutherford hoping to get a second win. Row 19 has Floyd Movelhill and Lee Revkins, who's doing better than usual this season. Row 20 has Johnny Blamer hoping not to get wrecked, and Rusty Cornfuel. Row 21 has Krusty Rotor starting all the way in 41st, and Slider Petrolski, and starting in 43rd is Mark Burnsley. And these 7 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Now onto the race itself. Chuck Armstrong would lead for the first 42 laps before he'd lose the lead to Lightning McQueen. Lightning McQueen would lead 2 laps off of pit cycles, but then Chuck Armstrong would retake the lead, leading all the way until lap 59, where Kevin Shiftright would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 70, where Chuck Armstrong would retake the lead, leading for 27 laps. But the Mean Green car has to be 11th as of lap 72, where he wrecks Krusty Rotor, Johnny Blamer, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Why? Darren Leadfoot would take the lead on lap 97, leading for 3 laps before Ken Schrader would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 105, where Eugene Komareski is second as of that lap, where he wrecks Ken Schrader. Well, of course he does, but he's out for the season. The Mean Green car X would take the lead for 9 laps before Kurt Busch-Tire would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 129, where Chuck Hicks is 5th as of that lap, where he wrecks Carl Edwards, Mark Carton, Rusty Wheelhouse, Dale Carrett, Michael Cartrip, Casey Corner, Jeff Burnton, and Elliot Draftler. We're all out for the season. Now live to miss the final 2 races of the season. Why isn't the Mean Green car suspended? Luckily, the King would take the lead after the restart, leading to lap 131, where Kurt Busch-Tire would retake the lead. He'd lead all the way until lap 180, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 6 laps before Floyd Movelhill would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 3 laps, but he would flip himself on lap 189. How? And now he's out. Hollingus would take the lead after the restart, leading until lap 197, where the King would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 2 laps before Greg Beeple, who leads too many laps, will lead some more laps, but on lap 206, Chuck Hicks is 10th, where he wrecks himself, but he's not out. Why? And his rival Kyle Busch-Tire, who's now out for the season. The Mean Green car would somehow not be suspended and gets to pit road, where he goes off of the track on lap 207 and brings on his student from the Chick Hicks Racing Academy. He comes on lap 207, and we don't know his name. Chuck Armstrong would take the lead after the restart, leading for 2 laps before Todd Marcus would make a clean pass for the lead, leading until lap 215, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 247, where he'd need to pit, and Winford Bradford Rutherford would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 250, where Lightning McQueen retakes the lead after his pit stop is finished, leading until lap 298, where Hollingus would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 9 laps before the King would take the lead from him. He'd lead all the way until lap 339, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 342, where the King retakes the lead. He'd lead all the way until the checkered flag, which he takes, but oh no! He loses a lug nut! But he still crosses the finish line in first, which makes him the winner of the 2005 Washington 350. But the King will be docked 9 points for his missing lug nut. Rusty Wheelhouse has something to say, wishing the King and Lightning McQueen luck in their pursuit of the Piston Cup. Kurt Busch-Tire will be suspended for the rest of the season, and here's his reaction to that. The reason is because he cheated during the race. And also, don't say that word! And here's the top 10 of the race, with Kurt Busch keeping his 4th place finish. And Chick Hicks' Racing Academy student got Chick Hicks a finish of 3rd. Why? And Darren Ledfoot gets another top 10. The King was allowed to keep his win, and this is his 203rd win! How does any car win that many times? And here is the top 20 in points, with a lot of the cars in the top 20 right now being out for the season.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Since when did the Mean Green Car Chick Hicks have a racing academy? And was that car even allowed to race? And also, if the King was not docked 9 points for his missing lug nut, which wasn't even his fault, he would have the points lead. And the 35th race of 2005 will be coming out soon enough.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Starting at pole position is Lightning McQueen, with the King to his outside. Row 2 has Tony Gassworth and Hollingus, who sit 4th and 5th in points, respectively. Row 3 has the Mean Green Car Chick Hicks and Chuck Armstrong, who's had a good last few races. Row 4 has Kevin Shiftwright and Murray Clutchburn. I don't know what they're going to do this race. Row 5 has Jeff Corvette trying to get out of his bad season, and Ryan Newcar, the Rocket. Row 6 has Ernie Gearson, who has not won for over 10 years, and Todd Marcus, who's won once. Row 7 has teammates Greg Beeple and Matt Karzeth, who have 2 teammates that are out for the season. Row 8 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Billy Oilchanger. Row 9 has Eugene Komareski, who won't be able to wreck Ken Schrader, and Misty Motocross. I hope Claude Scruggs is happy. Row 10 has Darren Ledfoot, who won 1 race this season, and Krusty Rotor. Row 11 has Floyd Mulvihill with Kevin Carvick to his outside. Row 12 has James Cleanair and Johnny Blamer. Green cars that are not mean. Row 13 is Winford Bradford Rutherford and Ruby Easy Oaks. I hope they can do something. Row 14 is Sage Vanderspin and Kenny Wheelhouse, who'll be replacing Kurt Busch. Row 15 has another Kenny Shiftwright, and Johnny Spinner, making his first start this season. Row 16 has Mac Icar and Paunchy Wipeout. I hope they do something. Row 17 is Brush Kerber and Lee Revkins, who's having better performances this season. Row 18 has Buck Schooner and Kevin Racing Tire, making his 2nd start this season. Row 19 has Davey Apex, not starting from 43rd, and Greg Candyman, who's outside. Row 20 has Slider Petrolski and Bill Gears, making his 2nd start this season. Row 21 has Ryan Shields and Dirksen D'Agostino, who returns from over 30 races of DNQing, and starting in 43rd is Sammy Smelter! You still stink! And these 3 cars failed to qualify for this race, among many others. Now onto the race itself. Lightning McQueen would lead for the first 45 laps of the race before pit cycles, and that allows Winford Bradford Rutherford to take the lead from him. But Lightning McQueen would come back onto the track, leading all the way until lap 59, where Hollingus would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 78, where Eugene Komareski would take the lead without bumping anyone. He'd lose the lead on lap 83 to the King. The King would lead for 6 laps before Paunchy Wipeout would take the lead for 20 laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 136, where, oh no! He cuts a tire and hits the wall! Now Johnny Blamer is out! And Lightning McQueen is down 5 laps to get the damage repaired. Chuck Armstrong would take the lead from Lightning McQueen, leading for 9 laps before Todd Marcus would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 3 laps, but unfortunately, the Mean Green Car Chick Hicks would take the lead. But, well, He's leading as of lap 148, but he still has the nerve to wreck Ruby Easy Oaks. Why? Moray Clutchburn would luckily take the lead from the mean green car, leading for 11 laps before Misty Motocross would take the lead from him. She'd lead into lap 168, but Claude Scruggs, of course, has good things to say when Misty Motocross takes the lead. Greg People would take the lead on lap 168, leading into lap 173, but Claude Scruggs has to complain because she lost the lead. Krusty Rotor would take the lead from Greg People, leading into lap 179, where Jack Hicks is 7th as of lap 179, where he wrecks Lee Revkins. Why? Slider Petrolski would somehow flip and not be out. Todd Marcus would take the lead after the restart, leading into lap 188, where Sage Vanderspin would take the lead from him. He'd lead into lap 190, where Ryan Newcar would take the lead from him. He'd lead into lap 191, but Chickax has to be second as of that lap, where he wrecks Ryan Newcar, who goes airborne and into the catch fence. Why? The King would luckily take the lead from the mean green car, leading for the next 8 laps, where Floyd Movelhill would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 4 laps before Chuck Armstrong would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 3 laps before Darren Leadfoot would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 7 laps before Paunchy Wipeout would take the lead off of pit cycles. 2 laps later, Darren Leadfoot is back in the lead, leading until lap 227, where the King would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 239, where Moy Clutchburn would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 244, where Ernie Gearson would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 20 laps before Floyd Movelhill will retake the lead, leading for 3 laps before, unfortunately, he gets bumped by the mean green car. But luckily, on lap 298, Darren Leadfoot would be there to take the lead. And on lap 305, Sage Vanderspin would take the lead from Darren Leadfoot, leading for 7 laps before Chuck Armstrong would once again retake the lead, leading for 5 laps before the mean green car Chickax would lead for 2 laps. Ernie Gearson would luckily take the lead from him, leading until lap 331, where Winford Bradford Rutherford would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 5 laps, but then Chuck Armstrong would once again take the lead, leading until lap 342, where the King would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 6 laps before Paunchy Wipeout would once again take the lead, leading until lap 354, where Lightning McQueen gets back on the lead lap, and also Ernie Gearson takes the lead, leading for 3 laps before once again the King would take the lead. He'd lead until lap 366, where Chuck Armstrong would retake the lead, leading all the way until lap 380, where Floyd Movelhill would take the lead, desperate for his first win. But with 5 to go, Ernie Gearson would take the lead from him, leading the final 5 laps to win the 2005 Richmond 400. This is Ernie Gearson's first win in over 10 years. And Paunchy Wipeout gets his first top 10 since his win in 2003. Here is the top 20 in points, with the King, Chickax, and Lightning McQueen all being tied for the lead at 5,013 points. Ernie Gearson comes into the top 20 because of his win. And these 3 cars, the King, Chickax, and Lightning McQueen, are all able to win the Piston Cup this season. I'll make a separate video about this. And here is the rest of the top 5 in points. Tony Gassworth and Hollingus. Both are unable to win the Piston Cup this season. Try again next season.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Never at any time in Piston Cup history have 3 cars been tied in points coming into the Dynaco 400. And I will be making a pre-race preview of the 2005 Dynaco 400, going more into detail about the King, Check and Lightning McQueen, right before the 2005 Dynaco 400. Both videos will be coming out soon enough.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
I forgot to mention last video that Chuck has been fired as Lightning McQueen's crew chief following Lightning McQueen's punctured tire last race and his subsequent 4th place finish. Now, the King, Check and Lightning McQueen are all tied on 5,013 points after the 35th race of the 2005 Piston Cup season. Never at any point in Piston Cup history has this happened before. And they are the only 3 that can mathematically win the 2005 Piston Cup. How are 3 cars tied on points? This has never happened before, let alone on the 35th race. Now into the first car, the King Strip Weathers, whose career began all the way back in 1970, 35 seasons ago. And his car owner is Tex Dynaco, the CEO of Dynaco. He is a billionaire. He's very rich, but he's also a very nice car, for giving the King the Dynaco sponsorship for his whole career. And his performances. The King was Rookie of the Year in 1970, and every season, except for 1984, he's finished in the top 5 in points. Only 1984, which was the gridlock, did he finish outside the top 5, but he still finished 6th. The King has also won 7 Piston Cups, which is the most out of any car in Piston Cup history. He's also won 6 Florida 500s, also the most out of any Piston Cup racer. He's also won every Piston Cup race on the schedule from 1 to 36. Not in the same season, of course, but still, that's impressive. What's even more impressive is that he's won 203 races! How does any car win that many races? And that's also 96 more than second placed Drive Parkerson. And also, the King still has 1 more race! And he's won at least 2 races every single season. He even won the majority of races in the season in 1971, where he got his first championship. Now, onto his retirement season, 2005. He's won 6 races, which is alright for the King standards, and he's led the points for many weeks. But, if it weren't for him being docked 9 points for missing lug nut, he'd have the points lead and would easily be able to win the Piston Cup. Unfortunately, Check, who's usually in second place, is able to win the championship. He's also managed to avoid a suspension all season. Why is the mean green car here? It all began in the 1985 Dynaco 400, where he cheered Dale Earnhardt for wrecking cars and delayed his very first race, the 1986 Florida 500, by 2.5 hours. Craig Shiftwright always predicted Check would be a bad car because he regularly wrecks other cars, many other cars, and has received the most suspensions out of any car in Piston Cup history with 31! And many seasons, he got suspended multiple times, including 4 times in 1991. This is because he intentionally wrecks too many cars, or he cheats. And the worst things that he's done is that he's caused career-ending crashes, and the worst of all is that in 1987, he caused Bobby Karsak to die. He even served jail time for what he did. on that day in 1987. And on the racing side, he won 9 Southern 500s in a row! Due to all of his suspensions, usually he hasn't been finishing second place in points. But since he's so hated by Piston Cup fans, they cheer when another car wrecks him. The Mean Green car has it this season. Unfortunately for everyone, he's raced all 35 races so far, and he's won 8 of them, which is bad. Why is he allowed to win races? But he didn't expect this car, Lightning McQueen, who last season in 2004 was racing in the second division, sponsored by Smell Swell, who went on to sponsor Sammy Smelter, who stinks. Last season in the second division, Lightning McQueen won 2 races, but after Gerald Leadfoot's career-ending crash prior to the 2004 Dynaco 400, and Team Rusty's would need a new car for 2005, they chose this previously unknown car named Lightning McQueen, who's been a rookie sensation this season. He's won 8 races this season, which is a very large amount for a rookie. And also, he became the first ever rookie to lead in the points, and is the first rookie who is mathematically able to win the Piston Cup. Could he do it though? And there are 40 other racers that will be racing in the 2005 Dynaco 400. I'll talk about them and the race itself in the next video.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
I forgot to mention that the King could win his 8th Piston Cup, which would be unheard of if he wins the Dynaco 400. And also, Chick Hicks! I forgot to mention this very obvious fact. He has the most second place finishes out of any car. And also, Lightning McQueen, the rookie sensation, being able to win the Piston Cup in his very first season is unheard of. The Hudson Hornet technically won the Piston Cup in his first season, but the title of rookie didn't exist at that time. Now, there's the legend, the runner-up, and the rookie. Who will take the 2005 Piston Cup? The race where they'll try to get the cup, the 2005 Dynaco 400, will be coming out soon enough.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
The King will start at pole position for his final race, with Lightning McQueen in his first season finale. Row 2 has the Mean Green car, Kickax, who I hope doesn't win, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. to his outside. Row 3 has Floyd Mulvihill and, surprisingly, Slider Petrolsky to his outside. Row 4 has Sage Vanderspin and Ernie Gearson, who has a chance to finish in the top 20 in points. Row 5 has Winford Bradford Rutherford and Davey Apex, who starts 10th today. Row 6 has Claude Scruggs, who might say something about Misty Motocross, and Krusty Rotor to his outside. Row 7 has Rusty Cornfuel, who couldn't qualify last race, and Billy Oilchanger to his outside. Row 8 has Mac Icar and Lee Revkins, who did quite well in practice for this race. Row 9 has Kevin Shiftwright and James Cleaner, who will also be racing his last race today. Row 10 has Tony Gassworth and Brush Kerber, hoping to get his second win today. Row 11 has Jeff Corvette, who's had a bad season this season, and Todd Marcus. Row 12 has Eugene Kobareski, who won't be wrecking Ken Schrader, and Misty Motocross to his outside. Row 13 is Kevin Karvik and Greg Beeple, who might lead laps today. Row 14 has Darren Ledfoot, who usually does good in the Dynaco 400, and Moray Clutchburn to his outside. Row 15 has Chuck Armstrong, the 2002 Piston Cup champion, and Ryan Newcar to his outside. Row 16 has Johnny Blamer, hoping not to crash, and Matt Karzith, the 2003 champion, to his outside. Row 17 has Ruby Easy Oaks and Kevin Racing Tire in his third start this season. Row 18 has Dirksen D'Agostino and Greg Candyman to his outside. Row 19 has Paunchy Wipeout, who's won a total of 1 race, and Manny Flywheel! Hopefully he wrecks the mean green car. Row 20 is Ralph Carlo, making his first start this season, and Ryan Shields, who's outside. Row 21 has Hollingus, who crashed in qualifying, and Aiken Axler. And starting in 43rd is Ryan Thunderbolt Jr. These two cars, Buck Schooner and Daryl Draggard, failed to qualify for this race, alongside some others. But Will Draftrev actually qualified in the top 43, but his hauler was lazy, which means Will Draftrev doesn't get to race. Now onto the race. The King will lead the first 2 laps of his final race, but unfortunately, the mean green car, Chick-X, is 5th as of the 2nd lap, where he wrecks Ryan Newcar, who goes airborne on the 2nd lap. And the mean green car would unfortunately take the lead for the next 39 laps. Eugene Kobareski is 8th as of lap 17, where he wrecks Greg Beeple and Kevin Karvik. Why? And then Lee Revkins will take the lead. He leads for 10 laps before the King will retake the lead. He'd lead for only 1 lap on pit cycles before Lee Revkins would retake the lead. He'd lead all the way until lap 93, where somehow Rusty Cornfuel will take the lead from him, leading for 2 laps before Matt Karzith will take the lead for himself, hoping to win the Dynaco 400. But on lap 102, the mean green car Chick-X is right behind him, and then wrecks Matt Karzith, which means he's out! Winford Bradford Rutherford would take the lead after the restart, leading until lap 117, where the mean green car has to steal it from him, and then he leads until lap 138. 18 laps earlier, he wrecked Jeff Corvette. Why? The mean green car would be in the lead on lap 138, but he wrecks Tony Gasworth. Why? Lee Revkins would luckily take the lead, leading for a full 50 laps before Chick-X will do a pit maneuver on Lee Revkins and then take the lead. And then shortly after that, the King would take the lead from him, leading for 5 laps, but unfortunately, the mean green car Chick-X does a pit maneuver on Lightning McQueen, who goes from 2nd all the way down to 37th. And on lap 190, the mean green car is 2nd, where he says this, and then wrecks Winford Bradford Rutherford, who then bumps into Moray Clutchburn. Daryl Cartrip says, "Trouble, turn 3." Winford screams, and then Johnny Blamer's involved in the crash. So is Ryan Shields, Billy Oil Changer, and Kevin Racing Tire. The mean green car says this to Lightning McQueen. Then Bob Cutlass says, "Oh, huge crash behind the leaders." And then Ralph Carlo, Kevin Shiftwright, Ernie Gearson, and Rusty Cornfuel unable to get through. But Eugene Kobareski fortunately does. Fortunately, Davey Apex and Todd Marcus don't have the same fate, being caught in the crash. Brush Kerber is also unable to get through. And then Sage Vanderspin and Greg Candyman will both be involved in the crash. And oh no! Manny Flywheel's in the crash! And Piston Cup fans are now gasping upon seeing the big one. And these two were just where the RSN cameras were. And now Eugene Kobareski's in the crash, alongside James Cleanair, alongside the entire field. How does the mean green car wreck every other car aside from himself and the King? And in the crash, a tire is rolling on the track, and then Chuck Armstrong would go airborne, and Ryan Thunderbolt Jr. is now out! Mean Green Car, check X! Why did you cause the crash? Claude Scruggs is giggling in the middle of the crash with Billy Oil Changer. I don't get why. And then he gets collected in another mini crash. And now Claude Scruggs is on the roof of Todd Marcus when he's upside down. How is this possible? And they're both screaming when this is happening. And then Bob Cutlass has this to say. Wait a second, Daryl. McQueen is in the wreckage. And then Daryl Kartrip replies, there's no way the rookie can make it through. Not in one piece, that is. And then Lightning McQueen makes it through the wreckage in one piece. How is this possible? For a rookie, Don Chapcar got through a crash unscathed 19 years ago, but he was already a Piston Cup champion at that point. And then Lightning McQueen jumps onto Claude Scruggs' tires, and now he's flying through the air with his tongue out. How is that possible? And then Daryl Kartrip says, look at that, McQueen made it through. In return, Bob Cutlass says, and a spectacular move by Lightning McQueen. Then he says, yeah, ka-chow, after he jumps through the air. This leads to the fans chanting Lightning McQueen's name. And now for the cars that are out, who are Ruby Easy Oaks, Hollingus, Claude Scruggs, Lee Revkins, and Chuck Armstrong. Darren Leadfoot gets to pit road, but he's also out because he goes to the garage. Lightning McQueen doesn't pit, even though everyone else did. The Mean Green Car will restart the race near the back. Hooray! Lightning McQueen would take the lead, following everyone going to the pits, and then he'd lead all the way until the final lap. How does any car lead for 205 laps? How does any car lead for 205 laps? That's the whole second half of the race. While McQueen's busy dominating the race, Manny Flywheel would be out on lap 207 because of an engine failure. I wonder if the Mean Green Car had something to do with it. But luckily, the King would take second position on lap 214. But unfortunately, Winford Bradford Rutherford would be out on lap 301 because of an engine failure. And Ernie Gearson a lap later for the same reason. James Cleanair would be out 2 laps later because his quarter panel got damaged and he had an engine failure. Greg Candyman would also be out on lap 304 because of an engine failure. Misty Motocross would be out on lap 310 because of a damaged quarter panel. Lightning McQueen would go for a pit stop on lap 330 and he doesn't lose the lead. How? And also, when Lightning goes to pit, this pit he says, we need tires now, come on, let's go. And then Lightning McQueen says, no tires, just gas. And then Tough Guy, or as Lightning McQueen calls him, Chuck, gets angry, saying this. And Daryl Kartrip actually has a reaction to Lightning McQueen's pit stop. And Bob Cutlass says this. That's right, no tires again. And Daryl Kartrip says this. Well, of course he'd know that. He's a Piston Cup champion. But bad news. The Mean Green Car is now in third position on lap 332. Eugene Komareski would be out 4 laps later because of a broken quarter panel and a cut tire. Now, the final lap. This is it, Daryl. 1 lap to go and Lightning McQueen has a huge lead. And this is Lightning McQueen's huge lead. And this is what Daryl Kartrip had to say. Oh, he's got it in the bag. Call on the dogs and put out the fire. We're going to crown us a new champion. And Lightning McQueen says, checkered flag, here I come. But his back rear tire blows. And Daryl Kartrip has this to say. Oh no, McQueen's blown a tire. Well, it makes sense. Lightning McQueen didn't get new tires. And Bob Cutlass says, and with only 1 turn to go, can he make it? And Lightning McQueen's pity, Tough Guy, or not Chuck, says, you fool, to Lightning McQueen. And Crew Chief Chick says, McQueen's blown a tire! McQueen's blown a tire! and Lightning McQueen loses his other back tire! Daryl Cartrip says, "He's lost another tire! The King and Chick are coming up fast!" "They're entering turn 3, Bob Cutlass replies. And Lightning McQueen is still struggling to move with 2 tires. Daryl Cartrip says, "I don't believe what I'm watching, Bob! Lightning McQueen's 100 feet from his Piston Cup!" And Lightning McQueen begins hopping because he realizes the King and Chick are catching up to him. And then the Mean Green car pulls to the inside in an attempt to pass the King. Bob Cutlass says, "The King and Chick rounding turn 4. Then his partner, Daryl Cartrip, says, "And down the stretch they come, and it's... Then Bob Cutlass says, "It's too close to call! Too close!" Soon after, Daryl Cartrip says, "I don't believe it! I don't believe it!" And then Bob Cutlass says, with Daryl Cartrip joining him later, "The most spectacular, amazing, unequivocally unbelievable anything in the history of the world! And we don't even know who won!" Now, what finish were Bob Cutlass and Daryl Cartrip talking about? A 3-way tie? How does any race end in a 3-way tie? This has never happened in Piston Cup history, and the 3 points leaders all tied in a 3-way tie, while they were all tied in points. And Lightning McQueen's tongue is out. Lightning McQueen has this to tell Corey Turbowitz and Tough Guy or Not Chuck, alongside the rest of Lightning McQueen's pit crew, quit. And Lightning McQueen says this, and Tough Guy has to remind Lightning McQueen that his name's not Chuck, and Lightning McQueen doesn't seem to care. After this is Lightning McQueen's conversation with the Mean Green car. I will not be showing it here, but I have another video called Some Roasting from the original Cars movie, which will be linked down in the description, if you want to watch it. And the King has this to say to Lightning McQueen about his racing talent. But the King also gives Lightning McQueen advice on how to be a better racer. Because the 3 points leaders were in a 3-way tie, they will have to participate in a tiebreaker race that will take place in California at the Los Angeles International Speedway in 1 week. Here are the race results of the 2005 Dynaco 400, with Aiken Axler getting a top 5 and Johnny Blamer finishing the race. And here's the bottom half, because the last image was the top half. And can you see how many cars are out?
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
The King will start at pole position, or just first. And Chick X will start right behind him. And Lightning McQueen will start in 3rd position. And about him, he was missing for 1 whole week in a little town called Radiator Springs, wearing white wall tires of all things. And the Mean Green car now has his own catchphrase to counter Lightning McQueen's ka-chow. Now onto the race. The King would leave for 200 whole laps! How does any car lead every single lap of a race, let alone a tiebreaker race? How does any car lead for 200 laps in a row when that's every lap? Lightning McQueen would go from 3rd to 2nd and then back to 3rd position on lap 50. And the very next lap, he would spin out! Oh no! But it wasn't the Mean Green car. And now Lightning McQueen's down 1 lap, and a couple laps later, Lightning McQueen gets a crew chief, and it's the Hudson Hornet, who's finally back after 51 years of absence. What a time to return to the Piston Cup! And Lightning McQueen is back on the lead lap on lap 140. That took a while. And the Mean Green Car X does a pit maneuver on Lightning McQueen on lap 175. Right! And Lightning McQueen comes back, driving backwards. How? And he takes the second position from the Mean Green Car that lap. And then Bob Cutlass says, "What a move by Lightning McQueen, he's caught up to the leaders." And then 15 laps later, Daryl Cartrip says, "Oh yeah, this is what it's all about. A three-way battle for the lead with 10 to go." And then Mean Green Car X pops Lightning McQueen's tire. Right. And then when Lightning McQueen goes to pit, his new pitty, Guido, makes the fastest pit stop in Piston Cup history, changing all 4 tires in 4 seconds. And then Daryl Cartrip says, "I don't believe it!" because Guido's pit stop was really quick. And then Bob Cutlass says, "That was the fastest pit stop I've ever seen!" Well, you've seen quite a lot, so it probably is. "It was a great stop, but you still gotta beat that pace car out," Daryl Cartrip says. And then Bob Cutlass replies, "It's gonna be close!" And then Lightning McQueen beats the pace car! Now on to the final lap, where Bob Cutlass says, "This is it, we're heading into the final lap, and McQueen is right behind the leaders. What a comeback!" Daryl Cartrip replies, 199 laps, and baby, it all comes down to this! Then the Hudson Hornet says to Lightning McQueen, "This is it, kiddo, you've got 4 turns left, one at a time. Drive it in deep and hope it sticks. Go!" And then the Mean Green Car hits the wall. Hooray! And then he pushes Lightning McQueen to the grass and then gets the king loose. Why? But Lightning McQueen will use the old 50s trick of turning right to go left to put himself in the lead for the first time this race. And Daryl Cartrip says that Lightning McQueen is going to win the Piston Cup. But the Mean Green Car X says this to the king. And then he does a pit maneuver on him. Why? And then the king goes airborne on the final lap. And then he flies through the air. And unfortunately, he has a hard crash when he hits the grass. The crowd goes silent. And then Lightning McQueen stops right behind the finish line, which allows Chuck X to win the 2005 tiebreaker race in Los Angeles. Why? And then the Mean Green Car begins celebrating his 40th career win. And then Lightning McQueen reverses to where the king is parked. And then the king says to Lightning McQueen, "What are you doing, kid?" And then Lightning McQueen replies, "I think the king should finish his last race." And then the king replies, "You just gave up the Piston Cup. You know that?" But Lightning McQueen doesn't seem to care, because he said, "This grumpy old race car I know once told me something. It's just an empty cup." And then Bob Cutlass says, "Daryl, is pushing on the last lap legal?" And then Daryl Cartrip replies, "Hey man, he's not really pushing him. He's just giving him a little pump draft." And then the Mean Green Car keeps celebrating his victory. Then he says, "Hey, what's going on? Here's what's going on, Mean Green Car. Lightning McQueen is helping the king finish his last race." And this makes Piston Cup fans celebrate what Lightning McQueen did. And here's the Mean Green Car in victory lane, where he says all of this. He only gets the Piston Cup and the confetti, and a bunch of boos from every single car in front of him. And then he replies, "What's wrong with everybody? Where's the happiness?" "Well, Mean Green Car, there's no happiness because you're a mean car who just wrecked the king." And unfortunately, this makes X the winner of the 2005 Piston Cup. Why? But the Hudson Hornet says to Lightning McQueen, "You got a lot of stuff, kid." And then Tex Dynaco offers Lightning McQueen the Dynaco sponsorship. And then Lightning McQueen says, "But I didn't win." And then Tex Dynaco says, "Lightning, there's a whole lot more to racing than just winning." Despite Tex's offer, Lightning McQueen rejects the Dynaco sponsorship. And here is the top 40 in points for the 2005 Piston Cup season. Chickens is the Piston Cup champion. Hopefully this is the last time that he wins a Piston Cup, which means it's the first time that he beats the King, who comes second in his final season. Lightning McQueen had a very good rookie year, finishing third. And Tony Gasworth, who dominated in the summer months of this season, comes fourth. Hollingus has successfully recovered from his season-ending crash in 2002, finishing fifth in points. Kevin Shiftright misses out on the top 5 as a result. Greg People and Matt Karza stay in the top 10 despite the crash in the Dynaco 400. Same with Carl Edwards and Mark Carton despite missing the final 2 races. Jeff Gorvette still couldn't fix his bad season because he failed to finish in the top 10. Rusty Wheelhouse finishes 13th in his final season, and Kurt Buschtire finishes 15th despite his suspension. Dale Earnhardt Jr., having a bad season himself, finishes 16th. Chuck Armstrong in 17th. And Ernie Gearson gets himself a top 20 points finish, finishing 19th this season, alongside Billy Oilchanger. Eugene Komareski had a better season than average, finishing 21st. But Casey Corner and Kyle Buschtire had to miss out on finishing in the top 20. Same with Elliot Draftler. Sage Van Der Spin, another rookie, finishes in the top 25, finishing 25th, beating out Michael Cartrip and Jeff Burnton. Winford Bradford Rutherford finishes 29th this season. He had no wins, but he did qualify for 31 races this season, beating Ken Schrader by 10 points. Jeremy Carfield and Bobby Carboni had 33 races this season. Bobby Carboni had a bad season, and he would have finished 33rd if Johnny Blamer finished a couple positions higher. And he successfully won a race and finished 2 races. But with Brian Vickers not DNQing as many times, he gets to finish in the top 40. And also 1 position ahead of him in 35th is Misty Motocross. Claude Scruggs shouldn't be too upset because she finished in the top 40. And also, in 37th position is Todd Marcus, who doesn't skip qualifying as much anymore and didn't wreck as many cars. Krusty Rotor had some bad luck, but he still finished in the top 40. But the 2 luckiest cars of all are Jamie McCarry and Ruby Easy Oaks.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
The reason Jamie McCarry and Ruby Easy Oaks were extremely lucky is because of the fact that many other cars would have finished in the top 40 if they had DNQ'd one more time. Those cars could have been Casey Gears, Ricky Slood, or even Sterling Carlin, who finished in the next 3 positions. Because in 2005, competition to finish in the top 40 was extremely stiff compared to other seasons gone by. And another fact about the 2005 tiebreaker race in Los Angeles is that 200,000 cars were in attendance for the race, which is one of the highest attendances in Piston Cup history. And the 2006 Florida 500 will be coming out soon enough.